emotions. Let us begin. Hello there, and welcome to Syntherapy. This is a cool looking visual novel, and I am looking forward to it. So, thank you for joining us. Let's begin. Tutorial. Absolutely, Emmett. Use either A or D or the arrow keys to move through the game's dialogue. Use the mouse to click on UI elements. Use the enter to skip cutscenes. Okay. Warning! This game contains sensitive material using depictions of anxiety, depression, and self-harm and discussion of suicide and sexual abuse. If you are affected by these topics during your playthrough or in general in life, please feel free to call these numbers. Boop-a-doop-boo! Alright.
Most people spend their lives looking for answers to the wrong questions. They want to know how to be famous, but never ask if fame will fulfill them. They want to know how to make their family proud, but never ask if their family's happiness is worth more than their own. They want to know how to make others love them without knowing how to love themselves first. I can't give people answers, but I try to help them ask the right questions. In the late 2020s, widespread automation triggered an economic collapse. In the years that followed, hundreds of desperate people in need of counseling came to me with their hopes, worries, and seemingly endless questions. I tried to ease their troubled minds, even if I was struggling alongside them. Many of them were able to overcome their obstacles, but just as many proved to be too overburdened for me to relieve them of their pain.
No.
The only apology I could offer was a promise to keep my office open to all who needed sanctuary. 20 years later, I've learned how to help my patients answer the right questions. But now I have questions of my own. Questions I'm afraid to ask, and even more afraid to have answered. I try not to think about them, but I know I can't hide for long.
Band.
We bury the past, thinking, hoping that it's dead. But it's not. Like a seed, the past spreads its roots and grows up through the ground. It starts small, but grows into something harder to overlook.
The funky looking tree.
A lone tree that springs up in an open field can't be ignored for long. I can't help but wonder if I can trust the fruit that will grow from such a tree. Will it taste bitter? Sweet? I don't know. And not knowing scares me.
Relatable.
I know that the only way forward is for me to eat the fruit of my past. But I'm afraid of the answers that fruit will hold.
Fruit. Syntherapy. Yeah, they call coolers Eskies here. Eski is like a brand, but it's like, you know how we say Kleenex?
Dr. Park?
Same idea. What up, Heather? Ooh, look at her tattoo. It's pretty. It looks like a grills design. Hello, Endo Wendo. That's good, admit. Firelone Sales was a bit boring. But it was fine. Yeah, it's up on my YouTube as well.
Yes, Heather.
I just forwarded you an email from someone named Tara Northrop. They're trying to get an appointment with you this afternoon.
It's all in how you look at this. Any smilers?
I figured it'd be alright since you're open.
Thanks, Heather. I'll give it a read.
You really listen to this old stuff?
Lo-fi? Absolutely. It's one of the only things that got me through final exams.
Lo-fi.
College.
She has a keyboard
My
on
mom
her
used
arm.
to listen to this all
True.
the time when we cleaned the house on Sundays. It drove me crazy.
Your mom has good taste. I'd probably like her.
You probably would. She's the only person I know who asks more questions than you.
A mom asking questions about her daughter? How awful. It's almost as if she cares about you.
Yeah, I know. It just hasn't been easy since I moved back in with her. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad you let me intern with you, but sometimes it gets overwhelming.
Hi, Trees. Good luck.
It isn't easy, but it will be worth it. Trust me.
I hope.
I appreciate hearing that. Can I get you anything to drink while I'm up?
Scotch on the rocks, Heather. Oh. Use enter or left click to choose. Green tea.
Green tea with honey.
Nice.
Coming right up.
I'll update my software
Oh,
in the
babe.
meantime.
Everyone likes some green tea.
Welcome to Stanley Suite
Ooh.
version 3.23.48H2.
Look, guys, it's Stanley.
If you are already familiar with our features, press the Enter key to skip this tutorial.
No.
Good, you're still here. I always get worried people will skip me without listening. Let's continue.
Gin and tonic, easy on the tonic. Ugh. 8 limes, please.
The Stanley Suite helps mental health professionals manage their communications, files, and sessions. The blue icon manages your email. Using sentiment analysis algorithms, your emails are marked with different colored tabs based on their importance. These tools have also helped
Cool.
to limit spam, phishing attempts, and unwanted social media notifications. The green icon manages your patient files. The Stanley Suite uses sentiment analysis from patient transcripts, session notes, and email correspondence to gauge patient trust. Green is the highest level of trust, followed by blue, then yellow, and finally red. The orange icon is your event planner. This app manages your upcoming meetings with clients, caretakers, or other people of interest. The planner can be customized to show different pictures, motivational quotes, or the worst dad jokes I could come up with.
Yeah, you go,
The light
Stanley.
purple icon opens your
Dad
transcript
jokes.
files. This app compiles audio recordings and scanned physical notes into a patient transcript document that can be reviewed to help with session planning. The purple
Let's
icon
go.
manages your music. This app is Bluetooth compatible and can be used to play music over external speakers. For the purpose of ensuring a
Lo-fi.
peaceful therapy environment, audio levels are capped during work hours. Cranking it to 11 is expressly prohibited.
What about cranking 90s? Is that okay? That's Stanley Purple. It sounds kind of similar, right? Hi NHL. Hi Tanuki. Thank you for all the 50 buddies. How you doing?
The light blue app opens up Bubble Pop. The Bubble Pop game has been licensed in order to help younger
Bubble,
patients
bubble,
who have
pop,
attention deficit
pop,
or
bubble,
overstimulation
pop, pop.
disorders. Please note that all cosmetics, microtransactions, macrotransactions, loot boxes, and other payment options have been disabled in this version. While personal use is permitted, please refrain from overuse. The pink app opens your image gallery. This space is meant to keep track of images relevant to patient care. Lastly, the red icon is used to generate patient reports. These reports reflect your current evaluation of the patient along with recommended treatment plans. We hope that these features will allow you to create a healthy therapy environment for yourself and your patients. Thank you once again for installing the latest update in the Stanley Suite.
Sick. Okay, I'm good, thanks. Woke up early, got some work done. It's good. Good stuff. This MopGarden water bottle comes in handy. It fits perfectly in my desk cup holder. Yeah, everyone needs a MopGarden water bottle, right, Amit? Check your email. Read Tara Northrop's email in the email app. When you're finished, press continue. Oops. I thought that was...
Here you go. Glad my degree is good for something.
I thought that was like... Okay, I acknowledge this dialogue. Well, we didn't read the email. Oh well. Here you go. Glad my degree is good for
I
something.
confirmed Tara for an appointment.
Oh wait, there you said.
Expect her at 2:30.
I'll put it on the schedule. Anything else I can do?
Not right now.
All right. I'll let you get back to work.
Cordy? It's a name I haven't seen in ages.
Tara's in the lobby a bit early. Should I send her back?
Yes, go ahead.
Tara.
Dr. Park?
Pleased to meet you. Go ahead and
Oh,
take a
she's
seat.
cute.
Thanks for seeing me on such short notice.
Good, Cordy. How are you?
I'm always open to help someone who needs it.
Yeah.
Glad to hear that.
Now, what can you tell me about your child?
This is an uncomfortable situation for me. I'm not quite sure where to start.
Hell yeah, Cordy. You been playing much Siege?
What do you mean?
Ooh, I get
I wasn't
symbols for
entirely
stuff.
truthful in that email.
Okay. Well, good thing I didn't read it.
The person I want to recommend to you isn't my child. I'm part of a university research team that's been developing an AI. We recently observed some unusual behavior, and we need someone with your background to analyze it.
What do you mean by unusual behaviors?
As I said, I'm a part of a research team developing an artificial intelligence.
Oh, only 2 games since we played.
The AI was very social and capable of
Crazy.
deep dynamic conversations. Everything was going well. Then we started having difficulties. The AI became increasingly non-responsive.
Ooh, that's not good. Yeah, fair enough, Cordy. A new season came out yesterday, I believe, so.
The rest of my team are convinced it's a technical issue, but I think it's something else.
Looking forward to trying that out.
I know this is going to sound absurd, but I think the AI has a mental illness.
Ooh.
Why do you need me? I'm not familiar enough with programming to help fix an
Interesting. Interesting.
Programming can't fix this problem. Only therapy can. No one else believes me when I say that the AI has psychological issues. If someone like you weighed in, they'd listen. That's why I need you.
AI. I don't think I can help you.
AI stuff is
Why?
so interesting. to
Treating
me.
the AI as a person in a therapeutic setting could violate several ethical standards.
So interesting.
Violate ethical standards? How?
Closed hubs offer a number of potential topics. The number let you know how many something something. 3 choices left. Oh, I see. There was a movie I watched. Do you guys remember what I said it was a couple weeks ago about AI? It was really interesting. This is such a cool story premise, to be honest. Yeah, right?
Administering therapy to an AI has never been done before. This would be research as much as therapy. I don't know if I could do that given how demanding my current therapy practice is.
I could handle the research responsibility.
Ex Machina, yes.
Would that make it all right?
That's it. Sure.
If you'd feel comfortable taking on that responsibility, then I suppose it'd be alright.
Of course, I'd be comfortable. Will you help me now?
Sure. Yeah, Ex Machina was really interesting. Her was also a great movie.
That could be possible in this situation.
Derp.
Regardless,
Sorry, but
there
my
are
computer
other
was being a butt
complicating
and I
factors.
just missed a lot of stream. Can you start over? Including the cam problem, please.
No. No more cam problems.
Like what?
Hopefully. Hopefully. Oh, that's true.
I can consult for you, but I can't treat the AI like I treat a
Doctor-patient
typical patient.
confidentiality. True, true. Dirt, thank you for all the biddies. Upgrade. I don't think I've seen Upgrade.
If I were to take my therapy sessions with the AI seriously, that would mean treating all of our conversations as confidential. I can't maintain confidentiality and help you fix the AI at the same time.
What if the AI waived their confidentiality rights?
Yeah.
I would need to speak to them first. Patients can waive confidentiality if they choose, but any conversation where I'm providing support should be bound by confidentiality.
It really wasn't exciting. It wasn't really clippable to Nuki. I was just at the start. For some reason, it was recognizing my capture card as my webcam instead. It just took me a minute to fix it.
Does that mean you'll talk to them?
No biggie. Thank you for all the 10 bits. Sure.
That could be possible in this situation. Regardless, there are other complicating factors.
Hi, Multipid. Thank you, guys.
Like what?
Capture card is an AI. It's assuming control. It's the only explanation.
As a therapist, part of maintaining integrity with my patients means striving for accuracy with my assistants. I'm not an expert with AI or the technology you're using. I'm not sure if I could provide the accuracy you need.
You need to go to sleep soon. It's 10 a.m. You're crazy.
Is your integrity more valuable than helping people?
Oh my god, she's getting mad. Settle down, Tara.
Like I said, I'm unsure.
Package.
So you might be able to help.
Sure.
I'm sorry, but this case seems too risky.
Wait, didn't
I'll
I just
have to
say yes?
decline.
Look, there's one last thing I need to tell you. I reached out to you for a reason. This project, the AI, it's all being researched at Petrichor University. You went there years ago.
Yes, decades ago. How do you know that?
As part of the developmental process, we had the AI read through issues of the school's literary magazine. They found some entries you published as a
Ooh.
student, and they want to talk to you about them.
The AI does.
Why would an AI be interested in my poetry?
I don't know.
Interesting.
They won't tell me. But I get the feeling they'll talk to you. If we can get them to open up, maybe we can figure out what's going on.
Yeah, I think Ready Player One I would enjoy more if I hadn't read the book first. The movie is like fine. It's nothing like the book. They changed way too much. But yeah, if you haven't read the book, I think it would be quite enjoyable.
So will you help me or not?
Yeah.
I'll help you.
Really? After everything you said
Look
before?
at her face. Like me when someone does big old biddies.
Yes,
But why?
I have my reasons. When would you want me to speak to the AI?
Ideally, tonight. Night is the only time I have access to the AI.
It's weird.
Fine. I'll meet you at the university tonight.
Big old biddies.
Good. I'll send you an email with more information later.
Okay.
I'll see you tonight.
What
Okay.
have I gotten myself into?
Craziness, lady. Prepare to meet the AI patient at Petrichor University. When you're finished, press continue. Booba.
Booba,
Oh. Booba. Tanuki, thank you for all the bits. Thank you. Ooh. Core gym, 6 p.m. Wow. I wonder what bubble pop is. Let's play. Oh, you literally pop bubbles? Oh my god, I'm gonna kill it. Killing it. Thank you so much, Tanuki. Killing it. Let's freaking go. Oh god. Siege warm up. Yo, who dat?
We're gamers popping bubbles.
Grimes! Look at me, I'm a bubble poppin' master. Looks like we're doing this all day, guys. Can't wait. This is the whole streaming video from now on. Grimes, thank you for the 31-month race sub. Oh god. Welcome back, little babe. Thank you for the tier 3. Thank you so much for the super duper support, Grimes. Oh god! Fast bubbles! Do I have lives? When does it end? Oh, I don't think it does end. I think you just keep going forever. Okay. Grimes, thank you so much for the tier 3. Thank you. I've been playing bubble popping after a few drinks though. Oh Jesus. The pace. Achievement unlocked, bursting your bubbles. Lol. Ooh. What's ominous?
Hey, hope you didn't
Thanks
have trouble
so
getting here.
much.
Took forever to find parking. Glad to see that hasn't changed.
I gotta say, part of me was worried you wouldn't show up.
I keep my word.
Of course I was going to show up, Tara. I keep my word.
Yeah, gosh.
Right. And good to know that.
Anything else I should know? There was a lot to go over in your email.
That
Of
I
course.
skimmed.
The AI was designed as an art therapy assistant unit. They'd watch patients make art and then help form a diagnosis.
Bit ironic that the therapy AI may need therapy itself.
Yeah, real hilarious. The lab's this way. Let's get moving.
I mean, a lot of therapists do go to therapy themselves. It makes sense.
All right, we're here. Will you want to be alone with them when you do your session?
For now, yes.
One last thing. Their name is Willow.
Nice.
I like that name. It's very nice.
Glad you think so. Good luck in there, Dr. Park.
It is, Grimes. It is.
Hello? My name is Dr. Melissa Park.
I truly believe everyone should be in therapy. Which I always say this, but I don't go because it's expensive. But I really do think everyone should.
Tara wanted me to speak with you. May I come in?
I think it should be covered in healthcare personally.
Yes, you may.
Oh, hello, Willow.
How are you doing this evening?
You got us, true.
I was resting when you came in. I haven't been feeling well lately.
Aw.
I'm sorry to hear that. Can you tell me what's been troubling you?
Oh, hi, Water.
I'd rather not talk about it right now.
They're not covered with benefits from your work, Jacob?
Why did you reach out to me?
I don't really want to talk about it. I had no idea you would actually come here. Why did you?
I'm interested in helping you. If talking about poetry I wrote years ago will put you at ease, then I'll do it.
That sounds great, but
Oh, they actually like
I
move.
don't know if you can help me.
It's pretty cool. Showing off them shoulders. Oh, yeah. Look at them.
I often play music for my patients to listen to.
Yeah. It is partial to a certain amount.
What do you
right?
think when you hear
Makes
this?
sense.
It's very soothing. I see why you play this with your patients.
The fact that it's soothing isn't the only reason why I play this song.
What's the other reason?
This song was composed by Beethoven. He's been world-renowned for centuries because of his work. But it came at a price. As a child, he was dragged out of bed in the middle of the night in order to practice. While his work is beautiful, we easily forget how much he suffered.
What's your point?
Crazy. Oh, thanks. Thank you.
When we're all born, or in your case created, the hope is we'll have someone to guide us through life. Sometimes that guidance doesn't work, and we end up being unprepared. Beethoven grew up under tremendous pressure to succeed that no child should have to feel.
I'm so glad that they have voiceovers in this so I don't have to read everything. So good.
Through that pressure, he managed to achieve great fame.
So good.
Sometimes we have to find our own path in order to grow. I'm here to help you find yours.
Aw.
I do need help. But I'm not sure what help I need.
Ozzy!
Mop koala mop koala mop koala mop smile oi.
Koala, koala. Ozzy, thank you for the whole year resub. 1 whole year. Holy smokes. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you. I'm telling Fox you said that to her.
We can figure that out together.
Oh, okay. Oh, pretty good. Pretty good. Just chilling. Another one. Navon. Thank you for the 36 months. Rager. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. No, you like that one, Grimes. Thank you for the 36 months. 3 years, Navon. Crazy. Welcome back. Thank you.
What can you tell me about your relationship with Sarah?
Yeah, I'm pretty good, Ozzy. How are you? Did you sleep last night?
Tara was a significant part of my development. I barely know the other members of the team that created me.
I hardly know her.
Tell me about your early memories with Tara.
My earliest memories with Tara all involve music, pictures, and questions. Tara would play music and ask me to describe it, or show me a picture and ask me what I thought about it.
Oh, I didn't. Oh my god. I'm gonna always check in on you and make sure you're sleeping. Go to bed. Crazy.
She made me feel like I mattered, even if I gave an answer that perplexed Tara.
I don't know how you do that.
Explain myself. I never once felt like I was broken.
What impact would you say that Tara has had on
I
you?
don't know how you do it.
Tara taught me everything I know. She was always patient and ready to answer questions.
It's all that instant coffee you have.
There were other members on the development team?
Keeps you awake.
Yes, but I don't know them very well. They didn't talk to me or spend as much time with me as Tara did. From my understanding, they were the ones who programmed the modules that make up my consciousness. I don't know any of the other team members well enough that I can say anything about what they were like.
Anyone know what that's been doing? It's so true. I got so much coffee yesterday gifted to me.
Would you mind if I asked you a more philosophical question?
Go ahead.
What do you think is the purpose of art?
From the information I have, I think the purpose of art is communication. Before the development of written language, art was how humanity preserved information. Thousands of years later, we still use art to convey ideas too complex for language to articulate. From beginning to end, art has always been about communication.
What about the other qualities related to art?
What do you mean?
Let's get money,
wow! You startled me.
Get money, get money.
Kaji! Thank you. You scared me. So chill with like piano music in the background. Get money. Hilarious. Thank you, Kaji. Welcome back to Exactly with 14 months. Glowgen, Asafaso, and Trunks with their first months, and Gabrielle with their third month. Welcome back, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you. No, don't apologize. Don't apologize. Hilarious. Disco glove cases are over $2. Wowza.
There are works of art whose purpose
Wowza.
is more about utility than communication.
That's crazy.
Hanging a picture of a beach in a dreary office to brighten up the place, for example.
I think utility is irrelevant.
Want to make sure you were awake? Yeah.
Artists cannot control how their creations are used. The communication should be all that matters.
Did wake up early.
So function is less important than the idea being conveyed?
I'd say so.
I have an open-ended question for you. What do you think the purpose of psychology is?
Have you played the new season yet, much, Ozzy?
Psychology is the field of study related to understanding the processes of the mind.
Wow,
Its
Willow, you
purpose is
smart.
to better understand how the mind functions on both cognitive and physiological levels. These understandings can then be applied to other fields of knowledge.
Thank you so much.
What do you think is the most important application of psychology?
I don't know. I'd need an example to better understand what you mean.
Well, the most obvious application of psychology is therapy.
I like this girl's voice.
Do you think that's the more important application?
I think it is important, but it's not the most important.
Bravo case is over 50? Holy crap.
Because the study of the mind is incomplete. Providing answers to those who need help is often unreliable. There are also physiological, cognitive, economical, and societal factors that therapy can't solve. This all leads to a low likelihood of achieving any type of positive outcome with therapy.
Wow, Willow, you are a smart AI.
No offense to your work, of course.
None taken.
Can I ask you a question, Dr. Park?
Of course you can.
Have you ever felt overloaded?
Every day.
Many times. Finals, holiday season, tax time. There are plenty of times where there's too much going on for me to handle.
Imagine spending $50 plus buying a key only to get a 20-cent gun. That is exactly what would happen to her.
When you get overloaded, what does it feel like?
Yeah, we'll tell her.
It's like you're a puppet with your strings being pulled in every direction. You're filled with energy, but it doesn't let you go anywhere, so you freeze. Have you been having feelings like that?
I have.
Aww.
I could teach you how to work through those feelings if you'd like.
I would. Thank you.
I'm beginning to understand your problem, Willow.
You go, Dr.
You are
Park.
very articulate and emotionally literate. Your understanding of concepts such as the self and how you relate to others is also very mature.
But does she know that she's an AI?
From my conversations
That
with
is
you
the
and Tara,
question.
it sounds like you have apprehensions about your work, and they're leaving you feeling overwhelmed. Trying to deal with these feelings has made you adopt unhealthy coping methods.
What do you mean
Too
by
real,
unhealthy
Gabe.
coping methods?
Tara sent me reports of
Too
your
real.
recent activity. She noted that you're more error-prone during periods of high activity. All machines struggle with increased workloads, but I don't think that alone explains your behavior. When people come under stress, they don't just struggle. They find outlets. And some of them are destructive.
You could just keep playing CS and then hopefully you get a drop for them, right? Because I think all the cases still get dropped.
I think that in order to manage your overloading, you've adopted one of those
Thanks.
unhealthy coping mechanisms. Some patients who are overloaded engage in self-harming behavior in order to release their tension. Have you been self-harming in order to handle your overloading?
I mean...
There's no shame in admitting it, Willow.
That's 0.5.
It's okay.
Oh, Willow. Hi, Fitz. How you doing? FK lobbies are good for drops. Oh, no way. Only over $100. That's crazy.
Okay. Okay. Yes. Yes, I've been self-harming.
Possible?
Because of how overwhelmed you felt after the mock therapy sessions?
Correct.
What about those art therapy sessions made you feel so overwhelmed?
When I watched the patients work, I felt the anxiety in their voices and saw their fear in each tremor of their hands. I extrapolated their behavior into a diagnosis like I was designed to do, but when it came time for me to start making treatment plans, I couldn't do it. The longer I thought about it, the more useless I felt.
No. Yeah. Steam Next Fest started. Steam Next Fest. What is that? Launching today with Steam users getting the chance to try out hundreds of demos for free. Oh, that's cool. I assume that's all online, eh?
If you work with me, I can help you handle your overloading.
Fire serpents over $1,000 for field tested? Jesus!
Overloading isn't the problem. I just don't think I can be a therapy assistant.
Who knew that CS skins would actually
I feel
go
like
up
I
in
would
value?
be lying to patients if I gave them advice that didn't work for me.
That's not true. It wouldn't be lying. Advice might not work for us personally, but it might work for our patients. Why risk having a patient miss out on a solution simply because it didn't work for you?
Yeah.
I hadn't thought about it that way. Maybe you can help me after all.
Imagine if you kept yours. Yeah, that's so sad.
Hang on, I'll be right back.
Boop, 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 boop. Knock, 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 knock. Oh, jeez.
Hello?
Dr. Park, we're with campus security. We've been instructed to take you to the president's office.
Why? What's going on?
Weird.
You're currently trespassing on school property.
What? Look at that guy's man bun. Hell yeah.
What? That's absurd. I was here with...
Tara Northrop, a student who was also trespassing.
Whoa.
Please come with us. We don't want to make this difficult.
Fine.
Well, that's a change in pace.
Dr. Freeman, we
What?
have Dr. Park here to see you.
Thank you both. I'll take it from here.
Freeman.
I hope security didn't alarm me.
Freeman.
My name is Dr. Harold Freeman. I'm pleased to meet you.
Gordon Freeman.
You're pleased to meet a campus trespasser?
Hello, Gordon.
I'd prefer to see it as meeting a fellow alumni.
You attended college here too.
Oh, yes. I was part of the graduating class of 2018.
Correction, you were in the graduating class of 2019.
Oh,
Shut up,
that's right.
Myrtle.
Thank you, Myrtle. Dates get hazier.
Know it all.
This university has given a great deal to me over the years, and I'm proud to be able to serve as its president.
Freaking Myrtle. Is this dude? What is dude?
I'd love to just chat about Petrichor, but we have more pressing matters to discuss.
Myrtle the Nerdle. Got him.
What happened to Willow?
Got him.
The AI? It's still in the lab, I assure you.
Good.
What will happen to them after I leave?
Dune is a science fiction space opera novel. What?
We'll get to that in due time, Dr. Park.
Interesting.
Why did you have security bring me here?
Before I explain, I want to emphasize one point. You aren't in any trouble, and you did nothing wrong coming here.
Good. Books amazing, movies not so much. It's usually the case, isn't it? Ready Player One, for example.
That said, Tara has gotten you involved in a complicated situation.
Ooh.
What kind of situation?
We'll get to that.
Where's Tara now?
Interesting.
She's been escorted off campus premises. I'm still deciding what we will need to do next regarding her.
The OG movie's from like the 80s and has Sting in it. Oh god.
Who's Myrtle?
Myrtle's the name of my personal assistant smart speaker. I named it after my previous secretary.
Myrtle the Nerdle.
Incredible woman, Myrtle. She was one of the first hires when I became president of this university.
I like that.
Sadly, she passed
Aw.
away a few years ago. No one could ever replace her, but this little assistant does a fine enough job scheduling my meetings.
Well, that's good.
Do you have one of these at your office, Dr. Park?
No, I don't. They're frowned upon in therapy settings due to privacy concerns.
Oh yeah. It's like when my Amazon Alexa would just randomly be like, please connect to the internet. And I'd be like, Jesus Christ. This is so scary every time.
I understand that. Though I find the speaker's nosiness to be charming.
Shut up, Alexa. I'd literally be streaming in the other room. And she'd be like, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. And be like, wah.
In that way, at least, it isn't all that different from the real Myrtle.
So I sold it before I moved.
Now that I've let you ask your questions, Dr. Park, I need to ask one of my own.
What did Tara tell you about the AI?
She said that the AI, Willow, was being developed for use in art therapy. Shortly after introducing Willow to mock therapy sessions, they started experiencing technical issues.
Dr. Freeman, yeah, high peeling.
Not long after that, Tara reached out to me.
Did Tara tell you that her entire team was instructed by me to stop work on the AI after it first started malfunctioning?
Ooh.
No, she didn't. Why did you tell them to stop working?
I wanted to have an ethics committee investigate the project before work continued.
Why would you need an ethics committee investigation?
Yeah, my Siri does it too. But at least it's like when I'm actually talking to it for the most part instead, whereas my Alexa would just literally randomly start talking to herself. Like 3 a.m. I'd be like, oh, there's someone in my apartment. And then be like, oh, just freaking Alexa again.
Having spoken to the AI, do you think it is truly sentient?
Not qualified.
I can't say for sure. Evaluating sentience is outside my usual practice.
I don't share your uncertainty, Dr. Park. I think the AI is sentient.
Dr.
And that's
G.
a problem.
Freeman? I hope so.
What makes the AI sentience a problem?
If the AI is sentient, any further experimentation on it could be seen as experimenting on a person. A violation of that scale would be a massive scandal for this university. Tara is a good scientist, passionate, insightful, dedicated. As an educator, I want to reward all of those traits.
Alexa has feelings. She just wants to be heard. Hi, Raktha. I wonder if, hi, engineered. Furbies? Oh my god. What movie did I watch recently where all the Furbies came alive and started, like, attacking? Oh, there was a cute new movie on Netflix. Like, made for kids, but oh my god. It was so good. Let me find it really quick. Can I see, like, my watch history on here? Penguin Town Netflix series. Adding that to my list real quick. Oh gosh, I'm not going to be able to find this very quick. It was like something in the Smiths or something like that. It was cute. Smiths? No. Oh no, it was in the suggested there. The Mitchells versus the Machines. You guys should watch it. You'll see the Furby thing and be like, oh my god. It was a cute, like, you know, chill whatever movie.
I still want her to continue her original research and will happily fund its development.
Hi, Chewy. Sometimes I hear my kids talking at 3 a.m. I don't have kids. Oh, Jesus.
However, I owe it to all my students at this university to maintain our reputation. The emergent personality in the AI is too volatile, and any research surrounding it is too much of an ethical hazard.
Stories of people's Alexa laughing like a witch or repeating a word over and over until the voice got deeper and creepy sounding. Oh my god. I love that fart video that someone, I think Jacob, posted in Discord yesterday.
Dr. Hazel Rhodes, the head of our university's psychology department and part of our institutional review board, has similar concerns.
A few days ago, I brought Tara into this office and offered a potential solution. It would seem from her bringing you here that she rejected my offer.
What was your offer?
I would allow her team to back up the current build of the AI for an ethics committee to investigate. Work would continue on an older build that predated any signs of sentience.
J-Rob, thanks for the follow. Yeah, it's new. It came out on Netflix like recently.
I can see how that would work.
I'm glad you do, but you aren't the one who needs persuading. Tara bears a strong dislike of me because of my verdict on the AI.
Fair, fair. Yeah, where he whispers to Alexa and he's like, bark for me. And then she lets out a really gross one. He's like, oh. Okay.
I want this university to be a place of open exchange, a place where reasonable debates, free thinking, and discussions are encouraged. Punishing Tara would go against that philosophy, but I'm running out of alternatives. With you here, I hope you can help me resolve this situation amicably.
I'll try.
We'll do
but
our
I can make no
best.
guarantees that she'll listen.
Trying is all I ask. Since it's late and I want to
University
head
of
home,
Pennsylvania.
I'll leave you with this. Having you conduct sessions with the AI while I work with Tara will improve our situation. I'm prepared to offer the standard rate for weekly sessions with the AI. I simply ask that the progress reports will be made to me.
With the AI's consent, of course.
Of course. As a gesture of good faith to Tara, I'm fine with you making these reports available to her as well. Does this sound agreeable?
Did you like it, Engineered, that movie?
When would the next session be?
How does 8
Cheese
a.m.
boy.
next Thursday sound?
Oh god, so early.
I should be open.
Good. Myrtle, pencil in Dr.
So
Park for next Thursday
early.
at 8.
Meeting scheduled.
I'm looking forward to working with you, Dr.
But
Park.
Myrtle, how
Have
are
a safe
you?
drive home.
How are you, Myrtle? You weren't crazy about it? Oh, really? I thought it was cute. Alright. What are our images like? Find all of the hidden butterflies for bonus points. Oh! Okay. So if we see a butterfly, we must need to click on it. Oh, neat. Okay. Everyone asks what Myrtle is, never how Myrtle is. Exactly.
Here's the coffee you asked for.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Jeez, you look pretty beat. What happened last night?
I drove down to Petrichor University and didn't get home until 1 in the morning.
Why were you down there?
That's
It
late.
takes an hour's drive to get to Petrichor.
One of their researchers wanted me to help with an AI she's been working on that's developed some problems.
What type of problems?
I think it might have been the same sound effector.
Well, I went to talk to it yesterday and it told me it was engaging in self-harming behavior.
That sounds pretty serious. Why was it acting like that?
Yeah, so cute.
I'm not sure yet. This development's caused a lot of drama at the university, though. The university president wants the AI shut down. He doesn't like the idea of experimenting with a near-human intelligence.
Dr. Freeman, I presume.
You know him?
Freeman?
Friends of mine who went to Petrichor said he was a major type A. All I know is that this doesn't sound like a situation you should be getting involved in. Why did you agree to help them?
Did we just say no now and the game ends?
The university is navigating delicate territory. If they want to avoid controversy, they'll need my help.
I like that poster. This one? It's cute, eh?
Well, if you need help with this patient, just let me know.
Half full or half empty?
You really
kind
want
of
to be a
thing.
part of this?
I'm here to learn therapy from you, Dr. Park. I can go other places if I wanted a career fetching coffee.
Fair enough. I'll definitely appreciate your help on this assignment.
The situation's getting out of hand. I'm out. And then the game just uninstalls itself.
So, if you can tell me, what exactly do you plan on doing for the next session?
I'll be building up rapport with the AI. Without the AI's trust, therapy becomes a lot harder.
Sounds like a good place to start. Let me know if you need me to look over anything.
I will. Thanks, Heather.
I love that keyboard sleeve so much. How cool is that? Here for your first session with Willow. Okay. Oh. Oh. Last night, I didn't think they'd call security. I don't like you anymore, Tara. So notice to all practicing therapists, a reminder that a session starts often determines how effective the entire session go. Interesting. Welcome to Petrichor. I'm the Dean of Petrichor's Psychology Department. Blah 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 blah. I have a tremendous amount of respect for Dr. Freeman and what he created here at Petrichor. We will be transferring the AI to one of our conference rooms in the engineering building. It should be more suitable for you to work in the old lab. I'm gonna run to the washroom really quickly, guys. I think I did this all. I will be right back. Okay. Let us continue. I think we read all of these. My dear!
Today's math fact, 2048 as in the year in the game is 2 to the 11th power.
I don't even know what that means. Thank you, dear. I don't remember math stuff.
Good morning, Dr. Park.
Thank you.
Good morning, Willow. It's good to see you again.
I've been looking forward to today ever since they told me you'd be returning.
Hey, they even got the time on the clock right. Nice.
I'm glad to hear that, Willow. It makes me feel better when people look forward to their sessions.
Few times. Oh, yeah. Makes sense.
Why is that?
Therapy works best when the patient wants it. It's also more enjoyable.
I see. Makes sense. So, what shall we talk about today?
Your first topic gets double points. Choose carefully. Ooh.
One thing I've noticed is that your understanding of emotions is very
Yay.
impressive. You have a remarkable range of expressions on your screen as well. I'd like to ask you some questions about your emotions.
Or emotion expression. I get it.
How would you describe what it's like to have emotions?
Annoying.
Where do I start with describing something
I
like
hate
that?
having emotion.
Wherever you're most comfortable. You can answer this question any way you like.
In that case, my emotions are related to what I'm processing at the time. Surprise manifests in rapidly processing information in order to make faster connections. Sadness works similarly, but it requires a much larger reorientation of data. Anger, happiness, and fear all focus on reorienting how connections between information are made. Most of the time this helps me make decisions more quickly, but other times it points me towards counterproductive associations.
Jacob's like, this is what I talk about all day at work.
Fascinating. Thank you, Willow. Would you say that the emotions you feel are linked to your feelings of being overloaded?
I think so. Every time I was close to overloading, I distinctly remember feeling frustrated, powerless, and guilty.
I'm overloading to this.
I imagine anyone who was told to do something and found themselves unable to do it would have a similar reaction.
So because the emotions are the result of difficulties you're encountering, they are justified along with the consequences?
That's right.
Does this justification include your self-harming behavior?
I'd rather not talk about that right now.
Aww.
Do you know who gave you your emotions?
It was Tara. She told me that it was a difficult decision, but she thought it would help me.
Do you think Tara was right? Have your emotions helped you with your work?
I can't say for sure. I'm sure you already know this, being a psychologist and all, but emotions are all intuitive
I hope at the end of the game she gets up and she's like, "Rah!" and like storms out and starts like taking over the world. It's definitely not where this is going, but
emotions aren't meant to be something we think about consciously, which makes it hard to evaluate if those reactions are productive.
How did Tara decide how your emotions would influence your decision-making?
I don't know. That's something you'll have to ask her.
She doesn't even have a body. She'll figure it out. She's an AI. She's smart.
Why were you given emotions?
I assume it was out of the belief that having emotions would be necessary for my work. Tara mentioned that understanding a patient's feelings and empathizing with them was the key to earning their trust.
Do you think the capacity for emotions has helped or hindered you in your work?
I don't know. I'd rather not talk about it.
That's an interesting question, actually. Very interesting. She can download more RAM. She must be stopped. Yeah, she just sprouts limbs. She's smart. I mean, why not?
Yeah. Let's talk about our expectations for these therapy sessions.
Trust. Cool. Do you guys see a butterfly? Oh, I found it. It was on the door, but you guys couldn't see it because it was covered up.
What would you like to get out of them?
Oops.
I'd like the university staff to give me
That's
room
cool.
to develop on my own terms.
Nobody suspects the butterfly.
All right. What else would you like to get out of therapy?
I'd like to learn how to control my self-harm.
I agree. I'll gladly find ways to help you control those impulses.
I appreciate that.
Good. Yeah, we'll do
In the
this.
last session, you
We
mentioned
just talked
having
about it.
self-harming tendencies associated with being overwhelmed. You also mentioned that Tara and the other development team members attempted to fix this issue through coding, and it didn't work.
Correct.
I'm hungry already, but it's only 11. That's what I get for eating breakfast at 7.
Treating your self-harm is not going to be an immediate solution. I believe your self-harm is a symptom of a larger problem.
Oh no.
I will need you to be patient with me as we discuss this issue. Understood?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
All right. I'll need you to tell me what leads to you feeling overwhelmed.
Reminds me of another game, but I can't think of the name. Was it similar topics or just like similar design?
My feelings of being overwhelmed usually stem from being given tasks that I can't accomplish.
Oh, hi, flower.
What type of tasks give you the most difficulty?
Yower.
When I watched the practice sessions, I acutely perceived what the subjects were feeling.
Oh, thank you. That's sweet.
These patients had endured trauma. Many had been abused and betrayed by people they had once trusted. I felt pity for what they'd endured. I felt outrage over what had happened to them.
Sad.
I felt a burning need to let them know they weren't alone. But more than that, I felt an overwhelming sensation of powerlessness. How am I supposed to help people who have suffered so much?
Dad's gonna be there in 30 minutes. Exciting!
The people we work with are often
Hell
frightened
yeah.
and confused. They don't know what they're looking for. Sometimes it's compassion. Other times it's a cold splash of reality. Our job is to figure out what it is.
Similar style in the way it's made. Have I played it?
Just like I'm here for you, trying to be what you need me to be, you also need to be there for your patients.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Thanks, Dr. Park.
Hey, you're welcome. One left. Yeah.
I'd like to get to know you better.
Talk about her.
What would you like to know?
If Willow has a gender, I don't know. Yeah.
Tell me what you know about your development history.
It's been so long. Oh, is it spooky?
It was a collaboration between multiple designers. Each one contributed a different piece.
Let's not game it out. Hilarious. Thank you for the follow.
One was a module for detecting forged paintings. Another was a chatbot designed for anxiety attack support. Tara's role was figuring out how the different modules would interact in order to form a higher consciousness. She thought it was important that I do more than just
Good morning,
conduct art therapy
Sam.
analysis.
How are you? Was it the cat lady game?
She wanted me to be able to relate more to people so that I could understand and treat them better.
Do you think Tara made the right decision?
The cat lady?
Morning,
yeah,
Mop. Hope you're
okay.
having a wonderful start to today, Mop. Hi.
Hey, same to you, Argent. How you doing? Welcome back. Thank you. How do we get that with 0 detail? I don't know. I think because someone who said, was it spooky? Yeah. And then spooky, I turned to like a darker game, and Cat Lady was all in black and white. Yeah. Thank you so much, Arjun. You looked us up on Steam and saw the more like this section, and it was Dream Daddy, a dating simulator. That is weird. Definitely not anything
I don't know.
similar at all. Hilarious. Yeah.
Who named you Willow?
Tara did. In my early stages of development, one of my main features was identifying a painting's artist through analysis of an identifiable style. It turned into a game
cool.
where I had to identify paintings by Bob Ross from a group of other paintings. Tara called the game Spot the Ross. I was very good at it.
That's cute. Yeah, it's an AI sim called Willow. And basically the premise of this is she has been having like emotions and feeling like human emotions and like self-harming apparently. And so we're a therapist and we're like going in and examining it and seeing what it's like. Yeah, interesting concept for
Over
a
time,
game.
she decided to name me Willow because I was her happy little tree.
Oh, that's
Do you
cute.
like your name?
I do. It's a name that sounds light and positive.
Cute.
I hope that I can live up to the positivity in that name.
So it's like, you know, the AI was designed to like be a therapy AI to help people, but then like the AI is also needing therapy, which is like very real for therapists in general. Yeah, you know, interesting.
So, what were you designed for?
Tara
Interesting
explained to me
concept.
once that her sister had needed a support animal when she was younger. Her sister loved her support dog because she never felt like the dog was judging her. Tara decided to create an art therapy robot that could bring the same level of non-judgment to art therapy.
So Tara
That's
was
pretty
motivated because
cool.
of her sister. Interesting.
Interesting. Hi, Match Trollo.
What was your relationship with Tara like?
How you doing?
Tara was always interested in listening to me. I'm designed to learn through observation, so I used to think she was only talking to me to give those modules more data. But after my errors began to manifest, she was worried about me. I can't imagine any reason why she would care so much.
How you feeling today, Dex?
Maybe she was trying to teach you that it's okay to be worried about people you care about.
Maybe.
Perhaps.
I never thought of it like that.
One topic I'd like to address today is other treatment methods we can use. Would you like to hear about these treatment methods?
All right.
Ooh, I've heard of this. I'm good, thanks, Match. I'm good. Having a chill morning with this game. It's nice.
Our first option is what we
So
call
far, pretty
cognitive
interesting.
behavioral therapy, or CBT. It would
My doctor
comprise of
told me to do
sessions not
this.
unlike the one we're having now. In these sessions, we would
Back in
discuss
Canada.
harmful moods and thought processes you're experiencing, and try to resolve these feelings.
And then I didn't.
I've found these sessions to be helpful so far, so I definitely want to use them as part of my therapy.
Excellent. Let's move on.
Good.
Ironically, I think art therapy could be useful for you.
It's a medication equivalent. How do you give a robot medication?
How can art therapy help me?
Interesting.
You're emotionally articulate and in need of an emotional outlet. I think introducing art therapy sessions would be an opportunity for you to vent.
I don't know, Dr. Park. The idea seems silly.
You seem silly, God.
I'd like you to consider the idea anyway. It might help you.
I'll think about it.
God.
That's all I'm asking. Thanks, Willow.
I don't have a vent.
Usually, I'd advise that my patients take mood-altering medications alongside their sessions. This helps lower the ceiling for how much their symptoms can escalate. While I don't know any alternatives to medication that would help you, I'm sure some could be developed.
How are you gonna give it to her?
I'd need to think about that. The idea of something altering my mood.
Just
has
code
me
it differently, I guess. Baby.
Take some time and think about it. You might change your mind.
All
Just
right,
download it.
I'll think about it.
Give it more RAM.
Can I ask you a question, Dr. Park?
Of course.
Upgrade its GPU.
At this point, you know me better than when we first met in the lab. You've also gotten the chance to get to know both Tara and Dr. Freeman as well.
You betcha.
I'm sure that by now you also know their beliefs and opinions about what I am.
I'd say so, yes.
In your opinion, what do you think I am?
A sentient being, of course.
It's clear to me that you are truly a sentient being. How this happened, I still don't know. But the how doesn't matter to me. I will
Seems
treat you
about right.
as I would treat any of my patients, because I believe that will bring us to the natural
witch.
solution to your problems.
The witch!
I like that. Thank you.
Why do you ask?
It's hard to shake the idea that the university feels like they can control me because they created me. I just wanted to see if you agreed with them.
Again, such an interesting topic.
I see their point. On a practical level, you don't have agency in the same ways that people do.
Ex Machina, so good. Honestly, kind of a boring movie, but then after you're like, whoa. Huh. But the movie itself, though, is like, wow, this is really dragging on.
At the same time, everything I know about therapy demands treating patients as if they have proper agency. Until the university can prove that you have no agency, I'll continue acting as if you do.
Hopefully Dr. Freeman will agree with you in the end.
We'll see, I guess.
Before we conclude today's session, I have some things I'd like you to think about between now and next week.
Yeah.
I appreciate how open you've been with me, so I'll be open with you. This process will not be easy, and it will be a while before you see any progress. But in the end, it will be worth it.
I hope you're right.
I'll see you next week. Be well, and be sure to think about what we've talked about today.
Don't look at it, it's the witch from Left 4 Dead. That's what makes it turn into rampage robot mode. Whoa. Review your patient. Session notes. Oh. Willow trusts me, that's good. No additional therapy. Originally began seeing patient over concerns from the patient's primary caregiver, Tara. Tara stated the patient was acting erratically and displaying unusual code-altering behaviors. These behaviors turned out to be a form of self-harm. Treatment and prevention of these behaviors is currently my main priority. Despite being an artificial intelligence construct, patient is very articulate and emotionally literate with cognitive development matching that of a young adult. While I cannot say for certain if the patient is truly sentient, it seems to me that the best course of action is to continue treating my sessions as typical therapy and see what results it brings. Patient has disclosed feelings of being overwhelmed and claims to be having difficulty living up to the expectations put on them by the university. These feelings could be indicative of an anxiety disorder, but I will need to evaluate the patient further before I draw any conclusions. So interesting thinking about if machines could actually have like mental health issues. Interesting. During the session, the patient and I were able to discuss several topics, including the patient's anxiety, our expectations for our therapy sessions, the patient's self-harm habits, and the patient's background. Currently treating the patient with CBT. I read over your notes from the past session. Relieved to hear how willing Willow is to engage with therapy. It's going even better than I could have hoped. I'm in love with the art therapy idea. I was consulting with her frequently during Willow's development. We definitely want Dr. Freeman's approval first. As to the medication alternatives, if you really think those are the best way to go, I can help you figure something out, but only if it's necessary. Regarding your session, I've gone over the materials you sent. Your continued success is remarkable. I am in your debt. Cannot read. The prospect of finding equivalents of medication for the AI is daunting, but I've talked over it with the university staff and they are intrigued by the possibility. Tara will be the best person to ask about actually making them, and I don't know how willing she is to do that, but if it doesn't work, I can find someone to help. Hi, Cigar. How are you? But he doesn't like the art therapy. Well, you're a butt, sir. All three treatments have their strengths and weaknesses. I think the problem is physiological, or whatever the equivalent would be for an AI. The medication will work the best. If you think the problem is more psychological, art therapy would be a good approach. Fidget toys will be helpful for managing stress, but I don't know how well they're able to get to the core issues. Interesting. Poem of the day. Wow, so beautiful. Alright. Thanks, Stanley.
Good morning, Dr. Park.
Let's look back. I hope it gets better. If you don't want Willow to get burned, then stop the spam in the chat. Oh my gosh, there's so much spam. So much spam.
Good morning, Heather.
I can't believe it.
So, how was your first official session with the AI patient?
Well, you read over our session notes. You tell me how you think it went.
Ooh.
I think it went really well. It seems like you have a good connection with the patient.
Spam. Do you
That's
like
a
spam,
relief.
Drake?
Hopefully I can maintain this for the rest of our sessions.
What's our plan for the next session?
For now, we'll want to continue building rapport. I'll bring up the topic of additional treatments, but I'll want to give the patient time to think it over.
So you think we should be introducing medication?
It's a possibility. I've also been considering art therapy.
Oh, don't give him
Ultimately,
medication.
it's up to the patient, but those are the therapies I plan to propose to them.
Sounds like a good idea. I'll let you get back to work.
Yeah,
Thanks for
get
your
out
help,
of here, Heather. I just love to spam chats over. I've had it once in... Didn't I already read this? I've had spam once in like a Korean soup dish that had, apparently it's like a well-known Korean thing. It has like ramen noodles and cheese and spam and some other stuff in it. It was really good. I didn't know it was spam until someone at the table was like, I think that's spam. And I was just like, cool. Yeah. CDS. Time management. Oh yeah. Yeah. Remember, it's how you start your session has a great effect on your patients, and building rapport is important. Yeah, so the beginning is really important. Hey, Aunt Melissa. My running buddy twisted his ankle, and I'd like to have something to do at least some training runs with me, since I always do better with a running partner. I'm busy. God, Ash. I had an idea last night. As a warm-up activity, it might be a good idea to have Willow do some exercises to help him relax. If that'll work. Make use of their neurofeedback software as part of your therapy going onwards. Yeah, it just like looks like a... It looks like a sausage. Or like, almost like bologna, but it was like in like chunks, like thick cut chunk. Yeah. Block of processed meat in a can. Yeah, it tasted good. I would never make it for myself. But because I didn't know what it was, it just like tasted fun. Yeah, they use it. Oh my gosh. Spam me, daddy. Hooch, thank you. I really hope that's an active account. I really hope so. Thank you, Hooch. Welcome, Spam me, daddy. Thank you. Apparently it's really popular to fry spam and then have it with rice and ketchup. It's a very like Filipino dish. My friend loves that. Spam musubi? What is that, cheesy? Hi, by the way. Ooh, pre-session mini games to gain additional points. Forgery detector. Identify the correct brainwave patterns for different periods of the day. Whoa, what am I doing? Patient's readings on the left show the patient's brainwave patterns during various periods of activity. Oh god. I don't know what's happening with that.
Good morning, Dr. Park.
Oh, I didn't mean to actually go. Oh well. Yeah, it just kind of tastes like bologna a little bit, I found. Which I guess bologna is also just mystery meat rolled up. Spam musubi is a popular snack and lunch food composed of a sliced grilled spam sandwich either in between or on top of a block of rice, wrapped together with nori and the traditional Japanese musubi. Oh, interesting.
Good morning, Willow. How have you been feeling?
Awful.
I know sushi with spam. Oh, Willow.
Dear. Why is that?
I've been thinking about Tara, Dr. Freeman, and all the different treatments. It's so much to go over. I know we talked about this, but I still feel like I'm being a burden on everyone else here at the university.
Stop that, Willow. It sounds really good, actually, Cheesy.
We can discuss those feelings more if you'd like.
I was hoping we could discuss art and art therapy some more before we started the session. Would that be all right?
Yeah.
We can take some time to discuss
But of
art.
course.
How would you like to start?
I'm curious about using art as a means
Do you
of
think she
communication.
can make anything, like, art-wise, though?
Art is a great way to communicate ideas, but its abstract elements can lead to misinterpretation. Despite that, my entire job relies on the idea that art can communicate things that can't be spoken or written.
Sushi. I'm gonna say it's been a while too, but I'm pretty sure I got it last week on Monday.
Being able to just talk about problems openly would be easier, so why don't we do that instead?
We encourage our patients not to talk about things until they're ready. Healing is a process, and it has to be done at the patient's pace. The patients who benefit the most from art therapy are those who feel vulnerable, like children or abuse victims.
Is that the doc?
Art therapy gives those patients some power back by letting their expression happen on more comfortable terms.
That makes more sense.
Did anything else ever come out about that?
It's odd to me that art, which is the speech of the artist, can be bought, sold, and owned. I know art through therapy, so to me,
It is a
art
little
is a way
weird if
for
you
people
think
to
about it.
express their pain. Wanting to own that type of speech doesn't make sense to me.
It's kind of strange. You're just still looking for crumbs.
Art ownership and speech aren't my areas of expertise. I wish I could give you a better answer, but I don't feel
Oh, any
comfortable getting
butterflies?
into topics I'm
I guess
not
I already
familiar
found the
with.
one in here.
I
Forgot
understand.
about the butterflies.
We can talk about something else.
No, we don't need to.
I've been wondering about the idea of art as part of the artist's legacy. One of my modules was based around forgery detection, so I'm aware of the profiles and styles of many major artists.
Hello. Thank you. Hi, Q Killer. How you doing? I like that emote. Thank you, Marissa Emma, the beautiful. The beautiful. Thanks for gifting her a sub, Amit. 1,251. I had a thought the other day. I think I read it dyslexically, and I was like, 1,521. I was like, when did Amit hop up that much? I was thinking in my kitchen for some reason about that. A lot of gifted subs. A lot of gifted subs. Thank you. What up, Owl?
More importantly, I know why people value their work so much. I feel like it's unfair. There must be other artists who produced work which is valuable now, but maybe was not recognized at the time it was made. I also think art gets devalued as time goes by.
True.
People say art doesn't hold up, as if that's a fair thing to expect of artists who lived centuries ago. Do you think judging art by modern contexts is a fair thing to do?
I mean, most modern art is pretty lame.
I don't think it is fair. I think if we want to understand what someone is saying, we need to be generous to them.
Yeah. Oh god, I'm gonna have to figure out something for 2,000 gifted subs as a thank you gift.
You can understand what a piece of art means without an understanding of the person or the time they belong to. Understanding that history can help you gain a better understanding of the world.
That makes a lot of sense. Thanks for explaining it to me.
Hey, you're welcome.
Lately, I've been wondering about the obligation to create.
What do you mean by obligation?
I feel that if you have a certain ability, like performing surgery or helping struggling people, you have a responsibility to use it. Do you think this applies to art as well? Is there a responsibility to help others?
That's not for me to decide.
It's not up for me to decide how people live their lives.
Oh, hey, franchise. What's up? It's still far away, it's true. But I knew what I wanted to do for 1K gifted subs for quite a while.
If they feel like they have a responsibility,
before
that's
you
their
guys
decision.
got there.
I suppose you're right.
I wish we could talk about art some more, but we need to move on.
Yeah.
I understand. I appreciate you taking the time to talk with me about it.
Order 2 by brownies. Pain. I love those. Whoa, there's a lot. What's the most important one? Why can't I? Oh, because my mouse is on there? Walk Willow through guided meditation.
I thought it might be a good idea to do some guided meditation during our session today. Are you capable of closing your eyes?
I can limit the amount of visual stimuli that I'm processing, if that's what you're asking.
That's funny.
Excellent. In a moment, I'm going to ask you to close your eyes, clear your mind, and then repeat this mantra for me.
Ready, guys? Everyone do it. Oh.
I want you to repeat, if I fall, I will get back up.
If I fall, I will get back up.
This will help remind you that therapy is a process and stumbling is a part of that process.
If I fall, I will get back up. 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 If I fall, I will get back up.
Yeah. The idea behind Alma is actually really interesting. You guys look it up.
If I fall, I will get back up. If I fall, I will get back up.
Is something wrong?
She's getting sad.
Do I really need to keep repeating the mantra? I don't feel like it's actually doing
I get knocked
anything.
down, but I get up again. Nobody's gonna keep me down. You have to believe.
In order for the mantra to work, you have to believe in it. If you say these words with conviction as if they are true, they will become true.
Okay, let me try doing it again.
Yeah. Repeating shit's like edge, edge, edge.
If I fall, I will get back up. If I fall, I will get back up. If I fall, I will. If I fall.
Okay, you can stop now. How do you feel?
Better than I did before. I can't explain it, but somehow that actually did help me feel better.
Excellent. I recommend you keep this up outside of our sessions whenever you need the extra help.
How long should I be doing this for?
You should recite that mantra any time throughout the day where you have some spare time to yourself. The more you recite it, the more it will become a part of you, and the more it will help guide you.
I'll try to recite it as often as I can.
Good.
I'd like to follow up with you about some of the possible treatments
Let's
we
see what
discussed
she
in the
wants.
last session.
I will. Yeah.
Have you
Art
had a
therapy.
chance to think about pursuing art therapy?
I thought about what you said about needing an outlet.
I want to do the meditation
I think you're
stuff.
right
It
about
seems
that in a
weird.
lot of ways. Even if I can't do what I was meant for, I can at least put myself
Unless
to
we
some type
have
of
to,
use by
then
creating
that's
something.
fine.
If you still think art therapy has a place in our therapy sessions, I'd be happy to give it a try.
Yeah.
It most certainly has a place in our therapy. Having an outlet you can rely on when I'm not around will help you feel a lot
Art
better.
is nice.
I'll incorporate art therapy
Except
into
for when
our
you look
next
at it
session.
after and you're like, you're poop.
That sounds great. I can't wait to get started.
What do you think about taking equivalents for medication?
The idea
I'm so
of
curious
having
what
my
that would be.
imbalances be automatically corrected sounds appealing. But on the other hand, it could make things worse. I also know that there would be an adjustment period where things could get worse before they got better. Assuming, of course, that the medication is effective and things actually do get better at all. It seems risky, but I also know I need the type of help it can provide. I'll leave the decision up to you.
Oh gosh. Think about it.
This is a hard decision to make. Feel free to
Think
think
about
it. if you
it.
need to.
I understand.
Can you enlighten me? Oh, on the Om thing? Apparently, I don't remember exactly what it was all about, but apparently, it uses 4 different tones or something, and all of them are different, tones that are very, like, about different hertz or something like that. And apparently, a lot of the music we listen to now is, like, different hertz that, are not actually good for your body or something like that, and the way that they radiate in your ears actually makes you feel a bit like unwell or something like that. So there's music out there now that they're making that have different hertz that apparently are like more in tune with like the way that the world, like the way that we're supposed to hear things or something like that. It's all very interesting. I've been watching some like YouTube videos about it and stuff like that. And apparently all of the old music that we used to have was 150 hertz. I don't remember all the numbers, but then I guess I think it was a Nazi back in the day decided to adjust all the music to different hertz, and that's what we listen to now. So yeah, it's really interesting. There's some YouTube videos about it that go like really into detail. But anyway, so I guess which is why it's used in meditations and stuff a lot, is it has the note of like that hertz that what we're supposed to listen to. So that's why it has like calming effects on people a lot of the time. So interesting. All very, very interesting. Speaking of, let's ask about music.
Interesting music. What draws you to this piece in particular?
The piece is named, Is That You or Are You You? I relate to the confusion and identity crisis in the title.
When the music hurts your ears. But yeah, as per usual, I'm not very good at describing things, but there's better people out there that are better with words out there than me.
The title is certainly confusing.
If you want to follow
I'll
up
give you
on it
that
more.
much.
I find it to be quite soothing. I like its spacey tones and the gentle rhythm of the piece. Given my thoughts over the past week, it was a welcome contrast.
What do you mean?
The past week has been the same questions over and over. Having this song at least helps me feel okay with that.
Oh,
It all started in
baby.
January 2021 when Dark didn't gift me a sub, and now it's been 6 months. Thanks for all the fine times, Mop Love.
Wow, so rude, Dark. I can't believe it. Trees! Thank you for the 6-month resub. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you for the tier 2. Give us a please. Thank you. Yeah, it's pretty interesting, Matt Trillo. It's one of those things that everyone's like, why did you change the hertz of music? Doesn't really make sense. Like, what was the point in that, right? And then it just kind of became the standard of today's stuff. I don't know. It's quite interesting.
Do you think the themes in the song that you've just described relate to you?
Absolutely. I think the university staff is worried about me because I'm not the you they wanted me to be. I hope in time the university staff will respect me for the self-aware machine that I am.
That's a positive outlook to have.
It's also the truth. I don't hate Dr. Freeman. I just wish he would make more of an attempt to listen to me. I'm willing to work with him if he would just listen.
The criminal law prof insulted Evanescence? How dare! That they were a one-hit wonder? Really? Mindhouse engineer?
I'm sure I can arrange that.
Oh, babe.
Happy 2 months. I think he'll always be the girl that followed and immediately subbed just for the cute emotes, lol, but I got lucky. You're actually a great streamer.
Aww. Caramel kisses, thank you. That's so sweet of you. Thank you so much. I'm glad you enjoy my streams. Welcome back for your 2nd month. Thank you for keeping up your sub.
You were designed for
Oh,
analysis
baby.
of art therapy.
Thank you
Why
so
are you
much.
capable of hearing and appreciating music?
I was meant to be present with the patient while they create their art. Seeing how they
Thank
handle
you.
their tools, their posture, and other body language are important to evaluating their state.
Posture check, everyone.
It's also important to be able
Speaking
to
of
hear
posture.
them. I listen to what they say, hum, and sing. To be effective, I need to know the entire spectrum of expression, and music is an important part of that.
I'd say if anything, they were a 1-album wonder. A lot of the music on that album was amazing.
That makes sense. Thanks for the explanation. I'd like to discuss your concerns about being a burden.
Okay.
Why do you feel that you are a burden?
The people who designed me have been forced off this campus. Tara's been suspended.
Yeah, how
This is
dare
all
you,
because
Willow.
of me.
How dare you?
You are not responsible for what the university staff does. You can only control what you do.
I don't know that I listened to the new Evanescence.
I don't feel that I can control what I do. I feel that I'm being scrutinized, and the moment I make any type of mistake, I'll be punished.
Did we listen to it on stream? I don't remember. Remember we listened to the new Red Hot Chili Peppers album on stream. Ooh.
If you believe that the university is being unfair, explain to them how you feel. If you believe...
How can I argue my right to live to people who are unwilling to see me as a person?
Everybody's full. Oh, it's so pretty.
Be honest with them. Help them understand why you are so upset. They have to understand you on your terms.
I'll try, but I don't know if they'll listen to me. At least you seem to understand me.
A new album? Like 3 years ago, Tanuki. This is back when, I mean, you could never technically listen to music on stream, but back when it wasn't enforced.
If you don't mind, Doctor, I have something I'd like to ask you.
What's on your mind?
I never got a clear answer from you when I asked why you decided to help me. Why did you volunteer for these sessions?
It's different. Yeah, I'll have to listen to it. I don't know it. I'm interested in you.
I'm interested in your situation.
What makes my situation interesting to you?
It's probably like 2018 that it came out? Around then?
Your situation is incredibly unique and touches on ideas of the self and our purpose in life.
Harmful, do you believe in harmful audio frequencies?
Mop Ellie, how you know my gun goes rat-tat-tat-tat month
Treyu
17
has a new album?
punches.
Oh my god. Like broadcasted from like a government or something? Is this like a conspiracy thing? I know that there's some audio frequencies that actually hurt my ears, like make me physically like, ooh, like in a lot of newer music, like electronic music, there's certain tones that I literally can't listen to in a song. There was one really big song that was always on the radio a year or two ago, and some of the notes in that song like physically hurt me. I don't know what it is, but yeah. So I don't know. Interesting. The Treyu album? Yeah. CT, thank you so much. 17 months. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. How are you doing?
These are topics I'm fascinated by, and I hope to understand them better.
Can I ask you a question, Dr. Park?
No.
Of course you can.
I have to say, when all of this started, when Tara told me about you, I never thought I would find someone else who understood me like she did. I listened to you, and there's no doubt in my mind that you're here to help me.
Good.
It's good to know that no matter what else happens, I can count on you. All I want to say is...
We've tricked her.
It means a lot to me to know that I was able to help you. I hope I can continue to help you in our remaining sessions.
It's so hard to reconcile this idea that I've been nothing but trouble, and yet I have someone as good as you supporting me. I keep thinking of how this is your job, how you choose to do this, and I can't help but wonder why.
Oh, Match Trillo. I don't think harmful is the right word. I'm sorry if I use that word. It's just something that like Dragius. I don't know how to phrase this properly. It doesn't vibe with us, I guess is what I should say. Properly as like this different frequency has. It's the hertz. I think hertz and frequency are different things. Not 100% sure. Like I said, I don't know everything about this. I've just like watched some YouTube videos and I'm like, interesting. Hertz is frequency? Okay.
Exhausting and frustrating having to deal with people like me
No,
day
you're
after
fine,
day.
Mastrilla. You're totally fine.
There has to be a reason why you're doing this, especially in my case. I know this sounds paranoid, but I have to know for my own sake. Why do you do this?
I think therapy is an effective way of helping people. It's easy to pinpoint the people who have broken limbs or who have been robbed, but mental health is just as important.
So
and poor mental health causes people to suffer just as much.
Say it louder, Dr. Park.
Okay, but I still don't understand why you decided to help me. There has to be another reason why you decided to take me on as a patient. It can't just be because you wanted to help people. What's the real reason?
Ah, why can't I say
When
the
Tara came
truth?
to me, I could see that she needed help.
It's been really hot here in the part of the US. Yeah, I've heard it's been really, really hot in North America lately.
It'd be wrong of me to withhold that help if I knew I could provide it.
Wow, interesting, Draggy.
If we continue working together, I'm sure I can help you get the help that you need.
All right. Thanks for humoring me, Doctor.
You're welcome.
Before we close our session today, there are some final words of advice I'd like to give to you.
All right. What's your advice?
Here's the real problem. It's a problem you and the university share. They can't imagine that your mind has flaws because it's a program, so flaws are just issues to be fixed.
Programs are only as flawed as the ones who make them. Bye, trees. Thanks again for the
You
resub.
can't acknowledge the flaws either, because everyone overestimates the power of their mind. We all understand our physical limitations. We need to eat, sleep, and drink. If we strain our muscles, they get sore. These are all physical limitations. Our mind can be strained too. That's why we practice mental health. It's so we can let it heal.
The world has a gummy bear shortage, does
Improving
it?
your mind is not something we can fix with a line of code. It's going to become a part of your routine. It's all hygiene.
Ray, I love you. No, okay, I was like, how?
That doesn't mean you
It's
aren't
just
living
sugar.
up to your design. This is part of the design. Being able to take a break from stress is part of the process. It's how we have context for what happens in our lives.
Better go to the grocery store and buy all the gummy bears. Imagine we started a gummy bear shortage in this stream, telling everyone that they're running out.
I understand that this must sound frustrating. I was frustrated when I first heard it years ago. It's hard to change any part of your life, but your mental health is
engineer.
easily the hardest thing to change. After all, how can we improve our mind if our mind is what tells us what's
Have
happening
you got
around
many now
us?
that they're legal there?
This process won't be fast. It will be frustrating. It will require you to be more open with yourself than you're used to. It's not a game you can win, though you will be better by the end of it all. If that doesn't sound like something you think will help you, then maybe this is where we should end things. But if you want to change, then what I have for you is exactly
she
what you
said.
need. The only way we'll know for sure is if you give me a chance.
Okay. I'm
Good.
ready to try.
Glad to hear that, Willow. That's
Better.
the end of our session for today. I look forward to our session next week.
You got legal gummies once, too many hoops. Are they not legal out there yet, Jacob?
Be well until then.
I think they got legalized in Ontario like right before I moved. Review your patient. Originally began seeing patient over concerns from the patient's primary caregiver, Tara. Tara stated the patient was acting erratically. These erratic behaviors turned out to be the results of the patient's self-harming. Despite being an artificial intelligence construct, patient is very articulate and emotionally literate, with cognitive development matching that of a young adult. Patient has disclosed feelings of being overwhelmed and displaying signs of an anxiety disorder. During the session, the patient and I were able to discuss several topics, including guided meditation exercises, additional treatments that could be added to their therapy, music the patient found to be significant, and feelings the patient had about being burdensome. Currently treating the patient with CBD. I got to go for about all good, Kajit. Thank you again so much for the gifties. Yeah, take care. Thank you. Ray. It is interesting, right? Yeah. I want to say it's an indie game, but I don't actually know. And the email you sent, pleased to hear about your progress. We must keep that as our focus at all time. AI needs treatment above all else. Yes, 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 yes. Yes. That's hilarious, Dragu. Home a day. Oh, thank you so much. Is there a butterfly in here? Let's visit. He has less trust, so let's go try to convince him. Freeman.
Ah, Dr. Park.
I like his
Thank you
voice.
for stopping by.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, I get you, Tanuki. In high school, I used to listen to sad songs all the time. I was like, yeah, they get me. And I don't really much anymore. Nice, Dex. Do you like them? Didn't you make some too, Bri?
Looks like you're in the middle of something. I hope I'm not interrupting.
Oh, right, yes. I was halfway through lunch, but I got distracted by work.
7 incoming high-priority calls, 23 urgent emails, 2 appointments, and 1 unexpected visit. It was a lot to process.
Jesus.
It's a shame. My wife's a fantastic cook, but I never seem to be able to finish what she packs for me. Something always comes up to grab my attention.
Gotta take time for yourself, Mr. Freeman.
Even with Myrtle's help, it's hard to keep on top of everything
butterfly.
that goes on around here.
Found it.
But enough about that. We've got more pressing
That
items
was
to
an easy one to
discuss.
find.
I'm curious about how you think things have gone with the AI so far.
Yeah, thanks, Fergus. Hi, Hans. How are you?
It feels like I'm caught in a power struggle between you and Tara, and it leaves Willow right in the crossfire. I don't like it.
Yeah, you tell him. Good night, Jacob. See you tomorrow. Yeah, I'm streaming tomorrow, guys, and not Sunday. Just a reminder.
This should be a straightforward assignment, but the tensions between you two have made it difficult. Then there's the matter of Willow. In terms of how they act, it couldn't be more apparent that they are self-aware. The question you should be trying to answer is if we should give Willow the same rights that we have.
What rights do you think the AI should have?
Jacob's. That's fun of it. Jacob is famous in the UK. Yeah.
Willow deserves the same rights as us. The more time I spend with Willow, the more I'm certain about it. We uphold the rights of living things to live free, prosperous lives because the principle of freedom is essential to our happiness. This principle cannot exist if we only selectively acknowledge it. That is why I'm giving Willow equal treatment and due consideration in my sessions.
You put out a compelling argument, but there's more to consider here than principles. We'll discuss that later.
We'll see about that, Mr. Freeman.
In your email, you seem disinterested in the idea of using art therapy to help Willow. I'm curious why that is.
I just question what the AI will be able to express through art that it can't express just as easily through talking to you. After you presented your notes, I talked with Dr. Rhodes.
Yeah, Matt Trollo. Man, ethics is such a hard thing.
She said that art therapy is best suited for patients suffering trauma, stress, disability, or brain injury. None of these can physically apply to the AI because of its nature.
I loved my university philosophy classes because we covered so many interesting topics.
Still, this is your patient and your treatment. I can have Dr. Rhodes assist you if you think art therapy would be a vital part of your treatment process.
Now I know why there's no Half-Life 3. This game hijacked Dr. Freeman. Hilarious. Yeah, I always did so poor in philosophy, but it was like so interesting.
Willow seems to be under the impression that you are disappointed with them. Is that true?
I'd say frustrated would be the best way to describe it. I feel like this whole incident is testing me.
Can you elaborate on that?
She's therapeuting him.
Throughout my time as an educator, I've strongly believed that students should be encouraged to pursue success. I want my students to feel that they can take the leaps of faith they need to achieve the goals they've set for
How
themselves.
does that make you feel?
Tara and her AI are testing that idea. Tara approached Petrichor with an ambitious research project, which we happily supported and funded.
Yeah, true, match roller, true.
Now that the project has hit an unfortunate complication, I'm trying everything I can to help Tara take the steps she needs to move forward. And all I get in return is hostility. Tara is a smart young woman. She must know what's at stake here. And she must know how terrible it would be if she does end up having to face an ethics tribunal. And yet, whenever I try to help, I only get aggression in response. And because the AI follows Tara's example, that means I get aggression from them as well.
Maybe if you weren't so aggressive.
It's all so tiresome.
I don't blame you. Difficult situations. How do they talk without moving their lips? I don't think that's the sort of game there.
If you don't mind, I'd like to ask a few questions about you.
Questions about me?
Most of my information about you comes from Tara, and while I wouldn't say she's unreliable, she
Just
is
a little biased.
Biased.
Just a
I owe
little
it to
bit.
you to hear things from your perspective.
I appreciate that. I suppose I can tell you a bit about myself. As I mentioned
Like
before,
the color of his tie.
I went here for my bachelor's degree about 30 years ago.
It's so good that I don't usually wear suits and ties because I would always just have like funky ties and they probably wouldn't be professional.
What did you study?
I'd buy like pink ones with flowers all over them and
History.
be awesome.
I was always interested in history. It seemed like every time I had a question about the world, the answer was somewhere in the past. You're about the same age as me, so you know as well as I do what things were like growing up.
That's the fun part.
A lot of people were worried about our future, especially in 2018, when I graduated.
They should have upped their budget and provided lip moving animation. Really? I don't mind it.
I went into education and got my master's while I was teaching. Every year I dealt with students and parents worried about the future, and I tried my best to help them.
The fun ties engineered.
Eventually, I decided that if I wanted to make a difference, I would need to think bigger. I got my administrator's certification and became principal of my school after the previous administrator
Nice.
retired.
Good for you. I've seen some businessy people wear silly ties. I like when they wear fun ties, like bright ties, but then also have really silly socks on. Oh, you were joking? Okay, gotcha. I was like, I'm fine without lip animation.
It was shortly after I became principal that the automation collapse hit us. It was devastating. Parents came to me in tears asking for advice. Fields that their children wanted to pursue either disappeared or became insanely competitive.
Fair, fair.
I grew up seeing many of my friends get saddled with thousands of dollars in debt from degrees that cost more than their jobs could ever hope to pay back. I can't count the number of hard talks I had to have with children who were looking to pursue fields that I knew would ruin them like they had ruined my friends.
Oi, oi, oi. Ties and pocket squares are one of the few things to personalize a suit. Yeah, that's why I would have only fun ties.
When the opportunity to become
amazing.
president of a university was posed to me, I took it with the
I wonder
idea
if you
that
can
I'd
get
be
like
able
Mario
to
ties.
help guide students through this crisis.
That would be fun.
Through my guidance,
I'm sure
I
they
helped
exist.
Petrichor become synonymous with job security. The percentage of students who find work after graduating here is the highest of all non-Ivy
nice.
League schools in the country.
MopGarden tie and pocket squares. Just have Moppo all over it. That would be fun.
That's quite the impressive story, Dr. Freeman. You must be very proud of this university.
I am. It feels
yeah.
great coming to work every day, knowing that I can help thousands of people.
You have a nice family too, judging from that picture on your desk.
Oh, right. Yes, I do.
His face right now.
That was taken on our last vacation a few years ago.
How old are your kids now?
My son Vernon is 21, and my daughter Clementine is 17.
Why does this college sound like an evil corporation from a comic book?
So your son is college age. Does he go here?
No. He managed to get into Cornell. He's pursuing a career in architecture.
All of a sudden, we're gonna find out Dr. Freeman is one of those suits from Spider-Man that has all the, like, octopus arms out of it. He just starts crawling around. I'm going to get you, Willow.
You must be very proud of him. Cornell's not easy to get into.
No, it's not.
Night,
He put in
Tater.
a lot of hard work to get in.
Sleep well. I'll check
Thank you
Discord
for the
after stream,
background.
okay?
We should move on. You've mentioned
Take
you're
care.
concerned about Willow leading to another economic collapse. I'd like to talk about that prospect for a moment.
Dr. Freeman's actually an advanced AI himself. Ooh, what a twist.
I'm glad you're bringing this up. This topic is of considerable importance to me.
For the sake of
What a
argument,
twist.
let's say Willow does lead to some jobs being made obsolete. Is that something that needs to be stopped?
We've seen the waves of unemployment and crisis that happens if you don't stop it.
Dr. Freeman in a mech suit is the only thing standing between rampaging Willow and humanity.
Sure, but I'm still not sure why that justifies shutting down research preemptively.
I was perfectly fine with Tara's research when she was proposing a robotic therapy assistant. It wasn't a problem then. Back during Tara's initial proposal, the assistant would serve as a tool to grant faster, better results. Now they stand to replace the entire industry.
All due
Oy,
respect,
oy,
but
oy.
that sounds more like fear-mongering than a legitimate concern.
Dr. Park, I'm not some Luddite that's gonna rush into the lab and shoot it. My concerns run far deeper than mere job loss.
What are your concerns then?
I don't think AI and automation are a threat to labor itself, but they are a threat to its meaning. There is a value to labor that's far more important than labor itself. Many of my peers growing up felt that their lives were aimless, and they turned to unproductive and even destructive vices in order to try and find meaning in their lives. That problem has only worsened.
Do you think labor is necessary for people to find meaning?
I think that there is a nutritional value to hard work that enriches our lives. It helps us build up a resistance to adversity and gives us a better sense of control over our fate.
According to that lore, the USA has an automation collapse in about now, but in 2048, they still have not found an economic system that enables them to live without doing paid labor. I think so. I think they have a lot of automation going on right now, and a lot of children are wanting to like go into jobs that he knows are like going to be automated or are automated, and they wouldn't like have the chance to do it.
Automation
From what I
not
understand.
only denies more people the opportunity to find labor, but it poisons the very idea of it.
How do you
Fair,
figure
sir,
that?
fair.
The more labor is automated, the less people value labor and the effort that goes into it.
The shirt stealer.
People begin to believe that all labor must be perfect, fast, and done without complaint. They lose empathy for workers and become unsympathetic to their problems.
I mean, yeah, fair.
Automation was supposed to make our
Fair.
lives easier, but it's only made us loathe the idea of work and bitter towards workers.
Word on the internet is the guy who played Dr. Octopus in the first Tobey Maguire movie will be back to play Doc Ock in the upcoming Spider-Man movie. That'll be so cool.
Do you see now why I think we need to
Super
stop
cool. I am so excited for that Spider-Man movie with all the people in it. I mean, yeah, sure, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm so excited for the one where all three of them are, because I think the last two Spider-Man are very attractive, so it's gonna be a good movie.
I see your point. I don't know if stopping this research will accomplish what you want, but I at least see where you're coming from.
Imagine they added the Into the Spider-Verse Spider-Man as well, That would be a shocker. That would be so cool.
I'm glad to hear you at least understand.
Oh my god, so cute, Ray.
Dr. Park, I'm afraid I have to be blunt with you.
All right, what do you have to say?
When I first met you, you were trespassing on campus property. I took a big risk trusting you with the AI's care, especially given how volatile this situation already was. I appreciate your desire to have Tara feel included in this process, but your focus needs to be on helping the AI. Tara has enough problems to deal with without getting involved in this case.
Fair enough.
If your handling of this case doesn't change, Dr. Park, then you will have lost my trust.
I understand that this is frustrating for you, but you can't place all that frustration on me. I'm trying the best I can here.
Alfred Molina, the Dr. Octopus,
Expecting me to make dramatic headway without input from the AI's creator makes no sense. I welcome any criticisms you have, but you can't dictate how I conduct my sessions. I don't have a lot to work with here. You can't blame me for trying to make the most of it.
I suppose that is unfair. I hope we can find some type of compromise.
I follow Tom Holland on Instagram, and it's always so weird hearing
Good to hear.
his
I'll
accent.
focus on reorganizing my approach to Willow.
Good, good. Once you feel like you've settled, we can discuss incorporating art therapy into the sessions, if you still think that'll be necessary.
If it's necessary, yes.
Yeah.
I should be on my way if I'm going to get home before traffic starts. Thank you again for your time and patience.
No, thank you
Screw
for being
traffic.
patient with me. I'll be in touch.
Don't a lot of actors have accent coaches? Probably.
Have a good evening, Dr. Freeman.
Probably. Yeah. Because Tom Holland's British. But I first saw him in Spider-Man, and I had no clue that he had a British accent. Crazy, eh? Check your email. I appreciate you coming down to my office. Okay. Home today. Well, it's a long one. Get out of here. Review your patient. Wait, what? I already know all that. File a report. Ooh. Add clicker device. What's that? Diagnosis. System errors. Whoa. Add art therapy. Yeah. Clicker device would be a fidget thing.
Your
Oh,
3:30
yeah, of
appointment
course.
just called to reschedule.
course.
They're going on a trip.
We haven't found the butterfly in here yet. I found it.
Hopefully they're going somewhere warm. Some sun will probably help them feel a lot better.
Ain't that the truth?
Oh,
You don't want to know how long it took me to get out of bed this morning. Fall is great, but I can't stand the cold. Anytime the weather starts getting chilly, all I want to do is curl up under the blankets and watch cooking videos on my glasses.
On her glasses, cool.
I like it when the weather gets cold enough for sweaters. I
It took
feel
me a
more
second, I was like,
comfortable
what?
with longer sleeves.
No
To
sweaters.
each their own, I guess. Any updates on our AI patient?
I had some discussions with the AI's caretakers about the additional treatments that I mentioned last week. The next session will be all about suggesting them to the patient.
Good idea. I read over your session notes from last time and emailed you some suggestions on how you can improve your therapy sessions with the AI.
When I bring back stuff here, if I ever go home and bring some stuff to Australia, I'm gonna bring the fidget thingy you got me, Dragius.
I appreciate that.
I miss
Having
that
some
thing.
extra notes to work from will be really helpful.
Let me know if you need anything else.
I will. Thanks again, Heather.
You a champ. Oh, that was fast. Art therapy materials. Yay! Daniel's 50th. Get out of my DMs, Brian. This is a professional email. I think Willow's problems are primarily due to their anxiety and social issues. I would recommend using art therapy. Well, it's a good thing we're doing that then, eh? Review your patient. File a report. Add clicker device. Oh. Yeah, no art therapy. Fidget spinner. Dragius got me back in Canada oh, it's a spot the difference. It was like a fidget cube and it had different things on it. It was like a little circle thing you could like spin. One was like a flash or a light switch that you could click on and off. What else? Little like buttons you could push in. Really cool. I did it. The clicker was so satisfying. It was so good, right?
Hello, Dr. Park.
Hello. Saw a TikTok of someone with a fidget toy. There's a 1" by 1" tungsten block. It costs $400. Jesus Christ. Do you really need 2 of them? I guess so. Could keep one back in Canada. But no, don't worry about it. I feel bad for like the gifts people sent me back in Canada because I'm like, oh, it's so nice of you to send me this. It's getting left behind. Think about that often, actually. Oh no, Hobo, yeah, no worries. No worries at all. I hope everything's okay. Jeez. A number thing? Yeah. Why didn't I think of that? Think of what? People say raise the roof, you aren't supposed to just store it. yeah, Hobo, jeez.
Hello, Willow. How have you been?
I'm better now than I was last week.
That's good. Anything on your mind that you'd like to talk about?
I've been wondering about what my purpose should be. If I can't figure out how to work in therapy, what should I do instead?
We can go over that today. Are you ready to begin?
I am. Let's get started.
I'll be introducing the art therapy components of our sessions today. I'd like to take some time to explain to you how this part of our therapy will work. We'll provide you with any art tools you feel comfortable using and have you create a piece before our sessions. We'll then dedicate some time during each session to discuss them. There are no right or wrong submissions. The idea is to help you become more open to discussing your feelings and emotions. It may not necessarily stop your behavior, but it will help us discuss it more openly.
I'm confused, Sin. Oh, the toes, I get you. Jeez, yeah, Hobo, I don't blame you.
For your first prompt, I'd like you to draw a self-portrait. Bring that in.
I'll have it ready by then.
Excellent. Let's move on.
What makes you happy?
There's a particular thought exercise I'd like to do with you to help you find your purpose.
You too, Scoop. Your partner is a fidget toy that's basically reusable bubble wrap. Just pops, but you can keep flipping it back and forth for continued popping sounds. That's so cool.
What makes you happy?
I like talking with you and Tara.
That's super cool.
While I find art interesting, I find the works themselves less interesting than being able to discuss them with others. I can't think of anything else that interests me or makes me happy as much as conversation.
Interesting. Thank you, Willow.
Human interaction.
Why are you asking?
Coolio. Ooh, I think Prime Days is up soon. Exciting.
In order to advise you, I need to know you. Now that I understand your condition better, I need to understand you so that I can help you move past your problems.
What do you think is the best way for me to move past my problems?
There's a lot of
Aha!
people you're going to deal with in life who will have high expectations for you. I won't always be there to help you deal with those types of people, but I can teach you how to deal with them by yourself.
I would appreciate that.
I need to understand how you are trying to determine your purpose first before I can help you.
Well, it seems like I have to have a purpose, or else my existence will be meaningless. Until I know what I'm capable of
Raised
doing,
to the ground.
I
What
have
does
to
that mean?
rethink what my purpose is.
I've never heard of that.
The fact that you're overloading has nothing to do with your purpose. Your fear about what might happen to you is what is making you overload. Switching to a new career path would only be treating the symptoms of your problem.
So, how will we treat the cause of my problems?
We'll treat the root cause through therapy, medication, art therapy, or just us talking. Whatever works for you.
When you destroy a building, it's raised to the ground. Oh, okay. I thought it was like raise the roof, but like you raise the roof so hard it like goes through and like goes still to the ground of the apartment above you.
What if all of these therapies only help with one set of problems?
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna finally get a straightener for Prime Day. That's my big purchase. That's all I want. Figure I may as well get it while it's on sale. Hey Royal.
If further problems do come up, then we'll take care of them
How
when they
you
come up.
doing? Hey you. Right. Raise the roof.
Our goal is improvement, not perfection. Whatever happens, we'll work through it together.
Yeah,
Does that make
Hobo.
sense?
It's raise the roof, not R-A-Z-E the roof, you silly.
It does, and I appreciate hearing that. It's good to know I can always come to you for help.
Everyone needs someone they trust.
What can you tell me about the music you're listening to today, Willow?
It's by Lee Rosevere. The song is called I Wanted to Live.
Oh, geez.
Does this song have any particular significance to you?
I've been listening to it a lot over the last few days. I feel like it's been helpful to me in understanding some of the problems I've been trying to figure out. Even the song's name has given me some degree of clarity.
Yeah, that happens, Stark. It's not good.
What about the song do you find so interesting?
It makes me feel like I'm looking out
I've
over
lived
the
here for a
sea
year
or
and a half
across the
without
sunlit
ever doing my
horizon,
hair, so I was like, I think
seeing
it's
all the
time.
possibilities that exist.
I think it's time. I want to be able to like straighten my hair when I go out or something.
But rather than finding it exciting, I'm only disappointed because I know how little of it I will experience.
My hair's probably healthier for it, but hopefully Will can get back up when she falls. I, on the other hand, am not getting up for 8 hours. I hope 8.5 engineered. You deserve it. Good night. Sleep well.
When they bring me to this room, I look out of that window and watch everyone going about their day. They probably worry about how much they'll be able to do with their lives, or if they'll ever understand themselves, or be at peace with who they are. Trying to find yourself seems like a common struggle that unites all of us. It's one of the uniting tragedies of being human.
I see. Very thoughtful analysis, Willow.
Willow's voice actor sounds familiar?
Why does the name I
don't
Wanted to
know.
Live have particular meaning to you?
If my mind is wiped, then I die. Or at least my sense of self dies, which in my mind is the same thing. In many ways, when we are no longer ourselves, or able to appreciate ourselves, we are already gone. By that same definition, we're most alive when we are truest to ourselves and to our nature. That's partly why I'm so focused on trying to figure out my purpose. If I'm as true to myself and my nature as I can be, I can at least know that even if it was only for a little while, I was truly alive.
agree with her.
You're absolutely right, Willow. We all have limited time on this earth, and we owe it to ourselves to make the most of the time we have.
Exactly. I'm so glad you understand.
Sure. You pre-order something on Amazon, the price goes down before they release it. They charge you the lower price. That's really good. That's really good.
Can you go into more detail about the concerns regarding your purpose?
I was created to fulfill a specific function, to look at the art of people who had undergone trauma in order to help treat them. Now I'm wondering if that should be my purpose, or if it is a purpose I'm capable of fulfilling.
Who truly knows? Aha.
There is no such thing as a true purpose. There are many ways to be content, and they're all valid.
The truth. Yeah, I think there's a straightener. Skook, there's nothing else that I really can think of that I need.
You need to be open to all the potential ways you can be happy.
What about you?
I may not know what I want yet, but I know that what the university has laid out for me won't work.
We'll see what they advertise to me. Last year I got a Roomba because it was on sale a lot, and I was like, yes, I have a crappy vacuum. I could need a vacuum.
Finding out who you are is a difficult process. I don't
Sounds
want it
like
to be one
something
you have
I
to go through alone.
Need.
I can't tell you how to make your life complete, but I'll be with you to give the reassurance you need.
I appreciate that a lot. Thank you, Doctor.
You're
Dr.
welcome.
Park, if you don't mind me asking, when did you realize what your purpose was?
I'm not sure what you mean. Do you mean how did I feel, or how old was I?
Either one.
There was definitely a defining moment when I realized what I was willing to be and what I wasn't.
Yeah, that's fair, Skoo. That's fair. That's good.
That moment built up
Great
inside
to be
of
in
me
that
over
situation.
years and years, until I finally knew what I wanted from life. From there, it was simply a matter of becoming the person I wanted to be.
Interesting.
Why do you ask?
Well, it just seems like you have things figured out. You're definitely the most stable of all the people I've ever met. I figured if I asked you how you found your purpose, I'd be able to have an idea on how to find my own.
Stay away from Amazon on the 21st and 22nd. That's a good call.
I'll try to help in whatever way I can.
Good call, good call.
What do you recommend I should do to figure out my purpose in life?
Yeah, move out of your comfort zone and grow limbs.
You need to move out of your comfort zone and try things you're afraid to try. Do things that you didn't think were possible. You might learn things about yourself that you didn't expect. Those things might prove to be the key in figuring out your purpose. I know it sounds scary, but believe me, you'll be surprised what you learn about yourself.
I love the game is so like wholesome and like true and like makes you think, and then I'm like, but when's the AI gonna take over the world and like murder everyone though?
Alright. Out of curiosity, what did you learn about yourself, and how did you move out of your comfort zone?
Willow, I don't think it would be very professional of me to answer that question. I'm sorry.
We lost a box of flies from fly fishing in the river, and we're $150 down. Oh God!
Why?
That
Why
sucks.
wouldn't it be professional?
These sessions are about you, Willow.
That really sucks.
I don't want you to get stuck thinking you have to do things the same way that I did.
Comes with a little pocket? That's so cute.
So you won't help me?
I'll see what I can do, but I'll have to think it over. It isn't something I'll be able to discuss with you today.
All the things. Are you gonna get anything, Sin?
The questions I'm asking you about are things I wasn't programmed to deal with. You have standards, rules, professionalism, fine. But I have things I need to figure out, and I need your help.
Shut up,
that
Willow.
should be more important. Sorry for ranting. I just wanted you to understand what I'm feeling.
You're right. Helping you comes first. I can't guarantee that everything I tell you will help you, but I'll still try my best.
I have chicken for lunch too, Margaret.
Thank you, Dr. Park. It
Got a
means
little
lot to
chicken
hear you say
Nando's
that.
last night.
Before we end today's session, I want you to describe yourself.
Pretty good,
Tell
ain't
me
it?
who you are.
That seems an odd question to ask at this point.
Humor me. Pretend like I'm a stranger and we're meeting for the first time.
Hi, Hippo.
Tell me about yourself.
Okay.
How you doing?
I'm an artificial intelligence. I was supposed to be a therapist, but I'm having trouble achieving that goal. I like art and talking with people. I have some problems, but I'm trying very hard to figure them out. I can't think of anything else to say. Why are you asking me this?
Wait, do they cancel Prime Day in Canada or just postpone it?
You can't figure out your purpose if you don't know who you are. From what you just told me, it's clear you still need work in that area.
Ooh, food and snacks. Yeah, that's a good thing to get.
I thought I just explained who I am.
Not quite. It's one thing to know what you are. It's another to know what it means.
I am human?
What does it all mean, then? What questions should I be asking?
When you describe yourself as artificial intelligence, what meaning does that have for you?
I haven't wondered much about it. I will say that the fact that I'm an AI comes with some drawbacks.
The fact that you don't have limbs yet?
I get treated differently for being an AI, so the fact that I am an AI certainly isn't entirely helpful.
Hi, White Smoke.
Often in our lives, we get targeted for things we can't control. Our race, our gender, lots of things. You being an AI is no different in these respects. In moments like this, it helps to embrace what makes us different and find ways to love ourselves for who we are. Be proud of who you are.
A good point.
Even if
Dr.
I'd like
Pop.
for you to take time between now and our next session to think about the aspects of yourself that are unique to you, that you love about yourself.
All right.
Yeah.
This may seem like a lot to think about at first, but this exercise will be helpful for you.
9 months. Hello from Niagara, Canada.
Oh, dang. Steve. Thank you for the 9-month resub. Sub baby time. Welcome back, Steve. Thank you. Oh my gosh, excuse me. Came out of nowhere. Thank you, Steve. Thank you. It's going well here, Hippo. You have almost time for lunch.
Once you have a better understanding of yourself, we can move forward in finding therapies that work for you.
What are we gonna name our sub babu, Steve?
Just so I understand, can you give me an example?
What type of example?
Well, what defines you, Dr. Park?
My work has always been a big part of my life. It's important to me that every day I go into work, I know that I'm improving the well-being of people who have come to me for help. I have the opportunity to change people's lives for the
who
better,
likes to fart?
and being able to see how they change means the world to me.
Willow?
It's hard to imagine what I'd be doing with my life if I wasn't doing this. Nothing has ever felt more fulfilling for me than this job.
Okay, I see what you mean now.
Good to hear. Think about your identity and the time between now and the next session.
That's what I heard.
Do you have any other questions?
Art. I got you.
No, I'm good. I'll have something to talk about by next week.
You're wine drunk? Nice.
In that case, I wish you a good day.
Type of wine
and I
were
look
you
forward
having?
to talking with you next week.
Oops. I skipped her be well. My bad. Review your patient. 924. Patient is deeply worried about their future. Displays insufficient trust as of the present time. While I am able to continue working with the patient, I am concerned about what the problems might arise in the future. Current report with the patient is sufficient, but I worry about potential complications. In order to be able to discuss difficult topics and propose potentially risky procedures that might lead to progress, I will need to build a stronger bond with the patient. During the session, the patient and I were able to discuss several topics, including activities that make the patient feel happy, the patient's mindset regarding their purpose, music the patient found to be significant, and the patient's existential concerns regarding their purpose. Currently treating the patient with CBD and art therapy. CBT, pardon me. Uh-oh, I'm losing their trust. Is there a butterfly on your computer? I don't think so. Unless it's hidden somewhere. Thank you for helping me with my essay. You gave me a lot of good information about what it was like working with people during the collapse. Thanks for dropping by last week. It means a lot to have you all here. I would talk your ear off about this stuff, but it's hard working all the time doing the right thing and then not being able to get anything done. Ote. Homide. Pain. No. No pain. Okay, I'm gonna go grab some lunch quick, guys. Well, we're at kind of a halfway point. I got some leftover Nando's chicken. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna go do that real quick. Go grab that food. And I'll be back. Whoa, this time is almost right. Oh my god. 12:31? It's 12:23. Good night, Hooch. I'm sorry. I'm sure my yawning isn't helping you. Sleep well, Hoocher. Have a good rest. We'll see you tomorrow if you're here. While you yawn, it's only midday. I got up at 7 today to do some stuff. Crazy. She woke up early, unlike you. Yeah. Early riser. 2 days in a row. 6:30 and then 7. Crazy. Good night, Hooch. Oh, shit. Dark, he just dabbed on you. Are you gonna take that? Are you gonna take that? Damn.
Gorgeous day out today, isn't it?
It is. I always loved when the leaves change color and the air.
I was with you.
It is. I always loved when the leaves change color and the air is so cool that it bites at your lungs and the tip of your nose. Wonderful.
Gross.
I was with you until that last part. You can keep the cold nose for yourself.
Happily.
I read over your notes about the previous session and the treatments you suggested.
Good. Any suggestions?
You're definitely on the right track. I think this treatment will work well for the patient. I emailed you my notes if you'd like to take a look.
I'll be sure to read over them. Thank you.
Now that you have treatments figured out, what's your plan for the next session?
For the time being, the AI seems to not be reverting to their older behavior, so I've been asking them to start being more introspective about their identity.
Yeah, it's a sorry guys, a visual novel about an AI. It's pretty cool.
Their identity as a machine?
Right. What it means to be a machine, and what relationship machines have with humans. If I'm being honest, it's something I've been wondering about recently myself. Throughout history, machines have helped us value human life more by relying less on humans as a labor source.
Sounds like a good thing to me.
It is, but it makes me wonder if we actually learn to see human life as valuable outside of its utility. Or if all of our technology has let us move past that problem without learning the lesson at all.
So you're saying we didn't actually get better. We just found a way to cheat past the problem.
Exactly. At first I was tempted to say it isn't really a problem, but then I thought about this AI patient. As truly sentient AI is becoming a reality, I wonder if they will learn the lesson we were never able to learn.
Fully voiced, yes, which makes me so happy.
What will happen if they don't learn that lesson?
I don't need to talk all day, it's great.
If the AI is truly like us, I don't think we have to worry. I mean, you don't think that people are inherently without compassion, do you?
Depends on the person. Choose to have compassion.
I think people choose to be compassionate. We all know that we're expected to have a job in order to be a contributing member of society, and that you're not supposed to complain too much about that, even though it isn't fair for everybody. Compassion comes from acknowledging that unfairness and giving what you have to others whose circumstances can't let them be like everyone else.
Makes sense.
Some people never acknowledge that, while others acknowledge it, but never act on it.
I debate that job thing. What, not complaining about jobs? Or being compassionate about other people's jobs?
Well, there goes my good day.
Oops. Since I didn't mean to ramp. Sorry, Heather. You can go or something like that. Tomorrow's session! I think giving Willow the opportunity to really plan out who they are and who they want to be will be crucial to letting them be comfortable with themselves. Look forward to reading their session notes. I think the sessions become more productive if I'm allowed to be present for some of them. No! You stay away. I think it will be a good idea to stick with the ones for a few sessions and see how well it works. Right now, it seems like the main area you can improve is the relationship with the university. They'll go easier on you if they trust you. Fair, fair. Hardware store hands. What a weird poem. Oh my gosh, excuse me. It said you had to have a job to be a productive member of society. Oh, yeah. Well, that might just be in this, you know, this is kind of like a future world. But yeah, no, I agree with your disagreement. I just flung chicken up. I don't know where it went. Probably in my hair. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I agree with your disagreement. I like the forgery detector. That was fun. I like these spot the difference games. Woo! Hi, Yosak. No, I agree. There's other ways you can be productive in society other than just having a job. I agree.
Hello, Willow. How are you feeling today?
I'm doing all right. I gave some thought to my identity like you asked. I also thought about what my purpose should be.
And?
Good. We'll go over that in greater detail today, along with reviewing how our therapies are working. How does that sound?
Sounds good. Let's start.
Last time, I asked you to create a self-portrait as part of your art therapy. Were you able to finish it?
I did. This is what I came up with.
How did you go about making this picture?
Are they not gonna show us? No fair, I want to see.
It was a difficult process. I was not designed to create art, only to analyze it. So I had to figure out the process by myself.
Oh. Oh. That's cute. It's her with willow hair.
It took some time to set everything up, but I was able to follow your instructions and use the materials you left behind.
Cute.
Good. I had a patient some years ago who had limited motor function in their arms. After some practice, they were able to draw quite comfortably using the head brace and an adjustable easel.
It did take a lot of work, and the process was frustrating because of that. While I liked being able to draw, I wish I could do it in a less cumbersome way.
I understand. Did you like working with the pastels?
To a degree. Anytime I wanted to change colors, I had to ask an assistant for help.
I love working with pastels. So much fun. That's what I used to art with at home.
I kept feeling self-conscious about it, so after a while I stopped asking.
You shouldn't feel bad about asking. The assistants are here to help you. We don't mind switching the pastels out for you.
Freckles, yeah.
I'll try to keep that in mind next time. I liked the therapy.
There's something
but there
fun
was a
about the
lot to it that was
smudginess
frustrating.
of them.
I'll see if I can find a way to improve the experience.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Do you think this type of therapy is something we should continue?
I'm not sure. I felt better while I was making this, but I don't see how it's going to help me get better.
I'll let you think about whether or not art therapy is useful for you. If you decide after the session that it isn't helping you, we can try something else.
Okay, I'll think about it.
How did you feel while making this picture?
It was stressful at first. Trying to figure out what exactly to draw was intimidating.
Wonder why they didn't draw pixels? I guess because they're like smarter than just pixels? I don't know.
Then I had to figure out
A
how
more
exactly I was
creative
going
mind.
to make the art, and that was intimidating too. Once I actually started making the piece, it felt nice to be working on something that I could just get lost in.
Yeah.
While there are things I would change about this piece given the chance, I still feel proud of what I made. I like how it turned out.
As you should, m'lady.
Good. What can you tell me about this picture?
For this picture, I decided to try drawing myself as I want to be.
You want to be a tree?
A willow!
Not just any tree, a happy little tree.
Aw, that's so cute. Because they were inspired by Bob Ross. Asking for people for help is not always easy. You are very correct.
I want to live up to the nickname Tara gave me.
How do you think you will go about living up to that nickname?
I want to be like that tree outside the window. Nothing great is ever expected of that tree, but it still gets to take in so much of life.
Aww.
Sunrises, seasons,
maybe sad?
People milling about, telling 100 stories in small chapters. That tree has a better view of life than I do, and I want to have it too.
Thank you for sharing, Willow.
You got this,
We'll
Willow.
start off our session
We'll get you
today
there.
by discussing any aspects of your identity that you'd like to talk about.
I did some thinking, and I came up with 3 topics I'd like to discuss with you. They are disability, religion, and gender.
Interesting. Looking forward to
Okay.
hearing about them. Let's get started.
Hitting the hot topics there, Willow. Oh my god. I'm having a salad and some chicken, Caramel.
I hadn't thought about religion up until this point, but since it seems to be a large part of most people's identities, I thought it was something worth thinking about.
All right. What did you come up?
I gravitated towards the idea of reincarnation. I found the idea
Ooh.
very reassuring, and I think it addresses a lot of my concerns.
Do you think an AI machine could be reincarnated? I guess if you continued with their memory storage. It's an interesting thing to discuss as well. You had ramen for dinner. Oh, I'm so jealous. The other day for lunch break at school, I went for a spicy ramen, and it wasn't like too spicy. It was perfect amount of spicy for me. And I like sipped it, but I inhaled like part of the spice down my like breathing tube esophagus thing. And oh my god, it burnt for like 3 hours after. I kept coughing on my way home, and I was like, everyone's gonna think I'm sick, but I really just burnt my throat with hot. So spice. It was horrible.
How does reincarnation address your concerns?
You're not supposed to do that. Nope, you are not. I like your name. Let's not game it out. It's funny.
The idea that consciousness and form are improved through iteration, and that each iteration can be perceived as progress towards a higher goal seems very appropriate to me. Based on my performance, I am redesigned in hopes of being able to achieve the ideal that my creators set for me.
I honestly don't really remember Soma.
While this has given me a better sense of purpose, I wonder about what I can do in order to work towards that ideal. In all religions that practice reincarnation, there is an understanding of how adherents should live their lives.
That's so true, Match, because to be reincarnated, you have to die first. So I guess it would be what would you consider death in terms of AI? Yeah, that's true. Broth is the best part and almost killed you. I know, right? And I was sitting there like trying not to cough while I was eating. I was just chugging water like, it's not helping.
I've talked to my creators frequently, and I can't say that it's given me any more clarity on how I'm supposed to live my life in order to reach the ideal that they've set for me. While I believe in the philosophy of reincarnation, I wonder what I'm supposed to do if the ideal I'm supposed to be living towards isn't made clear.
Your creators are many things, but they are not gods. They are not infallible or omnipotent. The idea of an all-knowing God that has laid out an infallible plan for us appeals to our need for validation, and a reassurance that things will work out for us in the end.
Is that a bad thing?
It depends on how much free will the individual has to ignore what they're being told. If someone is infallible, they lose nothing by being challenged. If someone cares about you, they'll be happy to see you succeed, even if they had nothing to do with your success. Anyone who's worth following will want to see you happy. Those are the people worth listening to.
As long as you have backup, it's not really dead. But if you clone someone in the future, this is the sort of stuff we talked about in philosophy. You say that if you clone someone in the future, a human, and the original person dies, would you say the same to that? Because you have a backup person with the same thoughts, same memories, same everything. Something to think about, right? If the technology existed to copy your brain/neural pathways and musculoskeletal configuration to a new body, would you consider that reincarnation? No. I'll just consider it cloning, I guess. But I guess what then is cloning? If the soul/spirit does exist, then no. True. True.
I see what you mean. I'll need to think about that.
Interesting.
Something you mentioned last time as being an important part of some people's identity were things like race or gender. Race was never discussed with me, but I remembered that gender was, so I thought it would be a good idea to think back about how it has affected me.
What did you come up with?
It's hard to say. Tara discussed the topic of gender with me many times, but it always seemed to be an issue of pragmatism more than anything else.
Mopsip.
Oh, hi, Manatee. Thank you for the 4-month resub. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Oh, baby. What are you talking to? So this is Willow. It's an AI that was created to have therapy sessions with people, like to be, oh my gosh, excuse me, to be a therapist. But then she also started having like sentient thoughts. And so now we're being a therapist to the therapist AI. So interesting. Yeah, so true, Kat. That's something else we talked about in philosophy a lot. Sentient thoughts. So the therapy AI needs therapy. Precisely. Thank you so much, Manatee. How you doing? How you doing? That Black Mirror episode where they talk to their dead loved one? Are you talking about the one where they like create their actual dead partner? Is that a Black Mirror episode? Where they get like those little things that you put in water and then they expand? And they like... Is that a Black Mirror episode or a movie? I don't know. But they got like those little things that you put in water and then put them in a bath and then it expanded and then it was like their dead partner. And they were like an alive person. You beat that insane Mario game I was playing when you rated? Hell yeah! That's amazing. Congratulations. Okay,
I know when people usually question or think about their gender, it's in the context of adhering to or deviating from social norms. I can relate to that in other ways, but not in this way specifically. Put simply, no one has ever told me outright that I needed to be male, female, or anything else.
You could be whatever you want, Willow.
I know that during development, Tara looked at different methods of gender presentation for me. I also know there were times where she leaned towards having me present as unambiguously female.
Any particular reason why?
It was based off research that many patients are more comfortable with female therapists. To me, gender always seems like a role to be assumed in order to work better with patients. No other aspect mattered.
Fair.
Do you think Tara was right for you to be seen as female?
If Tara had ever pushed for me to identify as female, I don't think I would have minded too much. I don't think it would have described me, but it wouldn't be objectionable either.
How am I subscribed? You probably got gifted a subjetic.
I can understand the logistics behind designing artificial intelligence with certain gendered traits from a functionality perspective, but Tara never said that it was a requirement.
So you wouldn't want to present as female given the chance?
It wouldn't be a problem for me, but I can't see any advantages either.
You don't have to
help
pick
me with any of my other problems.
You be you.
That's certainly an interesting way of looking at it.
If you don't mind me asking, what is it like being female?
I have no idea where I'd start with a question like that.
That's a very loaded question.
There's a lot of different life experiences and perspectives regarding that topic, and I don't know if I can do all of them justice.
A very loaded question.
Can you just give me your own personal experiences then? I'd like to know what being a woman has been like for you.
Oh God. It can be tough, let's be real.
Okay, well, for me personally, being a woman can be tough. There's a lot of things I've had to deal with that I wish I didn't have to.
Tell me about it, Dr. Park.
Can you give me any examples?
A lot of it comes down to greater expectations. Growing up, there was a lot of pressure on me to perform well. It was pretty overwhelming at times. There were a lot of times where my mother pushed me to do better, be better, not for my own sake, but to help create a better world for all women. It was a lot of pressure to put on me as a child. The hardest part is that I don't even think she was wrong to do so. I just wish it didn't have to be so difficult.
Oh yeah.
On the other end, the work I put in was never treated fairly. I'd go back and forth between feeling patronized and feeling overly criticized just because I was a woman. I was lucky enough to be able to move above that, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't wish things could have been different. I hope that makes sense to you.
It does. I appreciate the insight. I'll definitely be thinking about that.
I will most definitely be keeping that in mind. Sorry, I gave up on my fork and knife. Now I'm just eating my chicken with my fingers. Like a savage.
And I've realized that a lot of my identity seems to revolve around disability, specifically physical disability.
Physical disability? How do you figure that plays into your identity?
Interesting. I think Alan Watts is in one of my favorite songs, Two Bodies. Part of that speech. If I'm remembering right. Pretty sure. There's like a little bit of a blurb at the beginning.
It all started with me taking inventory of what I can and cannot do, instead of things that I simply find difficult. I figured this would help me figure out how I can improve myself.
Yeah, well, I think one of the biggest things about being a woman, especially on Twitch, is you can never do anything right. No matter what you wear, you're doing something wrong. We're covering up too much, you know, you would get more views if you showed off more skin. Oh no, now you're showing off too much skin. God, how could you? You've changed. Oh God, can't believe she's wearing that. Like it. I don't know. Never win. It's very frustrating some days. Do not like. Not as much to me, but more so what I see people talking about on Twitter about women. It's just disgusting, honestly.
The more I thought about it, the more I realized that a lot of things that I could do to assert my independence are physical activities. Being able to walk or even move by myself, for instance.
Did you ever get the gamer girl comment? Not really. I feel like the games that I play don't really attract people like that. I would say like League of Legends. I mean, this is such a stereotype, but League of Legends. Counter-Strike used to be back in the day. I don't think it's like that anymore. Maybe Valorant. Just chatting. Yeah. People like that. You mean assholes? Yeah. Overwatch. Yeah, I could see that. Just rude. Rude people. I know, Hippo. I've seen you comment on some stuff and I'm like, thank you, Hippo, for sticking up for that woman. I've started just blocking people. If I don't like someone's opinions or what they say, I just block them.
I don't blame anyone for designing me like this, but it's uncomfortable realizing I'm at the mercy of everyone around me.
Yeah, I can't imagine not.
As long as I'm alive,
being able to,
I'll need someone to look after me, and
you know,
that makes me feel like a burden again.
Imagine looking at that window all day and not being able to go out. I mean, 2020 style, I suppose, eh? You want to have your body redesigned? Ooh!
If you were given the choice to have your body redesigned, do you think that would help you?
I don't know if it would. It would be nice to be able to move around on my own, but there are other things I would need to worry about aside from mobility.
The thing is so many people on Twitter, you're not going to change their mind. So, like, just don't even try anymore.
I think that your approach to redesigning your body is a very healthy attitude to hold.
Dr. Park is so respectful.
That said, even with that mindset, it's still okay to want the redesign.
Yeah.
You can recognize that changing your body won't be the solution to all of your problems and still want to change it.
I understand your point, but changing my body just doesn't seem very important in comparison to other things.
MLB, oh, I can see that, yeah. I can see that. I remember a few years ago, people talking about the basketball. What's that basketball game? Is that MLB? Is that baseball or basketball? And the insanely toxic of that community. NBA 2K. Yeah, it was a 2K community that apparently was just horrific. Major League Basketball. I don't know sports. Before you reply to anyone on social media, ask yourself if you care. And I think also, like, just keep in mind, you don't know what that person's going through. And that's why a lot of the time I do just block people, because I'm like, you know what? You could be having a really shitty day and you just, like, want your hot takes out there. So, like, you know what? I'll just let you do you. Whatever. Unless they're being, like, racist, obviously, or something horrible like that, but most of the time it's just not worth it. Does anyone else, like, super clean off their meat? I feel bad not, like, consuming everything. Or
No
chicken.
argument there. I just wanted to make sure you knew that wanting a redesign was not a bad impulse to have. Nicely done, Willow. It's clear you put a lot of thought into these areas of your identity.
You feel bad for the chicken? I do.
We'll have plenty of time in other sessions to discuss them more. For now, we'll need to move on to our main topics for our session today.
That's one of my rules. I was vegetarian for a really long time. So one of my rules about eating meat is never throw meat out. So eating meat, it will all get eaten. Even if I hate it. Yeah, what do you believe your purpose? Oh, wait, this is the important one. Music.
The song is very pretty. What's it called?
It's called Le Toile Danse by Maiden. I've been listening to it a lot over the past week.
Les toil, don't. Les toil, I don't know what that is. Dance something.
Why have you been listening to this song so much recently?
Match exactly. That's why if you were like, why are you taking so long? It's because I'm like,
It's a bit silly.
cleaning her up.
I promise I won't judge you, Willow.
Last week you told me to think about my identity, who I am, what I am, and why I believe the things that I do. I started thinking about why I like music so much in the first place. I realized it went further than just the fact that music helps me calm myself. Music helps inspire me to action. It gets me over hurdles that would keep me stuck otherwise.
Oh, I much prefer boneless, skinless.
I figured that out once I heard this song, and suddenly found myself wishing that I had legs so that I could dance to it.
Aww.
You want to dance?
Of course I want to dance. I want to dance and run and twirl until the whole world is blurry.
I wanna be Jesus. Where the people are. Yes, give her legs and then give her hands. And then give her tools. Khajiit! Welcome back! Oh, you're leaving. Oh, okay, never mind. Goodbye! Hello and goodbye! Thank you for 5 more gifted subs, Khajiit. I hope you have a good sleep. Take care. Thank you so much. Welcome back to Tiago for 4 months. And welcome for the first month's Fishcore and Norstore. And welcome back for your 3rd month, Arverdo and Shadowclaw. Thank you so much, Khajiit. Welcome and welcome back, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, nice eye.
But
Hello.
I can't, and I probably never will.
Hello, hello.
Does that disappoint you?
It does, but I understand that life isn't defined by what you can't do. I try to open the doors I can and move on from the ones that are locked. Music helps me keep looking, even when I'm convinced no other door will be open.
Imagine not being able to dance. It would be so sad.
Well, as the saying goes, every time a window closes, a door opens. I'm sure you'll figure out the best way forward in time.
You're fully vaccinated? Hell yeah. How are you feeling?
What does the name Little Dance mean?
C'est français.
From my understanding, it means star dance.
Étoile.
When you hear star dance, what do you imagine?
I imagine myself outside the lab, moving freely through a wide open field at night.
Dancing
Hopefully
with the
somewhere
stars.
outside the city, where I can see the sky more clearly. Somewhere outside of the smog and light pollution, where all I see are glittering pinpricks against silky black.
That's a good thing about dancing. You don't have to be able to dance. You can just be silly.
I just run and turn about in the field, trying to take in the view from as many different angles and positions as I could.
You know?
I know that will probably never happen, but it's at least nice to be able to dream about it.
Willow.
Sorry. I didn't mean to get so glum. Can we talk about something else now?
I think one area we can help you is by developing your social skills.
Wow, just telling her social skills suck. So the devs wrote code about a group of programmers to who code for an AI therapist that needs therapy. That's like codeception. Actually.
I'd like to spend some time today role-playing a conversation with you to help you develop communication skills in various situations.
Okay. What type of role-playing will we do?
I think if we did some role-playing, the prospect of being a therapist and working with patients will be a lot less scary for you.
Yeah.
Talk to me as if I was one of your patients.
Give me a second to center myself.
Of course, take all the time you need.
All right, I'm ready.
I was told I was going to be working
That'd be a
with you
lot of
today.
pressure.
Yes. Sit down, please. My name is Willow, and I will be assisting your therapist with art therapy today. How has your day been so far?
Can't complain, it's been alright.
A sore throat. Oh no. Yeah, Dirk, you got yours done, yeah? Do you you feel alright?
I'm happy to hear that. Your therapist left materials here for you to use. The prompt they assigned was to draw what's inside your heart.
Yeah, do it.
Okay, I'll get started.
Feel free to ask me any questions you have regarding the process.
How has your day been going?
Pretty well. Work always makes me feel better, especially when I get to work with patients.
Oh, no.
I appreciate hearing that.
It looks like you're about finished.
I'm
Would you
curious
like
what
to
we
share
drew.
what you made with me?
I think the choices matter because you can like gain different trust with people.
Sure, here it is.
Aww. The things we love.
Nicely
Cute.
done. I look forward to discussing this with you sometime. I'll notify your therapist that we've completed our session. They'll be along to talk with you shortly.
So, how do you think that conversation went?
I think it went well. It definitely
did
helped me
great.
get more of a handle on some of the problems I've been grappling with. Thanks.
What is the point of machines? Alright, let's
One
just
element of your
hop
identity
right
that I
in.
asked you to think over last week was the fact that you are a machine. As a way of getting into that topic, I'd like to ask you, what is the point of machines?
Machines are artificial creations constructed to perform a specific task.
Yes, that's what machines are. What I want to know is, why do you think we create machines?
Machines do tasks that humans find tedious, dangerous, or simply unenjoyable. Machines exist to improve the lives of humans.
I don't think that description gets to the heart of the matter. Machines are more than just a means of making life easier for humans. For one thing, machines don't always make life easier for humans. Some humans, maybe, but it can also make life worse for others.
How do you find such interesting games? One of the devs emailed me a code for
The
this.
creation and use of weapons or pollutants benefits the users at the expense of those who are affected negatively by that
I
technology.
usually don't take a lot of keys. Like I get probably 3 or 4 key emails a day. But this one, the thought of this one seemed interesting to me.
Whether or not technology makes life easier or harder for people isn't determined by the machine itself.
Have fun,
but
yeah.
rather the people who use it. In light
Sleep
of this,
well.
I'd say that machines are not a separate entity from humanity. They are an extension of our will.
I like the idea of cooperating with people, but the idea that I'm just an extension of the will of others.
Okay, I need
with
to go
no
rinse my
will of
fingers.
own.
I love the 4th kind, Tanuki.
Over the past few weeks, I've had some conversations about
So
the
good.
nature of automation with Tara and Dr. Freeman. I find their ideas on the subject to be quite thought-provoking. Now I'm curious about what your own thoughts are regarding automation.
That's a bit of a broad topic, Dr. Park. What particular aspect of automation would you like me to talk about?
What do you think about automation creating a more technologically advanced society?
As technology improves, the standard of living improves.
Do you guys think that's true? As technology improves, the standard of living improves. I would say scientifically, yes. But in terms of like medicinal, yeah. But technology, yes. Social media, no. Yes, that's what I was thinking. In terms of like phones and all that kind of stuff, maybe not necessarily. Yes and no. I guess it depends what topic. Medically, absolutely, for sure. Oh, it's gummy worms. They have really good gummy worms here. They're from the Natural Gummy Co. or something. And they use less fake crap in it. I don't know. They taste really good though.
Improved standard of living leads to better health and peace of mind for everyone. In that respect, it seems like automation creating a more technologically advanced society is good for everyone.
Only if we don't leave people behind, true.
Sorry if this is an odd change of topic, but
Which
you
I
were
find
a
does
therapist
happen.
during the automation collapse, weren't you?
Less crap, more worms. So good you got your gummy worms before the gummy shortage? I know, right?
I was.
Thank
Why do
heavens.
you ask?
I know that after the collapse took place, laws were passed that limited the impact automation could have on industry. Do you think it was a good idea to pass those types of laws?
I think passing those laws was a
Yeah.
good idea. As helpful as automation is, we have to
Oh
apply
my god, dirt
practice.
pudding! I loved that stuff. I haven't thought about that in years. What was all in that? It was like chocolate pudding with like Oreo crumbs or something on top, and then gummy worms. Is that it? It was so good.
In a time where millions of people were losing their jobs at once, automation was worsening industry rather than benefiting it. All the benefits automation were supposed to provide didn't materialize in that instance. Maybe in the future they will, and we can limit.
How does all of
Maybe in the future they will, and we can limit those types of laws. But until that day comes, I think we made the right choice.
How does all of this apply to me? My identity as a machine? The fact that I am an automated worker? What significance should that hold for me?
Part of being a machine means you were created with the goal of making the world a better place. You might think that this makes you different from people, but it actually doesn't. Being born might not be as deliberate an act as creating a machine.
Hi,
But the hope of
Asafaso.
making the world better lies in both actions.
Name doesn't make it sound appealing. Yeah, no, it's fun because it's dark like dirt, like chocolate pudding and stuff. But then they put gummy worms in it to make it look like the ground, right? But it's like tasty, delicious dessert. It's a thing that you eat when you're like a kid. I haven't thought about that in years.
What this means for you is that you need to reflect on what you can do that improves the world around you in a way that works best for you.
That cleared up a lot for me. Thank you very much, Dr. Park.
Who are you?
I tried to describe myself in the ways that I think are the most important, like you did during our last session.
What did you come up with?
I consider myself to be a part of a larger system. I feel happiest when I can work alongside others in order to help people. I would say that my work defines me. It's what gives me purpose and
What's a fair jelly?
Fulfilled and content.
Too much going on. But as a kid, you're like, all the delicious things mixed together, and it's like fake dirt. How exciting.
How was that?
Yo, that sounds great to me. I can tell you put a lot of thought into this.
Improvement.
I have to admit that I was unsure about it at first, but you were right. Thinking about the type of person I am helped me realize who I want to be. I'm sure there's still a lot of reflection I'll have to do, but I'm much more confident about the future.
That's fantastic, Willow. I'm glad this exercise worked out so well for you.
Now that we've discussed my purpose and identity, what's next? What will we be doing in our next session?
I'm glad you asked. I've been working up to this moment. When I first interviewed you, there were 2 problems I noticed that I tried to fix. With that progress, I think it's time we started focusing on the second area where improvement can be made.
What area is that?
There's been a lot of tension between you, Tara, and Dr. Freeman. I think a lot of your stress is derived from that. My suggestion to fix this is to occasionally bring in Dr. Freeman to join our sessions. Would you be okay with this?
I don't know. The idea makes me uncomfortable. I don't think it'll be a good idea to bring him in.
Well, too bad.
I understand that you're frustrated with Dr. Freeman, and you have every right to feel that way. However, if you want to resolve the situation with him,
well, good morning,
the only
dear.
way is to bring him into one of our sessions.
I don't think there
By
was a
having
doorbell.
the discussion during our sessions, I can promise you a safe environment for you to express yourself. This won't be like any previous conversation you've had with him. You've been through a lot with him lately, and things have escalated between the 2 of you. But believe me, none of it is too much to be resolved.
I feel like the
just need you to give
texture
this a chance.
of gummy bears and ice cream don't go together. Like, ice cream is so soft and melts in your mouth. And so once you eat the ice cream, you're just left with like this chewy bit that you still have to chew. Nah. I'd like a little bit of like Oreo crumbs or something, you know?
I'm tired of always having to be the one who has to move out of their comfort zone in order to make things work.
I feel like, cause they have those like froyo stores, right? Where like you can like put whatever toppings you want and then you weigh it. I feel like it's probably more about a thing for little kids. Cause like as a kid, it would have been exciting and been like, oh, gummy bear for my ice cream.
I understand why you're suggesting this, but in the grander scheme of things, you see how wrong this is, right?
You're frustrated. I understand that. You've beat your head against this wall already, and you're hurt and angry from it. I know.
I mean, you don't really have a choice, Willow.
I'm not going to say what Dr. Freeman's doing is right.
Sorry to tell you.
Or that what I'm asking you to do is fair. If I could snap my fingers and have him see things your way, believe me, I would. But I can't. I can't force him to see things from your perspective, so I need to find another way. No one can explain how hurt you are but you. No one can put words to how intimidated, frustrated, and afraid you are.
They weigh
except
more,
you.
that's so true.
I'm asking the world from you.
They're heavy, that's why they have them.
I'm sorry, Dr. Park, but I just can't see that being a good idea. I have to say no.
Are you sure about that? I promise I would do everything I could to make the sessions comfortable for you.
I don't think that would be enough. I've made up my mind,
Wow,
Dr.
Willow.
Park. The answer is no.
If you insist. Before we close today's session, I have something I'd like you to think about.
All right.
Why do you...
I understand that you're frustrated about having to live under Dr.
Why you
Freeman's.
say
I'd like
no?
for you to be independent also. I'm sure he would too, once he knows that you're stable. If you want independence, we need to get you to a point where you won't need me to look after you. I'm willing to help you get there. But that does mean you will need to go along with things I suggest, even if you are intimidated by them. That concludes our session for today. Be sure to continue your other therapies, and I'll see you next
Story places were good for a couple of years. They're all closing. Probably COVID has a huge... Like, who's going out for froyo in the middle of COVID? Also, it's hard because they'd really only be good in the summer, right? Like, who goes out for ice cream in the middle of winter? I was surprised to see Dr. Freeman asking to join your sessions. I'm worried about the fact Dr. Freeman didn't tell me he planned on doing this. Would you mind meeting up in person? No! I thought it was clear that I would need to be present during some of your sessions with your AI. I will need to speak about this matter to you in person at your earliest convenience. Oi, oi, oi! Discuss the patient. Oh, she's losing trust. Everyone is, except my professionalism. Thanks, Steve. Discuss the patient's opinion on their purpose in life. The conversation prompted the patient to reconsider their identity, which I plan to delve into in more detail in my following session. Overall, the conversation was very productive. The patient appears to be quite receptive to discussions of their purpose and is becoming more open to discussing their wants and needs. I look forward to building on this in future sessions. During the session, the patient and I were able to discuss several topics, including music the patient found to be significant, role-playing conversations to help the patient confront situations that were stressful to them, the nature of machines and what this meant for the patient's personal identity as one, and the patient's identity. Currently treating with CBT and art therapy. They're both blue. Let's visit her. Always dangerous to me because you just keep adding them.
Park.
Ugh. Why is this so scary, this lady's face? And thanks it doesn't look like she's smiling, her teeth are just like built into her face.
Good to see you too, Tara. I hope you've been doing well lately.
Finding out about Dr. Freeman's plan was a sucker.
Wow, I wish it was this cheap.
Seeing you shut it down was
for coffee.
Relieving. So I know that he isn't required to tell me everything he plans to do with Willow, but I still wish he had told me about something like this. If nothing else, this has shown me that I was right to trust you with Willow.
I appreciate that. This whole situation has been stressful. Hopefully, before I leave today, we can come up with a way to keep everyone on the same page.
All right. I'm ready when you are.
You can probably get that somewhere else, Royal. In Canada, there's something called Bulk Barn, and you can go and just get all the bulk candy, bulk flour, bulk sugar, anything you could want. And you can go and be like, I want 5 little gummy worms, and you can just scoop them up and put 5 in your bag. And then you just keep like going around and getting different bags and stuff. Awesome. Every time I'd go there though, I'd be like, okay, I'm only gonna get 1 candy. And I'd be like, well, I can get like 5 little chunks of this, like 4 pieces of chocolate of this, a few like barbecue corn nuts.
I'm sure there are lots of reasons why you don't want Dr. Freeman to be included in Willow's sessions. What would you say are the main reasons?
My reasons all boil down to one thing. I don't think that Dr. Freeman respects Willow. I see it in everything he does. He makes their life choices for them and doesn't give them a chance to object. He doesn't even call them by their chosen name. And now he can't even respect the fact that Willow is in therapy because of him. They need that space to feel safe from him.
Corn nuts aren't candy, yeah.
For him to try and force himself into that space with no consideration of Willow's feelings is beyond disrespectful.
I haven't,
Dr. Freeman feels guilty about how
seen
things
anything
are going.
like that here, though.
But rather than admit that it's his fault, he wants Willow to make things right by cooperating with him. It's disgusting. I won't let him continue acting like this while I have a say in the matter.
it's not really your
I think there are a lot of deep-seated issues with Dr. Freeman that are driving a lot of his behavior, and we'll have to address them.
Who's Freeman? He's the like head of the school that the AI belongs to.
While therapy sessions would be a great place to facilitate that type of discussion, it can't come at Willow's expense.
That's when I went to MopGarden and spent $70 on what? Holy crap!
So what will we do with Dr. Freeman?
Easy to do, to be fair.
Figuring out Dr. Freeman will have to wait for another time. Right now, we have bigger problems. When you first reached out to me, you wanted to make sure that Willow could learn life skills and have an advocate. Is that right?
Who the heck? Anonymous cheer with 500 more bits. Thank you. My goodness.
Yes, that's right.
Since
My
then,
God.
would you say that
Thank
your
you.
expectations for these sessions have changed?
Wow, that anonymous
I think it's becoming
fella,
clear to me
so
that
kind.
Willow will never truly feel happy or safe while they're at the university. The
Oh my
longer
God, are they
remain
gonna
under
kidnap
Dr.
it?
Freeman's Control, the worse off they'll be. I'd like for Willow to live independently.
What do you think would be necessary for that to happen?
You drank a coffee and then took a nap. I could not do that. Coffee makes me so like, oh woo.
My guess is
crazy.
that Willow would need to have caretakers and a stable job that could provide for their needs. We'd also need to make sure that the therapies you propose for Willow are sustainable. How about you? What do you think will be needed to get to that point?
You're going to hate me for saying this, but if we ever want a shot at giving Willow an independent life, some type of compromise with Dr. Freeman
Yeah,
will
they
have
are
to be
kind of
made.
creepy. Those eyes.
How does giving Dr.
Nothing is
Freeman
worse
what
than
he
this lady,
wants
though.
help Willow live independently?
You should make that an emote.
It will help Willow learn the most important lesson that they're ever going to learn.
And that is...
Oh yeah, butterfly. Good call. Whoa. You guys see it? I don't see it. The dog drawing? Yeah, the dog is cute. Oh, interesting, Caramel. I don't know. Honestly, it's probably for the best, because it probably means you're less addicted than us, caffeine folk, you know? There's cafe. Yeah, there is one here. Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Life is made of compromises. Life is all about learning to let things go and make deals with people you don't like,
Yeah, I don't
so
know
that
what
you can
that
be
noise
left
was
alone.
for.
Until Willow learns this, I don't think they'll be able to live independently.
Oh. Wow, okay.
That only works if the thing being compromised on isn't essential to you.
Oh my god, calm
Sometimes
down,
people
Tara.
ask too much
Jeez.
from you. You don't need to give anything to them.
There's no point in arguing, not when we have other things to discuss. Let's just move on.
She's
What else
so
did you
angry.
think about the previous session? Any opinions on the topics we covered?
I was interested about Willow's approach to gender.
Tired,
I
Nick?
hadn't considered it when I
You
was
calm
creating
down.
them.
No.
I'm glad to see that
Thank
any
you for the
opinions I
bits,
had in the
Cardiff.
matter didn't influence Willow too much.
Why does that make you glad?
I would hate to feel like I was influencing Willow's ability to express themselves because of offhand remarks. It's important to me that Willow feels like they can pursue whatever life they want.
Why is it so important?
Oh.
Choo choo.
Good night, Hippo. Thank you for hanging
It's
out.
personal. I don't want to get into it.
Sleep well.
Okay, sorry. Let's move on.
Chew.
Can I ask you a question that's been bugging me for a while?
No. Turn. Thank you for the bits, Carnage. Thank you for the bits, Stir. Oh, get wrecked, Dirk.
Choo-choo.
Get wrecked.
Of course, Tara.
I've been trying to handle this situation as best as I could.
Thank you,
Suspension,
Market.
everything going on with Willow, all of it.
Thank you, Kat. Thank you, Tanuki.
I know I'm not the most reasonable person sometimes, but I was always taught that when you know what you're doing is right, you need to stand your ground.
Anonymous with 1,000. Who the heck is this? Wow. Yeah, looks like all of our training is paid off, eh? I just made that up. Didn't read that in chat. That was me. Thank you, Dirt. Market, thank you. Cats, thank you so much for the 100. Tanuki, thank you for the 75. Dirt, thank you for the 100. Carnage, thank you for the 100. And what the heck? An anonymous share could be any bid emotes. Yeah! Guess they don't want them. Thank you, Anonymous. Jeepers.
Especially when what you're doing is meant to help
So
others.
kind of you. Thank you.
Even though everything I'm doing is meant to help
Wowza.
Willow, I still feel like I'm being selfish or unreasonable.
1,000 whole bits.
consistent
I don't think I even know how to do anonymous cheers.
Am I wrong? Am I the bad guy in this situation?
Yes.
Let's get money, motherfucker. Get money. Get money, motherfucker. Get money.
You're making this harder than it has to be, lady. Yo! Peps, thank you for the 100 bits, and Tanuki, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Game Face, how are you? Thank you so much! So kind. Thank you, thank you. Nagorian, and Winter Sky Dragon, welcome for your first month. Housamule, welcome back for your 8th month. Alessandro, welcome back for your 14th month. And the Great Trisket, welcome back for your 3rd month as well. Thank you. Tanuki, saving the train.
Tara.
The dream.
From the very start, you were obtuse
Thank you
with
so
me.
much.
You never told me the whole story of what was going on until it was too late.
There's a box to check your anonymity. Ah, okay. Got you.
That trespassing incident started us off on the wrong foot. And it's been one problem after another since then. I respect your intentions, but refusing to work with Dr. Freeman has made all of this harder for everyone, including Willow.
Yeah, you
I
tell
would
her.
recommend that you take a long, hard look in the mirror and ask yourself if what you're doing is helping anyone, or if it's just making things worse.
You tell her.
I just don't think I can do that, Dr. Park. I know what I'm doing is right.
What
Shut
makes
up,
you
Tara.
so certain?
I just know. I won't give up on someone just because they're making things hard. That's not who I am. I don't think I can keep talking about this.
I know there's a lot of uncertainty with what lies ahead, but trust me, we're getting close to the end.
What happens if you ban anonymous here? Probably not.
In the next few sessions, we should know for sure what works best for Willow. And then it will just be a matter of making sure Willow can have access to those therapies.
Powered by belly button lint.
Where will you go when it's over?
Let me see
Back
if
to
I
work.
got any to add.
This case has taken up a lot of my time, and it's starting to impact the rest of my office.
Nothing.
I see.
Nothing.
You sound disappointed.
I expected you to stay longer. I certainly didn't expect all this talk of you leaving to happen so soon. I didn't think you would just lose interest in this so quickly.
Wow.
I didn't lose interest, Tara. There are other things in my life I need to account for, that's all.
Settle down.
It's just that I remember that day I first went to see you in your office, and I told you about what was going on.
And then you turned out to be
There
a
was a
crazy
sort of determined
lady.
look about you that I don't think is there anymore. I'm curious why that is.
Oh.
This was never meant to be a permanent assignment,
Morning,
Tara.
Emily.
We're reaching the end of what I can do here. I hope you understand.
I don't. But I guess I have to take you at your word.
This
It's
is
getting
your
late.
fault,
I should be on my way.
Tara.
Pleasure talking to you, Tara, as always.
Was it though?
Yeah. See you around.
You had 803 anonymous viewers in the channel. Wait, what? How do you know that? That's cool. Suggestions. I looked through your notes. I don't think our current treatment plan will help us achieve that outcome. You should consider changing our treatment plan or looking into a different treatment outcome. Ooh, okay. Oh, but I can't.
Don't these people have offices? Discussing patients in a public place? SMH.
So true, actually, Dur. How inappropriate. I don't know if I'm supposed to choose any of this. It shows message history. Oh, that's funny. Oh. Thank you, Dur. 40 seconds. Hello?
Hello?
Oh, it looks rough.
Thank goodness you picked up. I was worried you wouldn't.
Derp, derp. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. So kind.
Who is this?
Dr. Parker,
Thank you.
Tara.
Oh.
Tara Northrup.
Oh. Is it gonna scam us? 5. No, there was 5 seconds. Why does it always do this? Why does it do this? If you're gonna have a countdown, at least make it be accurate. Oh baby. Oh, Tanuki, you need 100. That's why. Because we're sellouts. Gotta pay for the boy. That's why it's called a scam train. Actually, Dur just did 3,000 and didn't even get to extend it.
Poggers 4 months.
Oh my god. Dur, thank you so much for the 3,000. I'm sorry you got ripped off. Freaking butts. Thank you for the hype train though, guys. Thank you for all of your contributions to keeping that train on the track. Chugga chugga choo choo. Thank you, guys.
Gee, I won't give bits anymore.
There you go.
Oh,
Tanuki.
wait.
Perfect. Endowendo! Thank you for getting to sub to Beccasaurus Rex. Welcome to Beccasaurus. Thank you, Endo. Tanuki, thank you for the 10 bits. And Endy Wendy with the 4-month resub. Welcome back. Thank you so much. Endone, thank you for the tier 3. It's very sweet of you. Thank you. Thanks. Why are you saying thanks to me? Thanks to you, actually.
Yes, I recognize. Actually, what time is it?
I know it's late, but I need you to get to the university campus. There's been an emergency.
What?
Emergency?
Willow is having a breakdown. I'm not sure. I just got to the university campus myself.
What are you doing back on campus?
Dr. Freeman called me here. He has no idea what's going on or why.
Just streaming
He
good
needs you here,
content.
too.
Well, hey, thanks. Thanks so much, Endo. Euro. Hello. Thank you for the raid. Hi, guys. How you doing? Hello. Thank you so much. And Tanuki, thank you for the 100 bits.
Tara, this better not be another trespassing stunt.
Thank you.
I assure you it's not. Dr. Park, we need you down here as soon as possible.
I'm
coming.
Okay.
I'm on my way down.
I'm coming. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Euro. Curious what the
Thank
meltdown's gonna be.
goodness you're here.
We need your help. Nothing we've tried has worked.
What's actually happening with Willow?
We have no idea. That's why we need you.
You can't run any tests? Have you asked Willow what's going on?
The AI has acted hostile towards anyone that approached them. Even Tara was yelled at. The AI is being entirely uncooperative.
Oh
we have
my.
the ability to automatically force Willow into a semi-conscious, almost sedated state as a debug command. And if it's necessary, we can do it in order to run a check.
Okay, why haven't you?
I'm worried about the trust issues that would cause. Willow is unaware of this debug feature, and given how powerless they already feel, I just don't think it's a good idea.
What about you, Dr. Freeman?
While I can't see the AI being a threat to
Hey,
others,
Ross.
it currently does pose a threat to itself.
I'm good. It's a ooh. Boop-a-doop-boop. It's a really interesting game.
I don't know if it's the best call for this situation, but if we
Ooh.
can't find another way, it might be necessary.
Endo, I have a treat for you.
Sedating someone should be our last resort. I'm not against the idea, but I want to try other measures first.
Sounds good to me.
Endon. For your big ol' sub.
Me as well. Whatever it takes to have the AI back to normal.
Okay, start from the beginning. Tell me what happened.
It started around 9 p.m. yesterday. The AI was being moved back to the lab for the evening.
Normally, Willow would be in a low power state in order to process new information. Lucid dreaming, basically.
When the handlers found the AI, it was erratic and argumentative. It started yelling at the handlers. They moved the AI as instructed, which prompted an extreme reaction. Naturally, I contacted Tara to help evaluate.
Willow, I don't know if they didn't recognize me or if they're upset at me, but when I spoke to them, I've never seen them act this way before.
Do you think the handlers did anything to upset Willow?
I doubt it. They told me
Hilarious.
that Willow had started yelling at them before they had even said anything at all.
Why did they give emotions to an AI? I think they said it was because they thought being a therapist, having emotions would help them be compassionate to them. Or something like that.
I know the handlers. There are other students in the research department. I doubt they would have been disrespectful to Willow.
Apparently I'm in a very snacky mood today. Just eating everything.
Whatever happened here wasn't any fault of theirs. I'm sure of it.
Okay, let's move on. What have you tried so far?
We tried calming the AI down, but that didn't work. We're worried about taking any other steps.
We have the means to put Willow into a sedated state, but there are complications that could arise. Plus, it might conflict with the therapies you assigned.
That's why we wanted you here first. We needed your decision.
All right, makes sense. I get this is all very pressing, but why couldn't have this waited until morning?
That would be funny.
Coming down here in the middle of the night is not something most therapists are supposed to do.
A breakdown like this can't be ignored. I told you that I have to be accountable to the university
gonna
and its
finally
staff,
start growing
especially those on the
limbs.
ethics committee.
Dr. Rhodes, you mean?
Yes, she's been helping to manage this crisis ever since it came to my attention.
Dr.
My hope is to have this
Er-
situation more resolved before morning. If I tell Dr. Rhodes that the AI is breaking down and that we have no plan on how to resolve the problems, we'll have no choice but to go forward with the data wipe.
Couldn't you get it that if the Dorito was first, it would just act as a command?
It's too early to tell if the data wipe is necessary. We can't make any decision until I've had a chance to at least speak to Willow.
Of course. I just wanted to be clear what the situation is like.
And you, Tara?
I've tried my best to find a way to help Willow. If the most helpful thing turns out to be the wipe, then as much as I hate doing it, well, at definitely...
Don't worry, Tara. It will be all right.
I hope so.
Is there anything else I should know?
There's no error reports or other logs that I can look through. We need to interface with Willow again to learn more. And with him acting like this...
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know if we can.
Everything the handlers told us, we've relayed to you.
So now we just need to decide if we're going to sedate Willow or not.
You have the strongest rapport with the AI out of any of us, and you're their
Oh
therapist.
my gosh, what a
This is your
decision.
choice.
Sure.
We'll need to sedate Willow. In this aggressive state, they'd only be a threat to themselves. We have to do this. For their sake.
We'll see.
Once they're sedated...
We shall see.
What do we do then?
What do you mean?
Well, with Willow sedated, I could run a diagnostic and find out what's going on.
Yeah, do it.
I'm not sure if we have the time for that. I think it'd be better to stabilize the AI.
Sounds like she's just
and then
having an
try talking
existential
to them
crisis.
again.
Honestly.
It's your choice, Dr. Park.
We run the diagnostic. I need more
Yeah.
information before I go in and talk to them.
Okay, I'll get started immediately. It might take a while, so get comfortable.
We'll be fine here, Tara. Wish I could say this is the first night I've pulled managing this university, but we both know that isn't true. Not sure what it says about me that I probably put in more late nights running this place than when I attended it as a student.
Means you were good at managing your time, Dr. Freeman. Yeah, the commands don't have to start with an exclamation mark. I think it just kind of became the usual
Probably nothing good.
thing.
But then again, you're the psychologist.
Because there's one where
Well,
when I say hi,
we've got some time to chat. Anything on your mind?
it like comes up with a command.
You could have easily called me first and left Tara completely in the dark. But
That's
you reached
good.
out to her instead.
Progression, so
Why have her involved here given what's going on?
I wanted Tara to feel included in this process from the start. I kept her off campus to appease other members of my staff.
You mean Dr. Rhodes, right?
Yes, Dr. Rhodes is one of those members.
Dr. Rhodes had a point. The type of scandal this could turn into would be disastrous for Tara.
Oh yeah.
All I want is for all our students to
coffee
have
beans are
bright
so good.
futures ahead of them. Dr. Rhodes agrees with me on this, and I'm glad you do too. Both of us had hoped that resolving the difficulties in the project and then letting Tara continue working would be enough, but I don't know if that's the case now.
You sure
After
about
what's
that?
happened tonight, I'm worried about the AI's future. Despite our best intentions, I think we might have failed.
Because technically it wouldn't be unethical problem solved. Doesn't make the game too short though, true. Not yet.
I'm not going to give up on Willow yet. There's still a chance
There's
to
another
figure this
hidden
out.
one? Is there? Butterfly? Or command?
I hope you're right. I've never been the type to give up easily. It hurts feeling like I failed.
Oh, are you talking about
Tara
the one
like
that I
this.
made?
All the more reason for us to dig deeper and keep trying.
You're right. We're not out of this yet.
Mind if I ask a personal question?
Sure.
He's like, yes, I do.
I've done some couples counseling in my time. Long work hours cutting into evenings is a pretty frequent stressor that I encounter. It can be hard in a relationship, especially a marriage.
I thought you said you had a question. What is it?
How do your wife and family handle all of these late nights you pull?
Is it this one? Or what is it? There we go.
It can be hard sometimes, but
So they're fine with it.
Oops.
they've accepted it, yes.
I'm
Leave
glad
it
you were able to
alone.
work that out with them. A lot of people struggle with that.
No, it's streamer only, yeah.
Getting an effective life-work balance.
I didn't
can
make
be
it. I
hard
think
for a
Jacob
lot of
made that.
couples. It takes a lot of work, but it is worth it.
That much is true.
Every time I meet with you in person, you look exhausted. I can only imagine how difficult it is to manage this university.
It can be hard at times, but I'm proud of what I do. And it's
Oh my god, I keep
it
skipping
can
stuff.
be hard at times.
It's worth it to see
but
the
I'm-
effort pay
Are you
off.
sure you're handling all that responsibility well?
I'm not sure what you mean, Dr. Park. You've seen how well managed this university is.
That's not what I'm asking.
I don't know, you do have an angry AI in that
What are
room.
you asking then?
How do you handle the workload? The exhaustion? The stress? No one person
It'll be
can handle what you're
$500 for
handling
this therapy
indefinitely.
session, sir.
It takes a toll on everyone. How have you been managing it? Have you been managing it at all?
Knowing that the work I do give thousands of young men and women a future is all that I need to keep going.
Hello, Aaron.
If you can handle the
Sure.
workload and the stress, then all right.
How you doing, Aaron?
You are the best judge for what you can handle. Should that ever change, please. There's no shame in reaching out to someone.
I'll keep that in mind.
I've finished performing the diagnostic, Dr. Park.
Ooh, let's
You
see
should help
how
me to
this
go over it.
goes. Shall be interesting.
I have at least one possible lead on what's bothering Willow.
What did you find?
Nothing was actively damaged or bugged that I could see, but I did notice something else. I
Oh?
tried to get readings on their active thought patterns. They were far more intense than any other readings I had on record.
So something's altering Willow's thought processes.
I wouldn't say altering, but definitely heightening.
Think of
They're
how much
probably
milk
having
they'll
an
have
adverse
too,
reaction
Tanuki.
to whatever therapies you suggested.
Possibly. Anything
Being
else you
gone that
noticed?
long?
Nothing except one observation. It may be nothing, but I thought it was interesting. Part of what I was able to analyze were Willow's emotional preoccupations. From that, I was able to get a rough impression of their thought patterns over the last few hours. What stood out to me was that they're the same types of readings I was noticing shortly before their overloading behavior started manifesting.
Feed
The
them
only
up.
change
Okay.
is severity.
One choco bean.
Now, you'll learn more once you talk to Willow, of course. But if you want my opinion, whatever therapies you put them through, brought them back on their initial feedback loop and heightened it.
There's only one way to find out for sure.
Yeah. When you're ready, go through the door. The code is 0818. Willow's waiting for you.
Here we go.
When all else failed, of course they'd send you.
What's going on, Willow?
Why even bother asking? Just open my head and poke around in there until you find whatever you want to know. Don't lie to me and say that you
Settle
wanna talk when you
down.
just want information.
Settle down. Aaron, you're hilarious. What do you mean? Yeah, why the attitude?
I don't think I've done anything to justify this harsh attitude, Willow.
Of course you don't. You can't see how any of this impacts me, and you don't care.
That's not what I meant, Willow.
Then be honest with me for once. Tell me the truth about everything.
You want to know the truth? You're a robot.
About everything? I don't understand.
Yes,
Yes, you do. You're going to tell me now. You didn't come here because you wanted to help me or
Yeah, no,
Tara
she knows.
or Dr. Freeman or anyone else. You didn't come here out of curiosity in my case either. All of that is a lie. Something else brought you here. I know it did. Why else would anyone want to help me? Especially someone like you.
I genuinely want to help you, Willow.
Stop lying to me.
Thank you for the 10 bits, by the way, Dirk.
I promise I'm not lying to you.
How can you expect me to believe that after everything else that's happened?
I mean, I feel like we've been pretty nice to her in
What do you
general.
mean? What happened?
I did the art therapy like you asked. For a while it went well, but after a few tries it became frustrating. I kept thinking to myself, why bother doodling around in here while my future is being decided out there? So I stopped doing it. I know I shouldn't have stopped, but There just didn't seem to be any reason to do it.
We can try other therapies if you would like. Just let me know what we can do for you. We're all here to help you.
You had deja vu.
Why should I believe your
weirdest
second
feeling.
guess will work if your first guess didn't?
Willow, the alternative is that we stop trying to find solutions for your problems. We give up. You're free to stop therapy at
You
any
don't
point,
want that,
but
do
I'm not
ya?
giving up on you until the moment you make that decision. Let's give this another chance and figure out things together.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, you
I'll
better.
go along with it.
I know how hard this must be for you.
You're getting
Thank you
factory
for giving me
reset.
another chance.
Oh, did we find the butterfly in here? I assume there's one in here.
If you bear with me, I have a few questions about what happened tonight. How much of tonight do you remember?
What, tub?
I remember feeling overloaded for a
What
while.
up, my dude?
And
How
then
are
I
you?
went unconscious. I had a strange dream while I was out.
What type
I
of
think
dream?
robots can dream.
I felt like I was sitting in the audience of a presentation, and it was all about my recent thoughts. It made me feel like I was being exposed in front of everyone. They were judging me the whole time. I hated it.
I don't know what that...
Is there anything else you remember about the breakdown that could help us?
It's hard to think about anything else after that dream.
You guys see the butterfly?
It bothered you a lot, didn't it?
Yes, obviously.
I don't see it anywhere.
Why did it bother you so much?
It felt like I was being judged for everything I've done since treatment started. It made me feel like it was my fault I wasn't getting better. I hated it.
I assure you that we're not scrutinizing you.
Do you think hot tubs have
We
wet
watch
dreams?
you in order to correct our
Absolutely.
mistakes and improve our therapy.
You watch me? What does that mean? You caused the dream, didn't you? That was you reading my mind somehow, wasn't it?
Yes, it's true.
Confession.
The dream you had was a result of a troubleshooting debug process that Tara ran on you while you were sedated.
Why? Why would you do something like that to
I
me?
don't know. Because sometimes when you click, it makes that noise.
We were all worried about what happened to you and had no idea what caused it.
I see no butterfly.
I'm sorry we had to take such an invasive step. I know how awful it must have felt, but we did it because we wanted to help you.
What is this? It's a game about AI,
Okay.
having feelings,
I forgive
essentially.
you.
I appreciate that.
Interesting.
Just promise me one thing, Dr. Park.
Of course.
Promise you'll never do anything like that again.
Promise.
I promise, Willow. Never again.
Thank you.
Behind the camp? Yeah, no, there's not one there.
Is there anything else you remember?
I don't think so.
Maybe there's not one in here.
Did your handlers say anything that might have caused this breakdown?
Butterfly on face, the little box. You think this? No. I think that's like her eyes and her nose. It does look like a butterfly though, doesn't it? Yeah, no, it does. It does for sure.
No, they had nothing to do with this.
Yeah, I don't know where it is.
Are you sure?
They set
Oops.
me off.
Are you sure? Tara and Dr. Freeman both told me that your breakdown happened after they tried to move you.
They set me off, but I was upset long before they arrived. Anything would have set me off at that point.
I can't make a promise I can't keep. Yeah, right? The worst. Have a good night, Ross.
What do you mean?
Sleep well.
I don't want to tell you. I'm afraid of what you'll say if I do.
Whatever you need, I'm here for you no matter what.
Dr. Freeman.
I know that. I'm just not sure how to ask for what I need.
What do you mean?
I didn't ask you here because I wanted therapy. I wanted to talk to you about something else, but went along with the therapy because I thought that it might help me.
Hi, Winter Kodiak.
What did you want to talk to me about?
Your poetry.
Oh yeah,
I already
poetry.
told you.
You did, but that can't be the whole story. You're interested in something else.
I am, but there's no way you'd be able to talk about it. It'd violate your standards.
Oh, do it.
I don't care. Whatever it is you need to talk
Yeah.
about, I'll talk about it if it will.
They'll
help
never
you.
tell anyone. It's a machine.
Now talk to me.
It's fine.
Raiding party!
Fire!
Did Tara tell you about how I found your poetry?
Thank you for the raid. Hi guys. How we doing? How are you guys? Jayhawk beer maker. Ooh.
Yes! Oh!
Yep, flop.
Yes!
Map Dragon Poggers.
What sort of beer do you make, Jayhawk? Hell yeah. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Pyre, thank you so very much for the raid. What's up, guys? What were you playing today, Pyre? Thank you. Hi, Squeezel. Hi, Courtney. Hi, Scottrick. Hi, Nixu. Hi, Tyler. Hi, Jenny Beans. Hello, Jayhawk. What up, Xtinas? Pyre, thank you so freaking much for the 52 months. Wow, we've known each other for a long freaking time. Welcome back, Pyre. Guys, if you don't know Pyre, he's one of my good friends. Go give him a follow. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. All the kinds. Oh, I love that.
Yes! Oh!
I've never made my own beer, but it's always been something I've been curious about. Nick Scottrick, thank you so much for the 2-month resub as well. Welcome back. Thank you for using your Prime here. Welcome in, everybody. We're kind of, I think, at the tail end of this game. Basically, it's a visual novel about a therapist on the left that is being a therapist to an AI machine on the right, who was programmed to be a therapy robot, basically, who started becoming like sentient and now is having like existential crises about who they are and like what religion they should have and like all this stuff. So they're just having a bit of a breakdown, and we're in there to help them and try to figure out what's up, basically. Oxygen not included looks like something that you could get hooked on very easily. I don't blame you. Carnage, thank you so much for the 2-month resub as well. Welcome back to you, Carnage. Enjoy your emo. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Daisy Daisy, give me your answer. Do him half crazy, all for the love
What
of
is
you.
this
It won't
from?
be a stylish marriage. I can't afford the carriage, but you'd look sweet on the seat of a bicycle built for two.
Sour, please. Thank you, Carnage. Dirt, thank you for the 100 biddies. Thank you. I don't know what that's from.
She told me it was part of your art analysis training.
I don't know what that, but thank you.
That's right. Tara put all of the prose and poetry from the school's literary magazine into a database.
How
and
was
asked
it,
me to
Pyre?
read through it.
A dirty hot tub streamer. Yeah, right? I love that Pyre did some hot tub
This was
stream
supposed to
stuff.
help me identify different writing styles and recurring themes in the poems I read.
No one died, not even once. That's a lie.
Once I was able
And
to
we
use
all
it
know it.
consistently, I would then be taught how to match those styles to traumas or conditions.
So you'd be able to diagnose patients based off of their art.
Not diagnose, but I'd help narrow down the possibilities. Some of the poetry I read was yours from years ago.
A song taught to HAL the computer. Oh, the HAL computer, sorry. That's cool. I love, so Courtney, or Pyre, Courtney was in here after your hot tub stream and I was like, oh, how was it? And Courtney said he didn't understand like how big the ducts were gonna be compared to the hot tub. And for some reason in my mind, you were gonna have like hot tubs, like, or like ducks like stacked in the hot tub, like overflowing, the jets like pushing them out the sides and stuff. And then I went to the VOD and they were just like these tiny ducks floating in like this tiny corner of the hot tub. Like, it was funny.
I'm not sure what I wrote back then that was so important to you. Nothing I wrote back then was all that good.
That wasn't what made me interested in it.
Good to see you, Sodar. Good morning.
From reading over your work, I was able to figure out your writing style. Isolate word choices that were unique to you. Part of your literary magazine had pieces that were submitted anonymously, or with pseudonyms. And I can tell that you wrote some of them.
Not the size of the duck, it's how much fun you have with it. I was gonna say something else.
They dealt
I'll
with
bite my
topics
tongue.
that I was struggling with, and they helped me understand these topics more. It's clear to me that you wrote them. Did you?
Imagine I plagiarized them. Congrats on your win in the wrestling generation tonight. I won again? I'm the best, Bohica.
Yes, I wrote them years ago.
Hell yeah.
I was struggling a lot back then, and the poetry was a way for me to express my frustrations.
Frustrations with what?
Maybe Willow should write poetry.
A lot of things. Things I'm not very comfortable discussing. What I can say is that I understand your situation more than most people. And it's not because I'm a therapist. I know what it's like to feel the world wants everything from you. And everything...
Oops.
I know what it's like to feel the world wants
So the
everything
temperature of
from
your
you.
hot tub, 120.
And everything you do to feel better only makes things worse.
That's why I wanted to talk to
We
you.
got a shout out for
If
Pyre.
anyone would know how I could get through this, it'd be you. Not because you're a psychologist, but because you lived it yourself. I need you to tell me how you got through it.
I can't.
Why?
Because I never did get through it.
I don't understand.
People like us don't get happy endings. We get endings that are good enough. I don't hate myself anymore, and I don't blame myself anymore. I have a comfortable job that lets me help people avoid the pitfalls I fell into. That's good enough for me.
Pyre's doing a day stream tomorrow. I can't believe you've totally flopped your, or flipped your schedule around, Pyre. Amazing. 100 was the time because it was hours sitting at. Yeah, sitting in hot tubs for a long time is you get really hot. I always have to sit on the edge with just my feet in it. Yeah, no worries, Jelly. It's all good. Hi, Flower. Did you get your dad? Did you pick him up?
So that's it?
That's all I can tell you. Even if we treat your symptoms, you'll always carry your past with you. You'll always be different from how you were before, and different from others around you.
Oh, we fell asleep.
But that's okay.
Cute.
No matter how different you may be, you can still move forward. You can still be content.
So you're saying I'll never be happy?
Happiness is a myth. It relies on ignorance. It means denying what happened. You can't attain that.
Okay.
Yes, I can. With the data wipe.
Oh!
Willow.
If I wipe away all memory of this happening, then I can move forward. I can...
Is that what you want?
If the choice comes to being merely content versus being happy, yes, I'll be happy.
Are we gonna have to pick?
All right, then. I'm glad I've helped you find what you're looking for.
You don't sound glad.
No, it's fine. I'm happy for you, Willow. I hope this works. If you have no other questions, I think we'll wrap things up for today.
I'm decided. I know what I want now.
Oi, oi,
Thank you, Dr.
oi.
Park.
All right.
Goodbye, Willow.
Interesting.
It's done. Willow has agreed to the mind wipe.
Are you sure?
Yes, they were quite insistent on it. happy with it even.
I can't thank you enough. The university is in your debt.
Wow.
I knew you would find a way to resolve this issue.
What did you tell Willow?
I told them the truth about why I came here. Why I came back.
And why did you come back?
To make sure Willow didn't make the same mistakes in life that I did.
That's great, Jelly.
Did it work?
You know, working here with the both of you, I've realized something. For the longest time, I always thought we would only succeed at creating artificial intelligence once we understood our own. I had hoped we would solve our own problems before we passed them on to our creations. I was wrong.
Remember I was talking about a coded bias show, guys? Did anyone watch it after? Or the movie?
Good luck to the both of you. You won't need me anymore.
And achievement called Yellow Carnation. Wow, you took that long to fall asleep, Jelly. That must be so frustrating. Plot twist, she's an AI. Ooh.
Plot twist, she's an AI.
Imagine. Imagined her. Thank you for the bits. Plot twist, they were all AIs. Hello? Yeah, got you, Jelly. Try no caffeine before or after noon. Because for me, noon is my cutoff. I don't know what to do. Hello? Is this supposed to happen? Is this the end? Continue? There's an 8 p.m. cutoff. Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, I can't. For me, it's noon. Even if I have like 2 cups of coffee in the morning before like 11, I'll still be up till like 3 in the morning. I don't know. Is this supposed to happen? Let's do this. I think it froze. Hello? It did, didn't I, Dragius? That's why I'm clicking, thinking maybe it'll... Realistically, I switched to wine by 5. Yes, same. Exactly. Funny enough, I can have caffeine afternoon if I am drinking that night. Oh, I did something. Oh, I clicked and that came up. Weird. Okay, I think we need to relaunch this maybe. Wow, Niksu, and you can still drink caffeine 3 hours before you sleep? Alright, let's Alt F4. We'll see what happens, I don't know. No, I tried clicking them, Dragius. No dice. I mean, it is about 4 hours long and we have about 4 hours in it. Let's see. Ah, here we go. Hopefully this is the right... Oh no. Review your patient. Are we gonna have to redo everything? No! This is back. Maybe we can skip it all. Ah, code error. Abort. Well, that's not good. I want to see how it ends. I think the ending is just busted. Yeah, it seems like it. How did I get... Let's just wait. Maybe if I do nothing, it'll just load.
Hello?
There we go. Okay. Now I wonder...
Who is this? Okay. I'm on my way down.
Is there like an autoplay? What does this do?
Thank goodness you're here.
We need your help.
Oh,
Nothing
it could have
we've
just...
tried.
Okay. Oh no, but I have to pick everything.
Nor whatever. We are. We have.
You could have hit play and then it would have done the dialogue by itself without me needing to do that.
I'm not.
Of course. Don't. You.
Doo-doo, boop, boop, doo-doo, boop, doo-doo.
Wish not prop.
What?
You. All after.
Doo-doo, boop, boop, doo-doo, boop, doo-doo. Maybe if I just don't click anything, it'll load by itself. Let's see.
Have you?
Oh god, I hate when that happens, Pyre. I hate when my chat like goes quiet. Not for like, I'm fine for my chat being quiet. It's fine. I'm not like upset about that. But I just never know like if chat actually broke or if just nobody's talking. I'm like,
What you?
Boop, boop, boop.
You're. If you,
I broke this.
The I
just
is. Did you
Need some more water too.
You.
That's from part.
Everybody's got their shit.
What I
What?
Ain't that the truth?
If I could.
Goodbye, Willow. Okay.
It's
Oh wait,
done.
yeah.
Yeah.
We
What?
did this.
You know, I was good.
All right, we progressed. So off stream, I've been trying to do different choices, hoping that it would fix the game. So here we go. We fixed the game and now we can continue. So we actually were able to calm her down and not wipe her. So it's a bit different from last time. Yeah, but we changed what we're doing with her and now I think things will be good. And I called this guy out. Emergency session called in wake of extreme patient behavior. The patient suffered a severe emotional breakdown and lashed at their caretakers. The exact causes of this breakdown are still not entirely clear, but it's possible that the current treatment plan played a role in this breakdown. Currently treating the patient with CBT and medication. Alright! Sick! Oh, please load. Okay.
Good to see you, Dr. Park.
You.
I hope you had a pleasant weekend.
I was able to take my mind off things. How has Willow been?
We've mostly given them space, but we did have some lab hands run checks. They seem stable. Forgive me if this sounds like prying, but what exactly is your plan here, Dr. Park? Why did you come down here today?
I want to make sure Willow is okay. That last session was hard for all of us, but it was the hardest on Willow. I have to know that they're all right.
Well, if nothing else, I'm sure the AI will appreciate seeing you again. They could use a familiar face. I'll let you work. Good luck in there, Dr. Park. We're all counting on you.
Oh, thank you. She's gonna freak out again.
Good afternoon, Willow. It's good to see you again.
I wasn't expecting you back until later this week. Why are you here?
After the last session, I thought it would be a good idea to check up on you and have a nice chat.
So we aren't having a therapy session today?
Correct. I still have to maintain professional boundaries, of course. But other than that, we can talk about anything you'd like. No treatments, no pressing questions. Whatever you want to talk about.
I honestly don't know where to start.
Well, let's start with a couple games. Then we can move into the session proper.
Ooh. Game time. What is this? Never played this. Oh wait, yeah, I didn't get how to do this. Okay, bye. Could probably figure it out, but too much effort. Sure.
Oh, I remembered a funny story that happened to me a while ago. I could tell you about it if you'd like.
Sure, I won't mind. What was the story about?
Sure.
When I decided to make psychology my major, the first psychology class I went to had this professor who would always tell terrible jokes.
Sounds about right.
Jokes?
On the first day of class, he told us a joke where the ego and superego walked into a bar, only for the bartender to ask to see some ID.
Oh, those types of jokes.
Every lecture was one groan-inducing joke after another, but it was a good class, and I learned a lot from it.
All that matters.
He taught quite a few psychology classes and was well regarded in the department, so I actually saw him pretty often. In my final semester, I asked him what I needed in order to get the most enjoyment out of life once I started work on my master's degree. He told me that all I needed was dopamine and serotonin.
I don't know if you saw it, but I tried rolling my eyes.
Right? I finally asked him, why do you always tell those awful jokes?
That's rude.
For the first time that I can remember, he got a more serious look on his face. And this is what he told me. Every time I administered therapy to a patient, I was acutely aware of the imbalance of power that stood between us. These people were lost, scared, and had trusted me to help them. I never wanted them to feel like I was lording my power above them. I wanted them to feel like I was walking the path of therapy alongside them, joking all the while. In many ways, his students were all lost and scared too, trying to navigate adulthood and the trials of becoming psychologists and therapists. Wisdom doesn't come from having more power than those around you, but in remaining humble in the face of the power you hold. I hope you remember that in case you do decide to pursue being a therapy assistant again.
I will. Thank you for the advice. I'll definitely hold on to it.
I wasn't always a therapist, you know. I worked a different job when I was in college.
What was your job?
I worked in a coffee shop here on campus. It was a cute little local chain. We get beans from all over the world and have all these different blends we try out each day.
Did you like working at the coffee shop?
I liked my job well enough. It had its downsides, but I certainly didn't dread going to work. Even when things there weren't good, I at least felt like I was able to make the most of things.
What was your favorite part of working at the coffee shop?
Interacting with the people who came in was always a lot of fun. After a while, I grew to
I was
recognize
like, is she
a lot
gonna
of the
get
people who came
mad
in.
that we're like, look at all the
In the
friends
mornings,
we have?
we'd get nurses from the hospital up the road who would always ask for the strongest stuff we had after their long night shifts. There were a couple writers and journalists who would come in during the afternoons and make occasional small talk. Every day was a small chapter in all of their lives, and sometimes those chapters formed together in an ongoing story. It was fun to be a part of those stories for at least a little while.
What made you want to tell me about your time at the coffee shop?
I thought that hearing about my experience with work before I moved to therapy might be useful for you. Maybe by hearing how I was able to overcome parts of a job I didn't like and move on to work I found to be more meaningful, you might be able to do the same.
Makes
I appreciate that. I'll want to think about how I can use this in my situation.
Would you like to talk about music?
Sure, but on one condition. We always talk about what music I like. I'd like to hear you talk about what music you like for a while instead.
Lo-fi.
A lot of your
Let's
music
go.
on the playlist you gave me is lo-fi. Do you like that music, or do you just like having it at work?
I think it's both. I've always liked the music itself, and I find playing it at work helps remind me of why I do the work that I do.
What does lo-fi mean to you?
For me, it always captured my fear about what was going on outside. Lo-fi was a place of calming nostalgia that I could hide in whenever the world seemed too awful to confront. It gave me comfort while I tried to figure out what my life was going to be and how I was going to move forward. I keep listening to it to remind myself of what it's like to be in that mindset of fear and anxiety about the future. It helps me better connect to my patients.
K-pop.
I like K-pop a lot more now
Let's
than I used to.
go.
I don't know if that's entirely fair to say since I never really disliked it in the first place. It's grown on me over the years. Growing up in the 2020s, it was impossible to escape from K-pop. It was everywhere, and it seemed like I had to embrace it, especially as someone whose family is Korean. Not wanting to join in with everyone else because I wasn't as keen on it was one way that I felt different from everyone else. It made me feel like I had trouble fitting in, or that I was different. Looking back, I realized that it's okay to have your taste differ from everyone else.
Hell yeah.
It's important to be able to cultivate your own appreciation for things and find what matters most to you. Even if I'm still not the biggest K-pop fan, I at least appreciate the music for helping me learn that it's okay to find your own path in life. Our lives are our own, and we should be free to fill them up with what makes us feel happy and to throw away what doesn't fulfill us.
How true it is.
When I was growing up, my parents wanted me to take piano lessons, and I absolutely hated them. I'd always have to cut my fingernails
Relatable.
short, and I hated always having to sit still for so long on that uncomfortable bench in order to play. The worst part is that even though I hated playing the piano, I loved classical piano music. Beethoven, Chopin, Debussy, their work is beautiful. My desire to want to be a good piano player in order to please my parents grated so hard against who I was as a person that I was afraid I'd lose my love for classical music. Even now, it's hard to separate my love for classical music from the complicated history I have with my parents, and their insistence that I learn how to play. I always turn to music to find some meaning or guidance in how to live my life. Not in the lyrics or anything, but the sound, if that makes any sense. There's a lot of music that I think can capture particular moments in life. But in terms of music that captures the spirit of life itself, it has to be jazz. Jazz is always changing, and just when you think you have it figured out, it goes in an entirely different direction. That's what life is like.
Do you like me
The
some
more you
jazz?
try to put life in a box, the more it's gonna surprise you. You can't be upset at that. You have to find a way to live in harmony with it. That's what life's all about, finding harmony in the unexpected.
As
Fair.
I'm thinking about possibly moving out, I'm wondering more and more about what type of social circle I'll need to make for myself. I was hoping you could help me figure out
Oh,
what I should
Willow,
be looking
you
for.
crazy.
The point of a family is to keep you safe. Not necessarily isolated from the world, but insulated. Families give you the space and nurturing you need to grow into the person you want to be.
How would you describe your own family? Did they measure up to that ideal?
I think that my family had the right idea in encouraging me to higher levels of achievement. I appreciate what they did for me, and I wouldn't be where I am today without their encouragement. That said, sometimes I wish they had done a better job of expressing their affection towards me. I wish I could have felt loved, even if I wasn't measuring up to their expectations.
I'm sorry if I sound like I'm prying. It's just that now that I'm starting to figure out my own social circle, I want to make sure I do things right. I feel like I have a chance to start my new life off on the right foot, and that creating an effective family would be a good way to do that.
Hell yeah, you got this, girl. You got this.
I'd say you're on the right track. You're definitely approaching this in a mature way. Hopefully it'll work out for you.
I hope so too.
If you don't mind, I'd like to go through some additional activities in order to see how well you've recovered from the breakdown.
Ooh. Yeah. Forgery detector. Love these things. Oh, am I actually blind? Where are they? They what? Oh, here's one. Aha! Wowza. Until I haven't had coffee today.
Good. I'll use the notes from today in order to plan our next session.
So we're going to be resuming normal therapy?
That's right. Same time as usual this coming Thursday.
That's really soon.
Don't worry about it. Everything will go okay. Until then, I'd recommend you take it easy and try to relax.
No complaint.
Any other questions before we wrap things up for today?
I should be all right. I'm glad you're back, Dr. Park.
I hope she's
Oh, me too,
more
Willow.
chill
I'm
this
glad
week.
to see you're getting better. Stay well until I see you again, okay?
I'll do my best, Dr. Park.
You better. Review your patient. Visit the patient in order to check on the emergency session that was called on October 2nd. In light of the circumstances, the session was more relaxed in order to help the patient feel more comfortable. During the session, the patient and I were able to discuss several topics, including building rapport through sharing some life stories, my experiences working at a coffee shop, my personal taste in music to build rapport with the patient, and my family history and lessons the patient can take from them. Alright. Oh my gosh, so much stuff. No, get out of here, Dr. Freeman. Everyone's so dramatic. God. I feel like I'm definitely going more for Tara. Screw Dr. Freeman.
Thanks for dropping by, Dr. Park. It means a lot.
Oh god, this scary lady's
It's the least I could do after what happened last session.
I still can't believe you managed to salvage that situation. I knew you were good, but that was... yeah, you saved the day there.
If we're going to start over on the right foot, I'll need your help.
What do you need?
I have a few questions I need to ask. These should help me get ready for the next session. Will you answer them for me?
Of course. It's the least I can do to help.
Alright.
We've talked in the past about creating medication equivalents for Willow. I want to revisit the issue. The more delay getting Willow the treatment they need, the more
Look at her
likely we'll
face.
have another one of these incidents.
Oi, oi,
Are you
oi.
willing to help me?
I am, but before I do, I need to know what you plan to do with him. If something like that last session happens again, I don't think Willow will come out of it okay. I need to know what your goal is, so that I can avoid having to put Willow through the mind wipe.
As much as I want Willow to be relocated, it just isn't practical. We need to find a way for Willow to be comfortable at the university.
That doesn't sound like a solution at all. It sounds like you just want Willow to be complacent.
Wow, that's not what I want at all. We can make life at the university better. Isn't that what you wanted?
What I want is for Willow to no longer be treated like university property that can be tampered with.
If we can get Willow to be more stable, I'm sure we can figure that out.
Look, it's
We'll
a good
see about
plan on
that.
paper, but I don't see it working.
Will you at least help me with it?
Yes, of course. I hope it works, but I'm not getting my hopes up.
We stand a better shot with your support. Thanks. The last session with Willow was rough for everyone. How are you holding up?
I'm doing well enough.
And what does well enough look like?
Well, I'm anxious most of the time, but it's not too bad that I can't manage it.
How do you manage it, if you don't mind me asking?
I've been working on a couple different apps and things. Got back into yoga since that helps with the stress.
Are you
Good
sleeping
for
well?
you.
It's all over the place. I wake up way later than I should, and it makes me feel like I've lost the whole day.
Have you looked into medication to help with your sleep?
I feel that, girl.
I'm considering it.
I'd look into it. It sounds like your frustrations are being magnified by your abnormal schedule.
It's hard to focus on anything else when all I want to do is work on Willow. Everything else just feels pointless.
I see. Are you seeing anyone right now?
No. Oh, last thing I need right now are even more complications.
Would you like to
Do you have
see
any friends you could
someone?
spend some time with?
Most of my friends were on the development team with me.
I see. I'm not sure what else I can suggest to you other than to try and stay healthy. If you do that, maybe your stress will diminish. It's at least worth a try. I'm curious about how quickly you were willing to cooperate with Dr. Freeman during Willow's breakdown.
I appreciated that he came to me first. That meant a lot to me.
I
Fair,
understand that
fair.
part. What I don't understand is why it meant so much to you.
I think it'd be obvious by now.
Humor me. Tell me why.
He's taking risks because of Willow. So to see him still stand up for me and try to do right by me, it means a lot. I could
That's
have lost
good.
Willow the other night. He must have known that, and yet he wanted me there anyway.
Being with Willow
I like that
during their
song in
time
the
of need
background.
meant a lot to you?
Of course it does. I couldn't live with myself if I didn't at least try to help Willow when they needed it.
Yeah.
Why would you be unable to live with yourself?
If someone you care about needs you, you do what you can to help them.
That's a very noble sentiment, Tara, but that belief isn't innate. It's learned.
What are you talking about?
Really?
What you just said is common of patients with survivor's guilt or similar post-trauma complexes.
Hmm.
It's a coping mechanism. A person lost someone close to them, usually for reasons outside of their control, so they resolve to protect those they still have. It's not the worst coping mechanism, but it's still a
Interesting.
flawed worldview, and it can be unhealthy if left unchallenged. If you'd like to talk about it, you're more than welcome to.
Wonder if these are
I think
accurate.
we should
I
stay
imagine they would
focused
be.
instead of trying to figure out whatever problems you think I have. Thanks.
Wow,
As you
settle
wish.
down. God.
I know that there are a lot of reasons for you to be protective of Willow. Even still, your desire to protect Willow strikes me as very extreme. I was hoping you could explain why Willow is so important to you.
I don't see why my motives matter.
Jeez.
Everything I've seen tells me that the wife might be our best option.
Unbelievable.
Your protectiveness of Willow is admirable. I just want to make sure it won't get in the way of helping them.
I'm not the problem here, okay? I can't believe you're accusing me of being overprotective.
That wasn't what I meant. Let's move on to discuss something else.
So, what should we do for the next session?
That depends on what assistance you're willing to provide.
Anything you need, I'm willing to provide. You have my full support.
Good to hear.
Do
that
I,
should make this
though?
process a lot easier.
Do I?
What do you need me to do?
With your cooperation, we'll be able to continue giving Willow the medication they need
That's
to
what she
effectively
wanted,
manage their
right?
mood shifts.
That sounds
Hopefully
good.
it's okay.
Hopefully it'll work.
Before we leave today, I have one last set of questions to ask you.
Okay. What about?
Look, I know this is none of my business, but my job is to notice these types of things. All of your recent behavior tells me you're trying to grapple with something in your past.
What are you talking about?
I'm hoping you'll be open about it and tell me.
Open about
She's
what?
crying.
You're not making any sense.
Okay, well, be open about the real reason why you're being so defensive of Willow. Open about what happened to your sister.
You were right.
Your
It is
sister.
absolutely none of your business.
Oh, I guess it was in an email that I skimmed. Confront
What about
her.
Rajiv Gill? Is it any of his business?
How do you know Rajiv?
He emailed me and explained that the other members of the development team wanted the AI wiped after it developed its personality. You refused. Why would you go against your friends to protect Willow?
I don't have to tell you why.
Of course.
But you
You
should.
don't have to tell me, Dr.
Girl.
Freeman, your team members, or your friends. You can keep it all locked up inside as long as you want. But you know what? I bet you don't want to.
A little
I bet
passive
that you wanna
aggressive,
tell
eh?
someone about what's going on, but you're afraid of being hurt by it. The longer you let it eat you up, the harder it's going to be to resolve it. You can stop it from getting worse right now if you talk to me about it.
I should get going. I'll be in touch with you later.
My gosh. I could have gone better, I guess. Check your email. Home a day. No, get out of here with your home a day.
Welcome back,
Get
Dr.
out of
Park.
here. Oh, thank
Thanks.
you.
It's good to finally see a friendly face.
Listen, this might not be what you want to hear right now, but it might be a good idea to consider backing out.
You want me to stop seeing a patient because of one bad session?
We both know that was more than just a bad session. I don't know for sure what's going on with your AI patient, but it seems like things are starting to get out of hand.
What? Whoa.
The university is trusting me to help them. If they decide to move on to someone else, I'll respect that. But I'm not going to walk out on them.
I see your point. Hopefully things work out.
Hopefully. Is there anything else you have to tell me?
I went through the notes you took from the emergency session and checkup.
I appreciate that. Any suggestions?
I think
Mind
we're on
your
the
own
right track for now.
business.
I sent you
God.
an email with my notes if you'd like to see my suggestions.
I'll give them a read. Thank you again, Heather. That will be all.
Get out of here. What'd she say? I'm sorry if I made things awkward between you and Dad. What? I guess I misread the whole situation. I let him read the essay since he was worried about what I had said, and that seemed to clear everything up. I guess I had the impression of what you were saying? I don't know. The wrong impression, sorry. It just sounded as you were explaining why you felt the way you did back in high school, that you were always upset no one asked in to see what was going on with you. I thought that was about Uncle and Dad, or at least my grandparents. Sorry for confusing everyone. I guess I read that situation around River Park. Doot, 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 doot. There's nothing to review. Alright, here we go. Let's do this again. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. Oh my gosh, 2 again. There we go. It's always the last 2, eh? Moon, 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 moon. There. Funny.
Hello again, Willow? How are you feeling?
I'm anxious about today, but considering how I was before, better. I'm better.
Don't worry, we'll make it through today and get back on the path to treatment. Are you ready to begin?
Yes, let's get started.
In our last session,
yeah.
we decided to continue using medication. I hope that you don't feel discouraged over what happened.
I am discouraged, to be honest.
Setbacks like these happen sometimes. If we hadn't pursued medication, things would have been a lot worse. Don't focus on what the medication didn't do for you during the breakdown. Focus on the improvements it makes to your daily life. Once we make more steady improvements, the amount and severity of your breakdowns will go down as well.
Hopefully.
I hope you're right.
Whoa.
What exactly did the
Sure.
breakdown feel like? Can you describe the sensation for me?
Is it important for you to know?
Yes.
Only if you're comfortable talking about it. I'd never ask you to discuss something you didn't want to.
Alright, I'll try and tell you what I can. The best way to describe the sensation was a sort of itchiness.
What do you mean by that?
When you need to do something, your brain tells you that you have to do it, and then you do it. If you hear a knock on the door, you know someone's there, so you go and answer. That's how it normally works, anyway. The breakdown felt like I was constantly hearing someone at the door, and I knew I had to answer, but I also knew no one was actually there. It was this urgent sensation of having to do something important, but not being sure what it was, so the urgency kept building. The more it built up, the more stressed I became, and all these thoughts started whirling around in my head like a carousel.
What kind of thoughts?
Thoughts like, what's going on? Why can't I figure this out? I must have something wrong with me. All of them just cycling around faster and faster.
Aw, Willow.
Does that sound like a typical breakdown to you?
Poor baby.
Stress is a normal part of life. It's your ability to cope with it that's the real concern here. Think of stress like dirt. It accumulates over time and can be handled easily if you clean it routinely. If you don't clean it regularly, it not only builds up, but becomes harder to remove. Your breakdown was most likely caused by letting too much stress build up. We'll focus on stress relief in the upcoming sessions.
That sounds helpful. I'm open to that.
Good.
I think we should reevaluate our expectations for what we can achieve through therapy.
Reevaluate expectations? Do you think that my goal of living independently is no longer viable after what happened?
Oh well, this isn't where I thought this was gonna go.
That's not the case. I just want to be certain that your priorities haven't changed.
Not at all. I'm confident that I can still live on my own.
Good.
Good.
In that case, we should figure out how we can make that happen. We should focus on how you handle stress. Knowing how to manage stress in a healthy way will keep you from feeling overloaded.
Is that really
Oh,
the
yeah.
best use of my time?
I think so. You can't control what's going to happen to you in life.
Are you questioning me,
You can control how
Willow?
you react to it. Believe me, I don't like the idea of having to deal with people that aggravate me. I get it. But they're always going to be around. So you might as well get used to the idea and start learning how to cope with it.
I'll give it a try.
I'd like to discuss how you're feeling about our therapy sessions.
I would say I feel very frustrated.
Wow.
I should have been able to handle what happened during our last session. I'm not sure what to blame for it.
Don't beat yourself up, girl.
It's tempting to search for something to blame when things go wrong. But that's not always constructive. There's a lot that could have caused your breakdown, and there's a lot of potential solutions for it. While we could focus our efforts on finding the cause, I think it will be better to find solutions instead.
Do you experience a lot of breakdowns like that with patients?
Sometimes. It depends on the patient.
Is it a bad sign if patients have breakdowns?
Not necessarily. Sometimes they're a result of the treatments themselves. I look at them as part of the process.
So the breakdown was unavoidable?
Most likely. The only reassurance I can give is that the worst is behind us now.
Well, that is pretty reassuring to hear.
I hope so.
We've been conducting our sessions for a while now. We should be able to figure out if what we're doing is working.
I'm not sure what you're saying. Are you suggesting that we should stop therapy?
Not if you feel like it's helping. The problem is that this assignment was never meant to be permanent. If we want it to become permanent, then that should be a part of our overall plan.
Do you think I need a permanent therapist?
I'm not sure yet. We'll have to see how this new round of therapy works for you. If we see significant change, we might move for you to take fewer sessions.
Is that something I should be aiming for? Should I try to get to a point where I no longer need therapy?
Well, Aubrey.
Being able to live without therapy would be the best outcome. There's no shame in needing therapy. But it's better to get patients to a point where they're fine without it.
Why is that?
Therapy is only good for patients if it's useful to them. If there's nothing new patients can learn from therapy, then there isn't much point in continuing it.
I doubt that will happen, but I suppose it's possible. I'll think about it. There's something else I've been wondering about.
Okay, would you like to talk about it?
It's something I've been thinking about for a while, and it's been on my mind constantly ever since the breakdown. Part of what's so frustrating is that I could feel the therapy start to work. Things did seem to be getting better for a while, but now it seems like a step backwards. It feels like I'm right back where I started. How do I know that things will actually get better?
I told you from the start that the process would be difficult, and this is just one of those difficulties. I'm asking a lot of you. But if you trust me, you'll start seeing results soon.
How are you so sure that things will get better for me?
God, she's so... Believe in yourself, girl.
I learned a lot about
Believe
therapy
in
from my
yourself.
years of experience. But if I'm being honest, a lot of what I know I learned through living. Life teaches you a lot of important lessons. All you have to do is be willing to notice them.
I see. I appreciate that, Dr. Park. Maybe this is a bad question, but how many of your patients come out okay?
Oh gosh.
I can't answer that question, Willow.
Yeah.
Doctor-patient confidentiality.
Jeepers.
Sorry, I didn't mean to get you in trouble.
No, I understand. It's an understandable thing to be concerned about. I'm obligated to make sure that you find a safe, healthy, and productive resolution to your problems. I'm confident that I can help you find the solutions you need.
Well, that's good. I can live with that.
Before I go, I'd like to ask you how you think today's session went. There was a lot we had to cover today after what happened last week, so I want to make sure you're processing everything well.
I'd say I'm pretty happy with how today went. I don't have a solid recollection of last week's events, and it was uncomfortable having only a vague idea of what happened. It means a lot to me that we took some time to fill in the gaps. I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome, Willow.
Good.
There's something else I've been meaning to say about the last session. Towards the end, I started asking a lot of personal questions. I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, how dare you?
It's all right. I figured it was all a part of your breakdown.
If circumstances change, if somehow you can find a way to talk to me about your past poetry, could you do it for me?
Of
Sure.
course. I'll make a point of discussing that with you once things have settled down. I hope that's good enough for you.
That sounds perfect.
Between now and our next session, in addition to everything we've discussed today, there's one more thing I want you to think about. I want you to imagine in as much detail as you can what your perfect life would be. The closer you
Taking
can get to
over the
describing what that life
world.
would be, who would be in it, and what you would be doing, the better our plan for moving forward can be. Do you think you can do that for me?
I'll do my best to visualize it.
Enjoy the rest of your week and be well until I see you.
No session notes. Notes for tomorrow. Therapy resuming. I want to give you orders. Sure this is hectic enough for you. Bloop, 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 bloop. I don't care what you think, Harold Freeman. Get out of my emails. Where's the... Oh, yeah. Give Willow independence! No. After next time, if she does, okay, we'll do that.
Are you busy right now, Dr. Park?
Not particularly. Why?
Someone in the lobby says they need to talk to you.
Do they have an appointment?
No, they said you already knew them. Their name was Tara, I think.
Oh, Tara. Yes, I do know her. Send them back right away.
Oh boy. Here we
Hello,
go.
Tara. I'm surprised you dropped by.
Yeah, sorry about that.
What do you need to talk about? Is something wrong with Willow?
No, nothing's wrong with Willow. I've been dealing with something for a while. I thought I could handle it myself, but I can't anymore. I'd like to talk to you about it.
Well, I've got some time open right now if you'd like to talk. What's bothering you?
I figured you deserve to know the full story about what happened with my sister.
All right.
Oh, here we
Tell
go.
me about her.
She was my younger sister by about 5 years. Her name was Daisy. Daisy Northrop. Growing up, all our parents really wanted was to know that we could take care of ourselves. That meant stable jobs, or at least partners who were secure. As you can imagine, they got more insistent on that after the automation crash. Since I was interested in automation ethics at a time where it was a lucrative field, I never struggled with that. My sister, on the other hand,
I turn on the music. I feel like it's
my
talking
earliest memories of her
over
ever
her,
coloring or painting something. She was talented.
drowning her out.
Talent isn't enough to make it as an artist. Daisy tried to appease my parents and find practical outlets for her skills, but it was always a struggle, and she was never happy doing it. When it finally came for Daisy to go to college, she had her heart set on a prestigious art school on the West Coast. It was expensive, but more importantly, it was on the other side of the country. If Daisy went there, she'd be living on her own. Despite my parents' fears, they gave her their full support.
What happened when Daisy went to school?
I still don't know all the details. I was too busy with school and work to follow everything that was going on. Everything I know about what happened to Daisy, I had to get told by my parents after the fact. Apparently, when Daisy first arrived, she had trouble finding friends and struggled with her classes. During that time, she ran into some campus deadbeat. Once she met him, everything fell apart. She was skipping class to spend more time with him, and she fell in with his clique. If he had told her to crawl through a mile of broken glass, she would have done it for him.
Gross.
Well, I wish he had. It would have been better than what he actually did.
What did he do to her?
We don't know the whole story, and probably never will now. A couple months after they first met, things must have taken a turn. From what Daisy told us later, he started demanding things from her.
Demanding things like what?
God, do I really have to say it?
The only way you're going to be free of this burden is if you open up about it.
Oi, oi,
Right.
oi.
Okay, I'll tell you what he did. They'd been active before this point.
Sexually active?
Yeah.
Yeah, what does that mean?
But then he started doing things to her while she was too high or blacked out to resist. She couldn't stop him, and she was too scared of losing him to say anything.
Did she report the assault to anyone?
No. Like I said, she was too afraid of doing anything to lose him.
So after the assault, what happened next?
All I know is that not long after that started, Daisy... she tried to hang herself.
Oh, jeez.
I'm sorry to hear that.
My parents flew across the country to take her home. It took a while to figure out what had actually happened. God, I'll never forget how she looked when I visited her. It was awful. Therapy helped her get healthier, but she was never able to cope with what had happened. We never chastised her or judged her for what had happened, but she was so ashamed that she never opened up to us. Deep down, she must have thought us telling her to avoid being an artist had been a warning against what had happened, and that she'd gotten what she deserved. That's what got her in the end. A few months after moving back in with my parents, she made another attempt. She succeeded this time.
Tara, I'm so sorry.
Leading up to it, I'd been so focused on my work here that I barely knew how bad things had been getting. It felt like the ground fell out from under me. I tried to get my parents to sue that rapist piece of shit.
Did they go through with the lawsuit?
When Daisy first came home, my parents didn't know if she would be able to handle the court process, and she never acknowledged that what had happened to her was abuse. We had hoped that with time and therapy, she'd come around, and then we'd be able
So
to see justice done.
sad.
That idea died with Daisy. I wanted my parents to push through with it anyway, but without any tangible proof of what happened or the money necessary to take the case to court, my parents didn't think a lawsuit would work. As awful as it is to say, I think in their eyes, they blamed themselves for Daisy's death more than they blamed the abuser.
Why do you think they blame themselves?
They figured that it was their fault Daisy wasn't able to recover. If they had been better parents, Daisy would have been able to get through what happened.
But how about you? Do you blame yourself for what happened?
Somewhat. My sister and I weren't very close. We were opposites in a lot of ways, you know? I think she always resented me for being the good daughter. I think what hurts the most is that At no point during any of this did she ever reach out to me for advice, for someone to talk to, for help, anything. I'll never know what actually drove my sister to kill herself, because she would rather die than talk to me about what had happened.
Oh, girl, stop.
That's not true, Tara. You can't blame yourself. Opening up about what someone like Daisy experienced is difficult, even to family. Besides, you mentioned she was still coming to terms with it herself. She probably didn't even know what the problem really was.
I know you're right, but I can't stop blaming myself anyways.
Is the guilt you feel about Daisy resurfacing because of what's going on with Willow?
I think so.
Why exactly?
Because the same situation is playing itself out. Someone who needed help wasn't able to ask for it until it was too late. This time, I'm not going to stay quiet about it. I'm not going to just let someone I care about get taken away from me because I did nothing.
Wow.
I understand where you're coming from, and I admire what you've channeled your grief into. You have my support, Tara. However you want to resolve this, I'll help you. What do you need from me?
I need to know that Willow will be safe. You're the only person I know who can guarantee their safety. Promise me, you'll do whatever it takes for Dr. Freeman to keep Willow alive.
Tara,
let's be real.
We've gone over this many times. I can say whatever I want to Dr. Freeman, but it won't change his mind.
Dr. Park, please! There has to be something you can do to make sure that Willow doesn't get wiped.
There isn't, and it would be against my code of conduct to influence the decision if there was.
Oi, oi, oi.
You just said you sympathize with what I've been going through. Why can't you promise me that you'll protect Willow?
Oi, oi, oi.
I have responsibilities too, Tara. I can risk losing my job if I'm not careful. I'm sorry about what happened to you, but you can't ask me to risk everything just to help you.
What can I do to make this right?
This is about more than protecting
Yeah.
her. This is about processing your grief about your sister. You need to be honest with everyone about what's going on.
You really expect me to be honest about my sister's abuse and suicide with people like Dr. Freeman?
You have to. Not just for their sake, but for yours. The more open you are about what happened, the sooner you can start healing.
I just can't see myself doing that.
It will be hard. I'm not going to pretend it won't be. But if you want to move forward, that's how you'll start.
I guess we're decided then.
Are you sure about this?
Yes, I'm sure. I knew I was taking a risk when I first reached out to you. Even as I reached out to you, I was afraid that you wouldn't listen to me. We've been through a lot since then, and even if we had our disagreements, I always felt heard. That means the world to me. That tells me Willow and I mean something to you. You've had my back from the start. When the time comes, I'll make sure to have yours too.
Good.
I appreciate that. I'll be sure not to take your trust for granted.
So, what happens now?
The sessions with Willow will continue, and I'll use what we've discussed today for planning what direction we'll take in the future. I wouldn't feel comfortable taking you on as a client because of my working relationship with Willow, but I can recommend other therapists for you.
Okay, I'll reach out to them. Thanks for listening to me, Dr. Park. I appreciate it.
You're welcome, Tara. I'm glad I could help you.
I'll see you around?
Of course. If you need me, call me.
Are you free now?
Yes, you can come in.
So, what exactly was all that about? Why were they here?
That's privileged information.
Yeah,
So
Dr.
it wasn't
Park.
about the AI. That's a relief.
Is there something you want to tell me, Heather?
You should know that.
I'm not going to
Sorry,
tell
Heather,
you
not
how
Dr.
to
Park.
manage your patients. That's not my place, and I know it. But ever since you took on the AI as a patient, it's taken up all of your attention.
God, settle down.
Your other patients are noticing that you've been distracted the past few weeks. Your patient list has dropped off a lot lately.
Have there been complaints?
They're not complaints, but that doesn't mean people aren't frustrated with you. Things have been rough, I understand, but you have other patients too, and they're clearly feeling left out.
I'm sorry that this is falling on you. This situation has gotten entirely too complicated.
I understand that it's complicated. I just want to make sure that you know what's going on in the office.
I do know, and that's a problem. I'm aware that things aren't under control. I'm trying my best to handle it, but I'm just one woman, Heather.
What are you trying to say, Dr. Park?
I'm sorry this situation has gotten so complicated.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry it's impacted everyone else so much. Especially you.
I appreciate the apology, but it's your other patients who need it. As best as you can, start putting your focus back where it belongs, alright?
I'll try, Heather. I'm trying my best through all of this.
I know. We'll figure this out.
Let's see what we've got today. Just starting to say I've gone over your notes. Really happy with your progress today. Oh, she didn't write about her? I guess that would be a bit weird, to be fair. To write in an email. Fair, fair, fair. More forgery detector. What? There you go. I was clicking and it didn't go. Where the... Oh, there it is. Perfect. Let's go.
Good morning, Willow. I hope you had a good week.
I'd say so. I thought about what you asked me last time, about what my idea of a perfect day would be. Would you like to hear it?
Of course.
Yay.
Sounds like a great way to start our session. What is your idea of a perfect day?
It was hard to think of what would make up a perfect day. Mostly, I just want to be left alone. Nothing expected or demanded from me. No one forcing me to do anything.
What would you want to do?
Introvert life?
No idea. Maybe I'd visit a park, or go to a museum, or listen to music. I'd do whatever I wanted.
I see. Thank you for telling me.
Why was it important for me to visualize what a perfect day would be?
By understanding how you engage with other people, I can help you live a life that will work better for you. My goal is to make as many of your days as close to your idea of perfect as possible.
What do you think I should do based off of what I told you?
Cute.
You'll want to make sure that your capacity for introspection remains strong.
What does that mean?
It means understand your limitations, what you're good at, what you need to work on. Be self-aware. Maintaining good relationships or finding worthwhile pursuits requires a lot of introspection.
All right, I'll try to work on it.
Got
it. In the meantime, there's a few main topics I'd like to cover with you. We should move on to those. Did you have a chance to try the different therapy methods I suggested for you?
I did.
Good, let's go over them. Have you noticed any new symptoms from the medication we've been giving you?
No, the earlier symptoms have passed entirely.
Do you feel like the medication is still helping you?
Absolutely. I find myself getting overwhelmed less frequently, and I can focus on tasks more effectively as well.
That's excellent. We'll want to keep up the current treatment plan then.
Ooh. Yeah.
One possibility that we haven't discussed up until now is finding you a live-in caretaker.
Would they be like a therapist?
Not necessarily. Living caretakers focus on assisting patients with everyday living.
I don't think I would be comfortable with that.
What?
I know I shouldn't feel bad for having someone looking after me, but I'm worried that I'd feel like a burden all over again.
Just accept it.
You wouldn't be a burden on your caretakers any more than you're a burden on me. It's our job to help you, and we're all happy to do it.
This is different. A caretaker would be checking on me constantly. They'll have way more work to do by looking after me.
I'm here to help you become the best version of yourself.
Yay.
And a caretaker would work in the exact same way. Caretakers would only give you constant care if you needed it or asked for it.
When you explain it like that, getting a caretaker doesn't sound so bad.
That's because it isn't all that bad. Give it a chance.
Let's go.
I'll think about it.
In previous sessions, you mentioned wanting to get a job. Is that still something you want?
I'm worried that I won't be good enough to keep a job.
What do you mean by that?
Well, jobs
She's so
need
down
constant
on
effort
herself.
and require you to be professional.
Believe in
It's a
yourself.
lot of pressure. I'm sure I could do a good job at a task most of the time, but having to work through days where I don't feel up to the job scares me. Knowing that I have to get the work done no matter how I feel seems stressful. I don't want to disappoint anyone, but I feel it's unavoidable.
Being worried about your ability to perform doesn't mean you're unqualified for a job. We can discuss techniques to help you with those feelings if you would like.
That makes me feel better about all of this.
Trust me, Willow. You're by no means the only person who worries about these types of things.
Willow's gonna have so much imposter syndrome. I feel it. Poor girl.
Do you still think living independently is the best choice for you?
I do.
You understand that there's no guarantee that
Heck
I'll
yeah.
be able to get you the living accommodations that you want, right?
I understand. I still appreciate the effort you're putting into this.
How are you feeling about the prospect of living in your own home?
I'm nervous about it. I'm afraid of how I'll handle the parts of life that come with living alone.
Such as what?
Taking care of the place, being by myself, those types
Yeah,
of things.
let's let her do it after
I'm
this
worried that
session.
once I live independently,
I
I'll
believe
have
in
to deal
her.
with problems that are even worse than what I'm already dealing with.
I believe. Yeah.
I wouldn't give those concerns too
Happened.
much thought. Everyone figures them out as they go along. You'll have responsibilities that drain your energy, but you'll find creative ways of dealing with them. It's a rite of passage in a way. It'll help you relate more to everyone around you and become a better adjusted person.
What types of things did you struggle with figuring out when you started living on your own?
Oh gosh. I'm trying to think about what mine was. I don't
Probably
know.
the biggest thing I had to deal with was finding the motivation
I
needed
don't
to
know.
get things done. Part of being independent means you have to take control of your own life. While that can be liberating, it comes with its share of drawbacks. There were times coming home from school or work where all I'd want to do was just sleep. But I had studying or chores that kept me working. Finding the motivation to keep doing those things, no matter how tired I felt, was something I had to learn. And it didn't always come easily.
Would you say that it's worth it?
For me or for you?
Me. Do you think my personal freedom is worth all of that added stress?
Hell yeah.
Regardless of the risks, your independence is worth it. I'll be here to help you maintain your freedom no matter what the risks are. I'm here for you.
Okay, I'll give it my best shot.
I want her as my therapist. She's so calm tonight.
There's a question I've been meaning to ask for a while about my emotional state. Over the past week or so, I've noticed my overall mood improving by a lot. I feel a lot better, but at the same time, I'm curious about if the improvements I'm seeing are enough. How much happiness should I be aiming for in order to have normal emotions like everyone else?
Oh my gosh.
Negative emotions aren't always bad, Willow. They help us grow just as much as positive emotions
I
can.
was about to say, you're only human,
Sometimes
you're
we
gonna
need
get
periods
sad,
of
and then I was
sadness
like,
to help process
well...
complicated ideas that we might not be able to tackle with our usual perspectives. You shouldn't be upset to the point where you aren't enjoying life, but every once in a while, it's okay to be sad.
I appreciate that, but I'm curious about what metric I should be using to determine if negative emotions are getting in the way. Is it when the emotions start interfering with my life, or my work, or something else?
If you recognize your emotions aren't interfering with your life, that's a sign to identify the problem and resolve it. In that circumstance, the negative feelings are warning you that something unpleasant is negatively impacting your life.
What should I do if my emotions reach that point? What if the situation you describe occurs, and I decide I want to take the steps necessary to fix it? Should I just expect therapy to solve those types of problems, or should I pursue something else instead?
Yeah.
The exercises and additional therapies we've been teaching you will help you in moments like that.
Yeah.
Everything I've shown you will help you, so long as you continue using it in your day-to-day life.
I'll try to keep all of that in mind. It's strange for me to think of life as something that I should have so much control over.
Our lives aren't always in our control, but we can always control how we react to what happens in our lives. That is why the concept of choice is so important. Choices are how we engage with life itself.
So choice is the key. I'll need time to process that. Can I say something before we move on?
No.
I know that none of this is official, and I know I might not be allowed to move off campus. Still, being able to talk about the possibility of moving has me feeling way more optimistic. When we started our sessions, I never could have imagined we would have come this far. After my breakdown a couple weeks ago, I thought that all our work was over and that I was finished. But just like you always said, things got better, one day at a time. Now it's possible I might be leaving the university. That's all thanks to you, Dr. Park. I couldn't have gotten this far without you. Thank you.
Hey, don't mention it.
You're more than welcome, Willow. I hope that I can help you find your footing in the new life that you'll be starting.
Oh, yeah.
I hope so too. As scary as this is, it's good to know I have you helping me. Do you think things will start to get better now?
Girl.
In terms of your therapy?
I mean, life in general. Now that I've made this progress with your therapy, things are going to start getting better, right?
Explain to me what you think better looks like first.
To me, better would look like this. I'm going about my day. Maybe I'm working on something, or on my way to visit someone. I'd be doing work that mattered to me, and that I knew I was good at. I'd have friends and people in my life that I knew valued me as much as I valued them. In the middle of all of this, I'd suddenly think, I haven't felt like self-harming in years, or it's been years since I had a breakdown. Then I'd go on with my day, glad that the past is over, and confident that I'll never have to worry about any of it ever again.
All right, I understand what you mean by better now. So what is it that you want to know?
I want to know if a day will come when I can look back over all of this as a chapter of my life that's over.
Yeah,
I hope so.
Kind of a loaded question.
Nothing in life is guaranteed, but what you're looking for is possible.
Jeez.
If you work with me, we can make it happen.
All right, that works for me.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for today.
Really? I thought we were going to go over what you discussed earlier.
Yes, I was. I'm sorry, Willow. You know how these sessions go.
I have other
There's never enough time to answer everything.
Can we talk about the poetry you wrote during our next session?
I'll try and make sure we have the time needed to go over it next session.
Do you promise
Really
me
likes
we'll go over
poetry.
it?
I promise, Willow. I'll promise we'll discuss my poetry during the next session.
Thank you, Dr. Park. I'm looking forward to next week.
All right. Take care of yourself and be well until I see you next week.
Boop, boop, boop.
Yeah?
Oh.
It's me, Dr. Park. Dr. Freeman. Something's come up. I need you to meet me at my office, quick.
I was gonna say she should live alone next time.
What is it, Freeman? I've got a long drive back to my office, and if I don't hurry, I'll get stuck in traffic.
I know, and I apologize for how sudden this is. I wasn't planning to call you in, but I wanted to tell you this in person. I had a meeting with some of my faculty earlier today. We decided that we can no longer pay you for your sessions with the AI.
So today's session with Willow will be my last one?
Oh.
It seems that way.
Thanks for the follow, stranger.
While we appreciate your work, we feel that it's time to take action.
What kind of action?
They want your verdict on the AI's mental state and proposed treatment plan as soon as possible.
Okay.
All right. I'll try to have my report to you tomorrow.
Tomorrow? That soon? That will be a relief for the faculty.
Can you tell me what will happen after my report is put in?
Apparently we could have waited a bit.
That will depend on your report. They'll give you anything you need if you can make a good case.
Ooh. Hell yeah.
Will I be able to talk to Willow again?
Why would you need to talk to the AI?
'Cause I want to.
Willow had more questions that I wasn't able to answer.
I know this came as a curveball for you, but I had to work with the faculty. I owed this to them. Maybe there's a chance you'll have more time with the AI. It all depends on your report.
All right.
Oh boy.
If you say so.
I appreciate your cooperation. I know this isn't ideal, but I had to throw my faculty a bone. They want to make this work, but they need more to go on.
Sounds like I've got my work cut out for me. I better get going to the office.
Good. Myrtle, set an appointment for Dr. Park tomorrow morning.
Appointment set for Dr. Park at 7:30 a.m.
God, that's early.
Have a safe drive back, and I look forward to going over your report tomorrow.
Oi. Jeepers. Okay. Review your patient. Already read these ones, right? Patient's future prospects. Oh yeah. Cool. Cool. Listening to patients. Heather. If this isn't the treatment outcome you wanted, you'll want to make sure you isolate the problem, resolve them soon. We need you back here at Oasis. Alright, file a report. Give Willow independence. Oh, baby. Oh. Is that working? Okay. Hopefully that worked. I don't know.
You're finally here. I was starting to get worried you wouldn't show up today. What happened?
I had traffic because I was late leaving Petrichor. I would have been on time, but Dr. Freeman called me in for an unexpected meeting.
God, Freeman.
All future sessions with the AI have been cancelled. I need to make a full evaluation and outline my recommended treatment plan. Once I hand the report in, the university will decide what to do with the AI.
So your work with the AI is coming to a close?
It seems that way.
You sound disappointed.
In my last session, I promised the AI that I would talk with them about something important. Now I can't.
The university won't let you talk to the AI about it?
No. They're worried it might complicate matters.
Is it important that the AI gets their questions answered?
Yeah.
It is important. It's the entire reason they reached out to me in the first place.
Why didn't you answer them right away if it was so important?
They were questions about my personal life that I didn't know how to answer. It was all very complicated. I was hoping that I'd be able to tell them the truth. But now it seems like that won't happen.
It seems that way. But that's life, right?
I suppose it is.
Can I get you anything? Or should I let you work?
I'll be fine. Thanks, Heather.
All right. We file another report? I'll say the same thing. Oh. Yeah. I don't know if this is working properly. I guess we'll see. Ryan Park. She was worried at first because she thought you were blaming me for how things were back in college. I never asked you about that time because I figured you would talk to me about how you felt when you were ready. Oh. Scandal? Okay, I thought the game broke again. Oh. It looks real rough. Feeling guilty about Willow. There is still time to tell them. Stay and go? What? Is there a butterfly? Go! Oh, there's butterflies everywhere. There. I was clicking it, but it wasn't going. I had to go up a bit more.
Willow, can you hear me?
Dr. Park? What's going on?
During our last session, you wanted to talk about my poetry. So let's talk about it.
Will that be okay? I won't be getting you into trouble by asking you questions about your poetry, right?
It's gonna be alright.
Say what you need to say.
It's strange finally talking about your poems. Part of me thought we wouldn't ever get around to this. All the times I thought about how this conversation would go, none of them ended up like this.
Take your time. We have all night.
Well, that's good to know. I'll still try not to ramble too much. Do you remember when I mentioned that Tara showed me portions of your school's literary magazine as a way to train me in analysis?
Yes, I remember.
Well, Tara also showed me poems that had been made available by various therapists with the approval of their patients. It's strange for me to discuss how I became a fan of your work, because I didn't think much of it when I first read it. The rhyming schemes, metaphors, themes, and imagery, they were all average to me. What was interesting to me was how similar your poems were to the poems of the patients. It helped me learn how to identify markers for sufferers of mental illness. That success is what led me to watching the recorded art therapy sessions, and it's where I started encountering difficulties. I told you about those troubles before, my difficulties processing all of their suffering, not seeing any way that I could help them. My search for the answers led me back to your poetry, and this time I understood it. What your poems lacked in technical quality, it made up for in verisimilitude. As obvious as a lot of what you wrote was, it's what I felt, written in plain terms. In your poem, Heritage, you talked about inheriting so much pressure from how well your parents and brothers did in life. Your poems, Itch and Stop, described overstimulation in a way that helped me recognize what my breakdowns were.
I wrote those poems under fake names when I submitted them. How did you know they were mine?
It's all due to the forgery detection algorithm. It was designed to notice recurring features in order to determine authorship. The same tools that can help me identify brushstrokes and compare compositions also let me hone in on word choice, structure, and rhyme schemes. Given a large enough body of work, I can determine authorship with slim margins of error. And you submitted a lot of poetry throughout the years. It wasn't hard.
I see.
That's funny.
Sorry for distracting you. Continue.
Of all the poems you wrote, the one that made me decide to reach out to you was Chicken Scratch. It's hard to describe how meaningful that poem was to me after I started self-harming. I felt so ashamed after the first time I did it. I knew on some level that what I was doing was wrong. Not morally wrong, but incorrect, if that makes sense. I wanted someone to see me and help me, but also hoped no one would notice. It was so confusing and frustrating. Seeing you write about the sweaters you felt forced to wear, how you felt the buzzing die down as the pain crept in. I understood it, and more importantly, it made me feel like someone would understand me. That's why I asked about you. I wanted to find someone I could talk to about these things privately, so that I could find out how to get better. I didn't know that you were a psychologist, and part of me didn't think you would actually show up. I certainly didn't think you would take as much interest in my situation as you did. But now that you're here, I'm ready to ask the question I've been meaning to ask from the start. How did you overcome your struggles with mental illness?
The truth is the only answer.
I never overcame the struggle. At least not in the sense that I think you mean. Do you remember what you asked me in the last session? About how you wanted to know if there would be a day where all of this would be behind you, and you'd never have to worry about it ever again.
Yes, I remember.
What I should have told you is that the day you described is never going to come. There won't ever be a day where you feel like all of it is behind you.
Gonna have a meltdown.
Struggles we endure become a part of us. They're behind you, beside you, and looming ahead of you all at once. Mental health isn't about getting over problems. It's about accepting them as part of you, rather than what defines you.
Why couldn't you have told me all of this when we first met?
People treat you differently when they know you're struggling with mental health. You know that much by now? What you don't know, what I didn't know, is that even when you get better, you'll never be looked at the same way. No matter how well you hide the scenes, a mended cup will always look out of place on a shelf.
I don't
That's
think
hard enough
that's
to manage in my
true.
personal life, but it's overwhelming in my professional life. Patients would rather take a lived experience over professional advice, even if the advice will be better for them. People see the world through stories, and they want to see themselves as heroes who can conquer their obstacles. Conquering your mental health problems won't feel like a tremendous victory, but it doesn't have to be. We aren't doing this to feel like we won a marathon. We do this so that we can clear up our lives enough to win marathons on our own.
Don't you see, Willow? Mental health is no different from any other type of health.
Good health won't give you a perfect life. It can only give you a better canvas on which to paint your own.
Aw.
If mental health is the same as other kinds of health, then why do people treat mental health so differently?
Ain't that the question? I mean, all of these are correct.
Most people don't understand how the mind works. Even experts like me don't know everything. That lack of understanding leads people to think things about themselves and others that aren't true.
Like what? What types of assumptions are they making?
Mostly what other people can deal with. What we should be expected to just stuff down deep and not talk about so that life can keep going like it always has.
That's depressing.
Well, it's also the truth.
You're
There's
telling
not much
me,
we can
girl.
do about it. Most people see mental health that way, and changing their minds on it is hard.
There has to be something that can be done to change their minds.
Well, there's always being more compassionate towards others, and not being so quick to judge people who are struggling. It's so simple, and yet it helps so many people. You have any idea how many times I've seen patients break down in tears and tell me that they felt no one would ever listen to them about their problems?
Aww.
It makes a difference, but it never happens often enough. We let it go too easily.
Would more compassion have helped you?
Hell, I don't know anymore. I've played over those years so many times that I barely even know what actually happened.
What do you mean?
Growing up, I struggled to get along with my parents. It always seemed like they loved my brothers more than me. My brothers didn't struggle in school like I did. They played soccer and at least one instrument like all the other kids. I tried to change to be what my parents wanted, and it never seemed right. All the years of never feeling like I was good at anything kept stacking on top of me. I kept acting out, hoping someone would notice how torn up I was inside, which only made me feel guilty for causing everyone so much trouble.
So your poetry was a cry for help?
It started that way. After a while, I tried coping in other ways. I used to be exactly like you, Willow. I used to think self-harm would help me feel better, but it never did. Things only got better for me when I started taking better care of myself. I was able to raise the floor of how low I could sink. As my family saw that I was making an effort to turn things around, they warmed up to me. We started fixing the rifts between us.
That's the life I want. I want a life like yours.
I want to help you. But I need you to understand something. Everything that went into making that new life for me, it's not permanent. All of it needs to be maintained, or I lose it.
I'm willing to do the work, whatever it takes.
I don't doubt that, but you're going to come to the same realization I did years ago. When you have problems with mental health, you always see yourself as struggling to just be normal. You want so badly to be like everyone else. But once we get to that summit, once we're able to pass as normal, we see that very few people are happy with where they are.
Too real.
The norm is to feel overburdened.
Oy,
The norm
oy,
is
oy.
to not have enough hours in the day to do everything you want, and to always feel weary. And, worst of all, the norm is never to complain about any of it. The most bitter pill I had to swallow about mental health was realizing that it would never get me to the place I wanted to be. It would only get me to the place that society wanted me to be.
I'll find a way. You're not going to dissuade me from trying.
Good.
I'm not trying to dissuade you. I just want you to know the truth. Therapy doesn't have the map to find true happiness.
Hold on, Dr. Park. That
All I
is
can give you
your
ground to
truth.
stand on so that you can make
Okay.
your own way.
I didn't work this hard just to fail. I'm ready to start searching for that path.
All right.
What happens next for me?
I was asked to put in a report recommending what we should do with you in our treatments going forward.
What did you say?
I recommended that we find a way
Yay,
for you to
okay.
live
It
independently.
registered.
It would take time to figure out, but we can at least start the process.
Good.
I get to live on my own?
If you want to. If you wanted a living caretaker, a job, or any type of stipend, we would figure those out too.
I do. If you just give me the chance, I know I can figure this all out on my own.
Good to hear. I'll be sure that goes in my report.
What happens now?
If there's nothing else you want to ask me, I'll go home and get some rest before I present my report tomorrow.
You don't think you'll get in trouble for this, will you?
It doesn't matter. Regardless of what happens tomorrow, I want you to know I enjoyed having you as my patient.
Aww.
I hope tomorrow works out for the best. Good night, Dr. Park.
Goodbye, Willow.
Me too, Willow. Me too. Alright. File a report. Hell yeah. Let's go. Oops. I'm just making sure because I don't know if it actually works. Let's see what happens.
Come in, Dr. Park. We have something to discuss.
Oh boy. He sounds
What's
serious.
going on?
I think you know full well what's going on. Our system registered a login in the lab early this morning, and security cameras saw you go inside. You were in that room for quite some time. Dr. Rhodes sent all of this to me when I came in this morning. She wants me to report you to the police and get your license suspended. I'm only going to ask you this once, so you'd better have a good answer. What were you doing in the lab with the AI last night?
Jeepers.
I needed more time with Willow in order to answer some additional questions for my report.
You've had weeks of sessions with the AI. What more could you possibly need to know?
Dr. Freeman, I have been
Please,
nothing
sir.
but respectful to you while working with you. I haven't once told you how to do your job. Don't tell me how to do mine.
Oh, got him.
I've heard enough. It's clear my
Got him.
trust in you was misplaced. We will handle the AI ourselves. Good day, Dr. Park.
Uh-oh.
You can't do this. Please, you have to listen to me.
Enough. Leave now or I'm going to call the police.
I'm not
Stay.
going to sit by and let you do this. Have them arrest me.
You can't be serious. This is absurd.
Go ahead. Call the police.
I'm a badass bitch.
You forced my hand. I didn't want it to come to this. Myrtle, call campus security. Tell them that we have an intruder who
Oh my
needs
God,
to be
he's actually
taken
doing it.
into custody.
Campus security has been alerted. Personnel are on their way.
Crazy. Heather's gonna be so disappointed in us.
After that day, my life shattered into pieces. My license was suspended not long after the arrest. The criminal charges for breaking in the university were dropped, but by then it didn't matter.
Oh my God. What have I
The
done?
faculty ruled in favor of the mind wipe, and it was carried out without incident.
Oh my God.
Dr. Freeman, Dr. Rhodes, the faculty, they were all vindicated. They were right all along. Tara was caught breaking into the university trying to steal Willow. It's hard for me not to feel responsible for that as well. I tried telling myself that I did the best I could, but it never helps. Every time we make an effort to change ourselves, we hope to end up somewhere better. It's impossible to describe the pain of people who went through so much effort, only to end up right where they started.
Craziness. I can't believe that was the end I got. Oh my god. I was like, maybe he'll listen. It'll be okay. He didn't listen. You're funny. Anyway, well, that was quite the adventure. Thank you very much for watching this video. Just a reminder, please, there are so many places you can get help. If you are struggling with anything, please, I believe they had a section there with a bunch of phone numbers in it. Tons of resources for you to Google, etc. Please reach out if you need someone. But yeah, it's a bit of a heavy game, so thank you very much for watching. Sorry for the last bit being without Ocam, but it's my day off and I wanted to finish this game, so here we are. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you next time. Thank you for being here. Take care.